We're live.
여러분 웰컴 플랫챗 251번째 오늘 저희가 특별한 게스트를 모셨는데요. 퍼시픽의 최고의 팀에서 제가 나왔고요. 이제 저희 게스트로는 TMB와 슬리기와 아킬리오스가 함께하고 있습니다. 뭐 사실은 이 전체 에피소드를 한국어로 하면 좋겠지만 그래도 여러분 계시니까 제가 TMB한테 넘기겠습니다. TMB, take it away.
Okay, I'm not going to speak in Korean. I could, but I'm
Why?
not going
But
to.
it's going to be the
Could.
best team in the world.
But you're
You gotta
claiming
represent-
that you have the ability.
I might claim that. Whether that is true or not, we shall not see. But yeah, let's get this show started. I mean started. Let's
he's done
start
it.
with that, shall we? If you didn't see this, Kurt, if you have,
It's
the
a
clip,
lovely
please.
way to demonetize us potentially off the rip.
Nah, it's fine.
Nah,
We'll
it should be
We'll
fine.
be fine.
Yuletan back up to full, but loses his armor. Solid shots.
Do you have the audio?
Off the rip.
Oh, you need the
Oh.
audio for this one.
Oh, no.
Else it ain't gonna work.
It's
Oh,
probably
no.
going to the stream.
Yeah. Yeah.
I
Please
believe
tell
it
me the
was
people
going to
heard
the
that
stream.
clip.
I'm sorry.
That's so good.
It was okay.
If, as long
I
as
mean,
it went to them, that's great.
yeah.
For those
If you've
who
seen it, you
couldn't
know
hear
when it
them.
happens.
Yes, a solid shot. It's so funny. Oh, it was so funny. And then the moment I love most is like the silence afterwards. I'm just like, you're wondering, do we bring it up? Do we not?
let me walk you through it. Let me walk you through the moment. It happened. I said it, and I wasn't looking at paper thin. He's off to my right, and I couldn't tell if he caught it because I knew that if he did, he would start laughing. And then I just started seeing out of the periphery of my eye this like shaking. And I was like, and that's when I went, yeah. And then the floodgates opened. I knew that he was trying to control it. He was ready to move past it if we wanted to, if I wanted to. And then I was like, no, let us both enjoy this. Because it's not. I pride myself on not fucking up too much. There it is. If the monetization.
There it is.
I do pride myself on broadcast.
Ironic
On the
that you
main
said
broadcast.
that sentence.
That was incredible.
Yeah, I had a team dinner. We went out to a bar. I have few excuses, but I pride myself on broadcast of being able to control myself because when I'm on this show, when I'm on streams, etc., I'm a little bit vulgar. But that was one of those moments where I was just like, I just gotta lean into this because it's so damn funny.
It was a highlight, I think, of the VCT week, which was a crazy week. Holy, we got a crazy week. And in fact, our member question is going to kind of talk about how crazy VCT has been, because I mean, it's going to be about the crazy teams that are in the finals. But you can become a member as well and help support the show and, you know, be asking questions and things like that to us and wonder what we think about all range of topics. This time it is more focused on the VCT. But if you want to support the show, then please do become a member, because otherwise Kurt will have to suffer through VCT America's tech pauses. You know, that be his only way of getting any money, which he hates. So, yeah, let's go to the member question if we can, Kurt. Help support the show, please. Pay us. And the question is this. Help someone, yourself, in brackets, from 2025, understand these upper finals. How could they have come to be? So the upper finals, they actually took the screenshot before the Chinese one was confirmed. It's now AG versus G Live, for those of you who don't know. EDG lost, but MIBR FURIA, Gentlemates BBL, Nongshim RRQ, AG XLG. Now, I would say XLG, RRQ, MIBR. If you were coming from last year, you could maybe understand, and particularly if you told people that MIBR are getting zekken, I think you could probably be like, oh yeah, that makes sense. The other 5 teams, Gentlemates, BBL. I mean, weirdly, BBL, you might be like, oh, that makes some sense. But if you told them they changed their entire roster, it probably would make less sense. FURIA, I mean, there's no way anyone would have had that. Nongshim as well, Choba, we'll get to you in a second. And even AG as well. All crazy. How has this happened, Choba?
Well, for Pacific, I would just tell my past self that just keep going. You're on the right track. Just keep, just keep at it, man.
That's not
You've
an
got
explanation. You're supposed
Don't
to
listen to
explain.
the world. No, you're right. Is the explanation? You have it right. Never wrong. Just early. You know, that's what I would tell myself for Pacific. But I've thought about this. And honestly, especially the Americas one, FURIA is just like, how do you explain that? I have no clue. I have no clue.
Yeah, it's just the biggest comeback ever. I mean, you just got to say that every year we have to reevaluate. But even then, even with the reevaluation, it's like, damn, they must have. You would think they picked up like the best players, most proven players, but actually, it's just a bunch of hungry guys that have essentially not really ever made it.
Kick to the curb, yeah.
Yeah.
Made it.
Mhm.
I mean, yeah, it's truly unbelievable, and obviously that's what we're going to be talking about in this episode overall. I mean, well, we're obviously going to start with Pacific, where Chobra, yeah, you must have put a curse. You must have put a curse on everyone, because Sliggy's team, Liquid, they're in the lowest. My team, Foot's in the lowest. Seth's team, I'm just going to say it's Team Secret, they're in the lowest.
Yeah.
And here are
So-
two Chobra teams sitting, playing in the upper final.
Let's get off to a nice cordial footing here.
If you will.
Well, I mean, it's easy to be a Team Secret hater, and let's just dive in and start talking about what happened. And the first game we're going to talk about here that happened, we're going to talk mainly about DFM to start, but their first game was against Team Secret. And DFM, they not only managed to beat Team Secret, which probably most people had happening, they then played an interesting game against Global Esports as well that they were able to come out on top of. Let's focus on the DFM side of things, though, first of all. And let's start with you, Sliggy. DFM, obviously, Japanese team. It's a shame Paperthin isn't here because I'm sure he would be gloating. But they actually look, they took care of Team Secret, as you can kind of tell by the score. So they actually look like a decent, good team.
No, they like if you were actually just gonna sum up like who's like a pretty just good solid team at the moment, I think DFM is like one of the first you would have to say. They're not maybe the first that spring to mind in terms of like world beaters, but in terms of a decent team, good meta reads at the moment, good game plans, I think is the main one, especially to beat GE. Don't think they needed much of a game plan to beat Team Secret as well. Team Secret just kind of beat themselves, if I'm honest, for sure. But dude, I like everything they're doing. It's hard to dislike what they're doing. It's a lot of help in terms of the fragging, double duelist all the times, and then just snowballing well, playing good Valorant, like making sure they win the pistols, and then they're pretty much when they win the pistols, they're normally winning the third or fourth round, and they just get off to a good start. It's just a solid team, man. That's it.
Anyone
Cool.
else?
We can move
Anything
on.
to say?
Don't-
We need
don't-
Paperthin here to
don't
just
zoom
start
in on
gloating.
me.
Why? You got
Yeah,
nothing
why
to say
not?
about that
You
first
hate
match?
DFM?
Look, saying that they took care of Secret, it makes it sound like it's like when you have like a middle schooler and like they're starting to learn about like how life is created, and they have them get like taken care. They have to take care of like a fucking egg. Like, yeah, it's easy. It's easy to take care of this thing. Like, it's
No, but sometimes you drop the egg though.
Yeah.
okay, and that's RRQ last year. They dropped the egg. Like, it's
Damn, catching strays.
like, man, it's just.
Yeah, Secret
I
aren't very
wanted
good.
to. I
Hey,
wanted to believe. I wanted to have a redemption. I wanted to have some faith, but like the last series was just so bad.
Yeah. I mean, listen, they didn't even get as many rounds as they did against Nongshim. Like, it was even worse, if you can imagine that. So DFM kind of ran him over. But one thing I wanted to add on about DFM, so we don't focus so much on the doom and gloom
Don't worry, we don't
here.
need to focus on Secret.
Yeah, the DFM I wanted to add was I agree with what Sliggy said, but also something that impressed me in the GE series was the fact that Athxna started off horribly. He started with like 0 kills for so long on that breeze, and you're thinking, okay, rookie who wants to prove himself, starts off terribly against a team that they probably thought they had a decent shot against, and then he comes back, map 2, warms up, map 3, starts doing his job really solidly, and just really that supporting role of opening up space and, you know, holding his own. And I wanted to applaud that a lot. I was glad that he got to do the interview as well, because that's not easy. So whatever they did, you know, as a team to make sure that he's just back in it and ignoring the first map, I think was huge.
Yeah,
think
they
it's-
did a really good
it's-
job of reminding him who he was playing against.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
But I would. The same thing applies for. We talk about GE as well, right? When they played GE and they all kind of got wrecked. Like they all did a pretty good reset after the first map. But I think that's maybe
yeah.
just an easy map of one guy just
Yeah.
as the most insane game we've seen.
Yeah.
But I do want to applaud them as well, because I think that they said it in the interview as well. I'm not sure if the translation was exactly right, but they said for the GE game that they just thought their split wasn't good. Is basically how they translated it. So I kind of alluded it on Plat Chat last week that maybe GE thought their split was good because on attack they played two teams that wanted to face them, and they played the solo Euros. So you actually saw DFM go into this game and just have a good game plan. They didn't give them many picks at all, and then time was getting low and they had to exec with like a solo Euro. So
yeah.
I think yeah, dude, I like everything about this team. It's one of those for Pacific. If you're a Pacific team right now, you don't want to play this team because they're drilled enough to beat you. And if you're like one of the top teams, you're kind of expected to beat them. So they're like I don't know, they're just like below the gatekeepers at the moment of upset potential.
Yeah, they're definitely pretty solid. Judging by the sounds of it, I don't think any of us are on the full train of like believing in this team, going to Santiago.
But it could happen.
But it
Like,
could happen.
Yeah.
With how
Yeah.
Pacific is looking, we're going to get into some of these other bigger teams. They've had, let's say, mixed results, I think, so far.
Yeah.
The teams that maybe we're expecting to be the best teams in Pacific. So
Yeah.
it is somewhat open, I think, Pacific, especially that kind of third slot. I mean, I know Chobra's going to say, oh, certainly they're doing the upper final. They're going to breeze through. But, well, maybe we'll see. Maybe the Chobra curse just hasn't quite come to fruition just yet, but we'll see. But yeah, DFM, I completely agree, Sliggy. They're just like a solid team. And I think being a solid team in Pacific right now is
It's
basically
difficult as hell.
It's difficult to be a
Yeah.
solid team in Pacific, and if you are one, then you're probably going to do all right, which we
Yeah.
saw. Let's flip the script though in this second game. Talk about their opponents, Global, who, I mean, Kurt has decided to lean into the Frost. It wasn't a Talon curse; it was a Frost curse because now Global have one loss. So we're thinking
back,
that
baby.
it's back, and Global. I mean, the first map, for those of you who don't know, Kurt, I don't know if you want to pull up the stats of map 1 just to show one of the most unbelievable performances of all
Ever.
time from Patman.
It's the most.
I mean, the most if you go by ACS, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, yeah, just a truly unbelievable map. It goes 32-5. I mean, obviously unbelievable from one map. They destroyed the map, of course, because one player just completely took over. But then they go on to lose kind of the next couple maps to DFM. So, Chobra, where are we on Global right now? What are you feeling about them?
Ooh.
Are they just like a middle of the pack team that could upset potential, or do they have more in them that you think will come soon?
I think so. This was an interesting result for me because I did think their initial matches were overperforming to my expectations, right? I had faith in them growing throughout the year. I did not imagine them to start out so strong in what they prepped. So this was more like a course correction for me, right? Where I'm like, okay, these are moments I expected to see now and then throughout kickoff, where it's like, okay, you're kind of playing individually again. You guys haven't had as many reps as a team. Definitely, worse off, especially after the great first week, even in the loss against Paper X. So a little bit disappointing, but it's a course correction. I would say that I still have faith that they have upset potential. I think we saw the peak that's possible in that first week. If that shows up again in, one of these brackets, the middle or lower, they could definitely do another big upset. But you're probably tempering expectations of like before. I think a lot of us were like, okay, they're like definitely a contender for top 3 now. And now it's like, yeah, they're a contender for like the upset for, the 3rd seed along those lines.
Yeah, I can get on board with that. I mean, first of all, this first map was just one of the most mad things I've ever watched. Like, we haven't seen an individual performance that carried this hard. Like, he was just killing 2-3 people every single round, and he was just hitting some of the most insane shots. And then I don't know if these games where like you think it's so easy that you're just going to win the rest, it didn't look like it, but sometimes that can just be the mental going in, like that was just so easy, Patman's just going to win us everything. But I also think that, I don't know, this is like classic GE where like you watch a couple of games, you're like, oh, they're actually really good, and then you watch the next one, you're like, oh, they're getting a lot of mistakes in here, and unless like someone pops off there, they're not winning games, or maybe their spacing like isn't as good as we initially saw against like the Paper X game and stuff like that. So yeah, I'm a little worried for them. I'm honestly a little worried for the comps. I know that they're very heavy veto believers, but I think like the more demos you have on the veto, you can kind of see it being maybe easy to play against, especially on attack. It feels like insanely weak. Like I mentioned their split earlier. against a good game plan, I can't see this comp getting more than like 4 rounds really on attack, and so you're just kind of playing on hard mode. But Udo did have like a quiet game as well, like fragging wise. Like if you actually watch his aim, it definitely wasn't on the same level as what we've seen. So it could be part of that as well. But yeah, man, I don't know. You got to be worried for them after watching it, to be honest.
Yeah, I think for me, like when I was watching Split, that I mean, Frost must have been, if he had a lot of hair to lose, he would have been losing it, because there was a lot, it felt like, on Split of just rounds where, like, you know, you'd end up in a 4v4 or something, someone goes off on their own way too far, dies, you know, Zeta just holding for it, then to make up for that, someone else does it, they die as well, the round's over. It was just like, it just felt like that was constantly happening on those last couple of maps, which, yeah, I'm with you, Chobra. Like, I thought Global will be a good team, but have a kind of rough kickoff, and then as they kind of get, you know, more used to each other and more used to kind of Frost and what he wants them to do, you know, they'll start to improve. So yeah, this is maybe just where, you know, Global should be. I wouldn't panic just yet, Global fans. You know, there's still some hope here, and obviously it helps when you've got a player who can drop, you know, 2 kills a round on average. That certainly isn't a bad thing. So there's still some hope for Global. Who do they play next, Global? Do we know yet?
It's
Yes.
winner of Gen.G Valorant, right?
Ooh,
Yes.
I mean, that could be an interesting game.
Yeah, it could be a rematch.
The problem is that if they continue the red light, green light, they will miss out on playing versus DRX.
And that's
If
really what we
DRX
only
wins
want.
through.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be devastating.
That's what we want. So yeah, let's hope we do get a global DRX game, because it'll have to be in that round 4 just there. But let's hope we get it, because of course, I mean, we saw the Cruise fist bump that happened, so we know that is not the problem. We know now it's Frost and Termy, and I want to see it. Anyway, let's move on. An elimination game as well. That would be nice.
Oh, it would be.
I think that's when the singularity occurs and just time folds in on itself, and everything that we know just ceases to exist. Like it's too perfect. It just can't happen.
Well, let's move on and talk about the 3 Korean giants, shall we? Because T1 played against both the other Korean giants in Gen.G and DRX. Let's start with this T1 Gen.G game, which in terms of the names that were on, like if you just looked at the names of the players and, you know, thought about, oh, this must have been a great game. 2-1 must have been great. You know, this game, who wants to say it? Because I thought it was fucking diabolically shit.
I mean,
Wow, I was just gonna say garbage, but okay.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
That was extreme.
There was, I don't think I'd ever seen this happen before, but I'm pretty sure 2 rounds passed where everyone had their ult on Navy.
Their ult, yeah, 10.
And everyone had it, and
10
no one
ults.
used it. I don't think I've ever. I mean, how?
You know, Stacks didn't ult for the whole Haven.
Yep.
The whole of Haven. Mate, you're Sova. You're gonna be ulting. But yeah, dude, we had a big, like, I kind of built it up and I was like, get ready, guys. Crazy rounds coming up. 10 ults. Like, we rarely see rounds with 10 ults. And I was watching it, I'm like, why is no one using their ults? Why are we not planning around the ults? Whole round goes by, no one's used their ults. You're like, how is this even possible?
it's like everyone's just bluffing each other, and like no one had anything. Like, but it was dumb. It was really fucking dumb.
It was so just not them either. You know what I mean? Like when you think about these teams, these players, Korean Valorant, it is about, okay, if things go wrong, we do this set play, like we have this playbook. And this was just all of them trying to save their own KDAs. And it was the most miserable. I haven't molded at a player or a team in so long during a watch party until this game. And then by the end of it, I was just raging at random people because I just couldn't believe what I was watching. It was bad. It wasn't good Valorant. It was very individual. And I think these players definitely feel it too. But I guess one thing you can take away from, in some ways, both of these series is that this is the power that T1 has with this roster, is that if things go this way where like everyone's falling into that, they have the firepower to clutch up and get through it. Yeah, and claw their way out of it. So
I
think T1, to just quickly move on to the second game, I would say that T1 looked better against DRX. Yeah. Like, they were a lot better against DRX. Yes. It helps that, you know, Buzz and Stacks decided to shoot as well.
They played
helps.
the fucking game.
Yeah.
and alt as well. Yes, true. So all of that helps, you know. Baby steps. We've learned the basics of Valorant. Mouse one is shoot, and X or whatever you use is alt. So that was good. But yeah, I thought in this game, let's focus on T1 a little bit here. I thought against DRX, they actually, you know, they looked. I'm not gonna say like completely like maybe the T1 that I expected, but they were definitely, I mean, miles, leagues ahead of what they played against Gen.G.
It was good progression. You could like see, you could see the. I mean, I was starting getting belief. I was like, oh, okay, like Buzz is actually fragging.
Yeah.
We're actually using ults. Where we have plans that are like simple now. It looked a lot better. There was actually like team chemistry, and yeah, Meteor. Yeah, just hope, man. Just hope.
I mean, it was like you said, though. I think that's the important thing is that you put 2 and 2 together. Meteor had said in the pre-tournament conference, right, that, okay, Munchkin's calling. Sometimes we're still not on the same page with it. Our teammates are still struggling to kind of follow along. And so you could tell that they simplified it. It was a lot more death balling, 4-man pushes, 5-man pushes, you know, go for the trades, keep it simple. And it worked. So they're finding their groove for now. Obviously, the question is that good enough, and is Munchkin going to be satisfied enough with that type of gameplay when you're, you know, playing, let's say, a qualifying game or, you know, against one of the other top teams again?
I think if you look at the progression as well, it did give me belief that they could make it, because it was such a big jump up from the Gen.G again. It's like, okay. And DRX for sure, they're not like a bad team. I think they definitely struggle a little bit, especially some individuals in this game for sure. Like Freeing and Hermes for sure were struggling in my books. But it's still like, it's still a big win for how they looked the week before. So if they carry on proving like this, you can tell that they're cracking hard. Then I don't know. It gave me belief. When I saw them last time, I was like, there is no way they're making it. like no. I watched that Gen.G game and I was like, these big names are actually coming 7th to 8th for sure.
Yeah.
But now I'm like, okay, it's. I can see the work. I can see the progression.
It felt like Vitality of last year without the qualifying for an event part. Like,
sure.
Yeah, it was meltdown Vitality from last year. Is what it looked like.
Yeah,
Can I just quickly? We'll talk about these teams a little bit more when we talk about who they're gonna play maybe and but just quickly, Gen.G and DRX. Like how let's start with Gen.G. Are we in panic mode for Gen.G, Seth? Are you panicking?
I mean, short term, yes. Long term, not necessarily. But I think they're in a really rough spot. Like I think they're okay going against Varel. I think that Varel is going to be a lot of just mechanical skill, but like, you know, lower ceiling when it comes down to just like strategic depth, whereas Gen.G should be higher in that regard, as well as be able to match them closely for the most part in mechanical skill. So I think Gen.G is going to be widely okay going into this, but it's not. It's nowhere close to a guarantee. Like Varel, they are so good. Like Zuna, Zexy, these players, they're so good that they can just pull a rabbit out of a hat and just randomly crush them. The main reason that I kind of favor Gen.G in that series is basically just going to be strictly because Texture has been looking very, very good. And I think that Lakia's calling is overall fine. And I think that week over week, it's been getting better. But I think this, I would basically, maybe not even a ball is law on this. I'd probably give this like a 65-35.
Okay.
That's fine. But Chobra, are you concerned? Do you think we need to swap roles back? You know, get Karen back on smokes. You got one of the best smokes players. Is that a problem?
I mean,
that a problem?
That would tip the balance a lot
Seth?
if they did that.
I
would immediately go Gen.G heavy favored if they do that. But I was going off of, you know, current circumstances.
I actually don't. I think that would work well against Varel, but I don't know, because the question there is Charon will play better, but they must have tried this a lot more than we've seen, where Ashe is on the Senti and it's not working for the game plan they want, which I think still goes to what Solo likes, which is we need our Sentinel to take timings, to be able to anchor and just secure space and get information, etc. Like get that passive info on the map. So I'm fine with that for now, but also I guess this is one of the reasons why I rated them lower overall, because I thought they would have a lot of trouble in the beginning of the year. So personally, I'm not like panicking from where I expected them to be, but I also don't expect them to contend for Santiago, right? Like maybe win one, maybe two more matches, but that would be the end of the road. And then, in fact, it probably might be better. You take that long break, really retool things, and then you come back in stage one, and we'll see where they land.
They're the Sentinels of Pacific, basically. You gotta
I
because you
don't like
no
that.
they are, dude, because
They are.
you,
No, it makes
you have
sense.
you,
I don't
you have
like
the you have the expectations of like what they should be
Mm.
just because of the name value, and obviously some of the name values of the players that are still there, but they've changed so much and roles as well that you just have to reevaluate and just be like, well, it's not going to be the same as obvious.
funny how they were the two big rivals of 2024, and they're going through a
Well, and
similar
their other
route.
rival team, Heretics, well, we'll get to them a bit
Yeah.
later as well. It's
Yeah.
not going well either there. So maybe if you're 2024, a good team there, you're just cursed. Well, let's just quickly do the same with DRX as well. It's like you seem to think that, you know, there isn't maybe as much panic, but you just think that what DRX, because like what to you is like, why can't DRX do what they did at Champs? Like what is it just the
Well,
roster move, the
that's
roster
a-
change with flashback?
First of all, they've moved off of what was working for them.
Okay.
Like, and they always seem to do this, right? They had, I just spoke about this before, where like, you know, the run up to Masters, and then they went to like they were banging on set comps with Teo, and then they go to Masters, and they still kept the Teo, but they changed all their comps. Like they kept the Teo the same, but they changed all their comps. So they just changed their strat book, and it looked like pretty bad. It just looked under practice for sure. And it just feels like they're essentially doing this again, where they have something that works, and then they just like, well, we've given that to other teams. We've shown teams how to use it, and then now we just do like our own thing. I
Like
don't
Tommy's
know.
trying to be a hipster. Like I'll invent something, and then as soon as it gets
And then-
popular,
Yeah,
that's
he's
not
out
for
of
me.
there. Because it was it Bind where they used that comp against them, and they're like doing cool like
Yeah.
showers plays and stuff like that. I'm like, dude, that could be you guys. Like that could have been you guys. This used to be you guys. And then I don't. Just some of the individuals look as well. Just look like a little uncomfy. Hermes was playing Viper on this map, right? There was actually was it free? No, it was freeing. It was freeing. Okay, freeing on
No,
this
it's
map
freeing,
with,
yeah.
with his Viper. Like the 2 rounds that he lost, where he didn't put the wall up over towards short. Like they send the duelist out early, and like they send the raise out early, and it's just like, mate, you should have the wall up here. Like, why is the wall not up? And then Hyman gets popped. And there was another time where he had to put the wall up when he was going to peek the op over towards middle. So he looks super uncomfy on the Viper as well. So I think it's a mix of just moving away from what was working for them, and then just some players looking a little uncomfy on some of these comps.
Okay. Anyone else? Anything to add? No.
Yeah, I just want to add that Hermes definitely looks like he needs a bit more time. He's kind of
Yeah.
just doing one thing and trying to focus on his own thing, and that's getting shaken up as well. So, kind of sure will wait on that.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, for me, it's similar kind of situation as Gen.G, where it's just like, okay, I think that we need to just see a bit more. You know, I have a lot of trust when it comes down to the coaching staff being able to train people and get them ready. So like end of year project for DRX, yeah, I think I'd be overall pretty positive about that for the most part. But when it comes down to making Santiago, I think that the loss at T1 took a lot of wind out of the sails for me there.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just want to quickly ask, because you're all saying that, oh, long term, it'll all be fine. Okay, stage 1, your stage 1 stocks. Who would you rather have, DRX or Gen.G? Who's going to be better than stage 1? Who's going to make it to Masters London of those two
Stage
teams?
1.
I mean, neither of them are going to make it, but DRX.
Wow. Wow.
I'm actually with that. I'm exactly there. I
You don't have
say
that much
stage
hope, really.
one
Let's be
without
real.
the
If you're
other
saying
part
neither
attached.
team make it, that's not that much hope. Like these two
Well,
teams,
yeah.
like they're expecting to do
No,
better than
but we've got to-
make an international.
Yeah, Gen.G,
Well,
we
you
have
can
to
make those
reevaluate,
choices.
and then DRX
Yeah.
are only going to make it if they go back to what was working. Unless I see I guess when teams lose at the moment, they do get like a month and a half. So maybe in a
Yeah.
month and a half, that's a long
Yeah.
time
Might be a
actually to
balance
practice.
change and a new
Yeah.
agent. So yeah, they probably
Yeah.
will quite a bit different.
I would
It's
like
like
them to
about
change
as long as
some
DRX
stuff.
has had with Hermes. So
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
I mean, I have more faith in them than Gen.G from what I'm watching.
Okay.
I would agree.
Well, it's time to just give over the podcast to Chobra. Because somehow, some way, He has finally lucked his way into supporting
Lucked?
a good team.
Listen, I'm just
Because
trying to let you all
Nongshim-
know ahead of time. I'm just trying to prophesize here. You're just not listening.
Well, finally, it's happened.
have the floor.
Nongshim managed to beat Full Sense. Chobra, I mean, it's so Nongshim. In fact, Kurt, just go back to like all maps. It's so Nongshim. Look how many agents they played across 2 maps. 6. It's
Yeah.
just, that's very Nongshim, isn't it, Chobra?
They got it down.
I mean, yeah, DRX could take a page out of that, find something that works and stick with it. That's what I'm saying. Listen, I'm just gonna say, everyone thought I was just a hater. Everyone said they were too good. Their aim
God,
is
this
just
was-
too good.
this
Their
was
aim is
Joba's
just too
Christmas.
strong. Yeah, they're mechanically just too strong. They don't need macro. They don't need to play the map. They don't need an IGL. They'll just be able to shoot their way through. And that's just not true when the opponent doesn't give you the fight. And that's all I was hoping for. All I said was, as long as we don't just try to force our fights with Primi, we should be fine. And Domby did exactly that. He said, you ain't fighting me. I'm not fighting you. We're going to find the other boys. And then it broke down. That's simple as that. Simple plan, really, Not much more to say.
Now, okay, you don't want to say much more. I actually missed the first map of this because of the Americas Tech pauses, but I went back and watched this map, and I actually thought Full Sense would be very annoyed at themselves for losing the first map. I thought,
Oh yeah.
I mean, well,
I thought it
yes,
was
for
definitely
sure.
there for them to win that.
Yeah,
And then I
yeah.
wondered, like, because second map I saw live, and it was just a complete destruction, obviously, 13-2. And I was just thinking, like, okay, and Nongshim, just looked like the better team, obviously, but I was thinking, like, are they just tilted from that first map? Because, like, to me, they should have won this first map, and then it just kind of all fell apart.
If I can just jump into that, though, I think the
Course.
first map for sure, I think Full Sense should have won. And I actually think, as much as everyone memes on,
Nongshim clip that.
they can because
Use that in review.
because I even said it. It doesn't matter because I'm pretty confident we're winning maps 2 and 3 because
Ooh.
of the maps that were in the play, right? Because Bind and Corrode, I think, is much harder if the other team also knows how to play those maps to just barrel your way through. Whereas Split, both teams have to just fight at some point, right? Like you have to. You can't play the map as well. Obviously, you have ways. And then I also thought the Cypher, as much as people meme on the Asian right now, works really well against the Neon. And you could tell, like, Domby was, like, jumping in and being like, whoa, there's a wire. And then he doesn't have the normal movement that he has, and Shipboy's able to get kills. So it was very clear that they were pretty well prepped on the Split. But Bind went about exactly as I thought it would, where it's like, you can't just try to stack attack or defense and try to win, because if the other team doesn't meet you there is no other way to really get the information you need and rotate through. And I will say, I was actually impressed by Nongshim that they were able to overcome this map, because it did look like they should be letting it slip away. So I'm glad that they were able to lock in. Xross seemed to be pretty hard on himself in the beginning of the map, right? Just kind of not being able to win the fights he was earlier. And he needed time to warm into it. And I mean, RB and Ivy really, really saved their butts in map 1 for sure. For sure.
Yeah, I think Nongshim right now are just they're the best example of just playing to your wins, essentially just playing to like what is your strengths of the team. And I think the meta is pretty open to that, especially with double duelist. You can kind of do majority of. I feel like as long as you have a Yoro, you can do majority of double duelist. And I think with some of these maps being like a little similar with the Theory, like a lot of them have kind of similar to like Ascent, just a little broader on some of the other maps. If you're using the same comp all the time, you can kind of just replicate some of the stuff you do as well. So it must feel very comfy. Feels like they have maybe one of the best map pools at the moment, like where I'm judging it, just because they're playing the same comp. They have a lot of comfort, and they can just go, oh, when we struggle against that, we do this. We can just like pop through smokes, or we can. Dude, it's funny because I actually complimented them of being the best anti-eco team, and then there was like 5 50s in a row, or 4 50s in a row, or something, and I was like, yeah, I was like,
Well,
damn,
we
dude.
counted one that wasn't technically,
Right.
Yeah,
but it was
the low
basically
buy
like
was
a
always
half buy.
winning. Yeah, but no, I think they're just the best example at the moment of double duelers being super meta. So and it just working for them. They have the best space creator out of any team at the moment, because all of the space creators at the moment, if you look at their score, you're going, they're getting wrecked. But Danby is somehow making more space than other people and getting the most entries and just killing so many people, man. And he's buying buckies and dropping other people guns.
I mean,
Yeah.
he's playing
Your econ's good.
he's playing like Vision Strikers Buzz if Buzz killed two people every time.
Yeah.
Like, because
Yeah.
Buzz always played this, like, I'm going in, I'm very selfless, and then my teammates will trade, and then, but Dambi's just like, no, well, I'll just go in, but I'll kill the people, and then you guys win the round. And it's just this, it's just so goddamn clean. Like,
The year is 2076, and Achilles is in a nursing home, and it's like watching Vision Strikers back in 2020. I loved Vision Strikers.
2076. I'll take that. That's good. Like, honestly, thank you.
The thing about that is, so we call Dombi in my stream the tank of the team, and we say that because he actually, when they first went over to Nongshim in their introduction vlog, he said, "Hi, I'm Dombi. My role is the tank." And I was like, that's cool. Like, I've never seen anyone say that in Valorant, that your role is literally the tank. And then you watch him play and you're like,
game he was playing.
oh, I mean, maybe he
Yeah.
thought he was still playing Overwatch. And he was like, yeah, I'm going to lock in Diva. It's going to be great. And then I asked him after this match, I was like, so by the way, I've been wanting to ask you, you've said this before. Is this like something you came up with? Is it something the coaches came up with? Like this mentality of you're the tank? And he was like, I actually don't remember saying that, but and I was like, what? Like, we've held on to this as your brand for 2 years. And then he said, but I do think of myself as my job is to just draw aggro and create space. And while you can't actually tank and taunt in this game, Neon is probably one of the best agents to do so, because Valorant is based upon trading back and forth. And if Neon can stop that trade one turn, you get an extra turn. And I was like, okay, that's cool, because we talk about like sacrificial lambs, we talk about system duelists, we talk about space creators, but when the duelist himself and the rest of the team understands that actually we're just drawing aggro, right? Like I'm taunting and taking away your turn, that's a whole different way that the rest of his team thinks about it too, where I think that allows their timing to be better, where Francis like peeks out or Ivy peeks out, and if he dies, Dombi still got the shotgun. So I think that's where a lot of their timing and the way they play comes together.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. That is really cool. And dude, he's just the best at it. He's actually the best at it. He's like, to beat this team, you have to shut him down. You have to kind of kill him with the first 3 bullets before he gets close enough to one shot you with a Bucky. And his movement's so good, and he mixes it up so much. It's very hard, bro. Like full sensor, a bunch of aimers, they struggled.
Yeah,
That's fine.
I mean, honestly, you might want to just fight with fire. Get a judge.
That's what T1
legit.
tried.
Yeah, legit.
Yeah. And Primi too. Primi started buying a judge. Primi was like sitting in lamps with a judge. You've never seen him with a judge, and so that's what they tried. And sometimes it works. Sometimes it works.
I was gonna say I was kind of surprised to see that Full Sense didn't lean back onto, like, as far as Bind was concerned, some of the comps that they were running under Talon, particularly with like, you know, Deadlock and whatnot, where you have a bit more control potentially over the Neon. Because I think the Cypher, we were seeing it a bit on Split, it had some legs there, and they played it really, really close. So I thought maybe they were going to lean back into that, but they didn't. And then Dambi just like fucked all over them. So
I think part of that might have been they were hoping it doesn't get picked second map, because Nongshim had banned it against T1 as well. But the other side of it is I think Full Sense is currently in a situation of we're just going to play the same game plan every map because we don't have the time and the IGL to collaborate. Yeah,
I just think that I think that would be narrow-sided in the draft, because like T1, like, they've always kind of like favored Bind, whether it was good for them or not. Like, I mean, fucking hell, they were playing it, they were picking it so many times last year, and it was like utter dog shit for them, but then it finally clicked. So I think that would be pretty narrow-sided, and I would give Cruz a bit more benefit of the doubt on that front. But yeah, I was hoping to see just a bit more control when it came down to the composition that they were running. They didn't really have that.
I think, you actually touched on a good point as well, because so they play up against RRQ next, and the big thing about the next games is you have like 12 days, and RRQ are maybe the biggest anti-strap believers in Pacific, I would say, at the moment. So if you wanted to, like you were saying, maybe put in a Sage or something to maybe stop these fast explodes or split them up a little bit, even though there's like a Yoru, but obviously the slow gets slowed and then you can shoot it. But that does wreck the Neon a little bit. I think a Sage, if they wanted to on some of these maps, they've definitely got enough time if they wanted to kind of implement something that maybe 100 Thieves are doing, or like a variation of it.
Yeah, for sure. Let's just see with Full Sense. Let's just quickly touch on them.
Mhm.
Are they still okay? Are we still believing? In fact, because here's the thing, we talked about global DFM, these kind of teams, they might not make it. Before this game happened, I think most people would have said Full Sense have a very good chance of going. After this game has happened, do they have a very good chance of going to Santiago now, or are you a bit worried? Because again, the next game, as Kurtis is showing, is against DFM. They should be favored for that, I would think. But then they're going to play the winner of Paper X T1 off. If they lose that, they go to the lowers. Then they have to win another couple games. Like, are we believing in this team still? Don't be looking at Team Secret, Kurt. You're shaking your head.
Yeah, yeah, because I was like, who are we not looking at? No, I do have some concerns for Full Sense, but it's also the same concerns that I had coming into Kickoff. My biggest thing with them was that I thought this was going to be a team that will take a little while to jumpstart and then find their footing, and they're going to grow, and then that's when they become world beaters and they start, re-achieving the levels that we were seeing from Talon and going beyond that. And I think that we had a very quick start for this team where they jumped off from a very high point. But I think that we're starting to see that early limitation right now. So for me, I am concerned about them going to Santiago, and I think that it becomes less likely because my biggest concern for the squad is just in the mental realm of things. And I think that we were seeing that
realm.
Yeah, it's in the mental realm. It's the upside down. Oh, Vecna's there. He's
fine in the physical realm, but the mental realm. Oof.
Everything that I'm saying makes as much sense as Stranger Things season 5. It's. I think it is a bit of a concern, and I think that these are players that can get into their heads, especially after a big change in the offseason like they've gone through. I think that they are going to be especially susceptible to that. I hope that I'm wrong. I think that this is a strong team. I think that they absolutely can, knock people out when it comes down to playing globally. But I think that this is probably still more of a stage 1 project rather than a kickoff one.
Yeah.
Okay.
I agree with what you're saying as well, because they struggled with closing out games the year before, right? They had that RRQ game, which honestly they could have just won. I think it was 12-8, 12-9, something similar to what they messed up on Split. And I'm just worried once you get exposed early on a map, like Bind doesn't look good. But once people smell that weakness, they smell that blood, they're just gonna go for it. So I'm a little worried they're gonna have to focus on Bind for sure a lot because people are picking that.
I mean, this is the thing though. For teams like Full Sense, Nongshim, whoever loses RRQ, Nongshim, we'll get into it right now. Paper X maybe not looking so good. We've talked about T1 having some shaky times. DRX not so good. Gen.G not so good. There is an opening right now. So if you're a Full Sense, if you're a team like Full Sense that could go, this is a great chance, even if you're not absolutely playing at your best. But let's talk about it. Get this elephant out of the room. Paper X gets stomped by RRQ. And honestly, I think the scoreline makes it look closer than it was. This was a stomping. An absolute stomping. And we don't need to spend too much time on the RRQ side of this, I don't think, because they played basically good RRQ. It's the same team from last year. They've got, the same. They have changed their coach, but it's the similar sort of structure. Their assistant coach now, their head coach. Oh wait, is he still the assistant coach, Warbirds? Is Jovi the head coach now?
Yeah, Jovi's the head
but
coach.
still, similar-ish structure, let's say, same players. And to me, RRQ just looked like we are the solid Pacific team. We are the one Pacific team, maybe, that came in with some expectation. Actually, it's just playing. Well, here's the thing, Kurt. I said, and I remember saying this during the last podcast, if RRQ and Paper X play like they did in the last game, RRQ are going to win.
And I would argue RRQ played a bit better than they did in their previous game, and PaperX played even worse. So that's how we got this stomp.
Yeah.
But like, let's just quickly focus on RRQ before then we can lambast PaperX. Is this the best team in Pacific right now?
Maybe. I like
Chobra?
What do you
I want
think,
to hear
Chobra?
Chobra's. I want to hear Chobra's.
Oh, I mean,
answer.
listen, we'll find out shortly, Kurt, if you can. Yeah, I mean, listen, this is just the battle of. We'll just find out. And might I remind you, I did my research. I didn't know the original material, but I did my research. I believe, canonically, the strongest Chobra curse in history wins. And let's just emphasize the word curse here. So, RQ fans, I'm sorry, but canonically, the strongest Chobra curse in history is going to win that match. And there is only going to be one team standing on top of Pacific.
It's fucking incredible that you've gotten yourself into a win-win. Like, with everything that has pretty much always happened throughout Pacific history, it's come back around so hard, so heavy, that you've gotten yourself into a cannot lose scenario.
You just gotta. I believe it's what we call it a skill issue. You just gotta believe for long enough. You know, you can't give up. You know, you just gotta back yourself until you believe.
Never give up.
Yeah.
What a heartwarming story.
I'll take all of the scattered across victories that I've had compared to the one now arriving one that you've got going for you. But
Must feel good though.
let's go ahead and call it a skill.
Yeah,
issue.
Kilios is a secret hater. He can't be touched. I mean, there's nothing. I mean,
That is true. Like,
some
literally,
people might call it
anybody
cruel
doing
to just
well-
be hating on like the worst team in VCT over and over again. Some people might call that.
This
you know,
is
a
the
bit
glory
mean-spirited.
that I do have in my position, is that I can just cheer for any of my teams, and I will cheer for both of those squads, whichever one qualifies to Santiago, and it'll probably be both of them qualifying to Santiago.
I think it will be.
I will cheer for all of them, and I will be a fucking just.
Nightmare.
Yes, I will be a nightmarish bitch on the broadcast, because I'm going to spout nothing but support for both of those teams that they make.
It makes me like when Pansy casts
so
a
for me,
FNATIC
it's
game,
great.
she's like, "Oh, I'm not favoring FNATIC." Pansy's having to constantly deflect. You're like, "Yes, RRQ, win the round! Fucking yes!"
Yeah. Yeah, it's great. Gen.G's dicking on FNATIC right now. What a lovely fucking round that was.
Okay. Anyone want to talk about RRQ? We just
I'll talk about RRQ.
Yeah, go
We're a
ahead.
good team.
I think the main thing about them at the moment is, like we said, anti-stratting. They're very good at anti-stratting. They use a lot of it in the PaperX game. Mainly, if you actually look at how they snowballed, it's a lot of outlaw. But I think the thing that people miss is actually if you look at their pistols, they looked into a lot of tendencies of PaperX's pistols. Started doing 1-3-1 on the defense. PaperX pretty much always, they never run a fake. They will pretty much always just send it. So they just had 4 in the right side the whole time. So they were very, very good at the pistols. And then, they just snowball. But the thing that I like the most at the moment is, we speak about the meta a lot being like double duelist, double controller, but there's definitely teams that can lean into a Sage, or in this case, lean into a Chamber. If your chamber's super good, we saw a Demon 1 coming in. If your chamber is like a top 5 chamber, you can just take over the maps. You've got less util. It's harder to push them off, especially when you've got like the waylay all-ins. If you go aggro and you're getting a saturate and a dash and a refract out for 1 TP, you've done incredible. And then on top of that, if you have a monster like Jemkin, just absolutely wrecking everyone, rarely misses shots, really, really smart player with positioning as well. And they got good theory to set him up. It's a very good meta right now to play Chamber. I'm a little bit surprised by the amount of teams not playing Chamber, to be honest, that could have insane Chambers with the players that they've got. So it's such a good read from the coaches, and that on top of the anti as well. They're such a scary team. I've always have been a big Chamber believer, but like right now in the meta with what teams are playing, with good theory, Chamber should wreck a majority of the stuff.
Yeah. I think I agree with the tendency part as well for PaperX, like against PaperX specifically. It was very clear that they just kind of had them countered, and PaperX didn't really have an answer back, and that's rough. But also, again, Cushy continues to play really well. Like this is a very good sign for RRQ, because we've seen his peaks, we've seen how he can do well, but it was always like, oh, against tougher opponents, sometimes he's shaky or he's sick during a finals weekend or whatever else it might be. But right now, he looks like he is absolutely feeling his stride, where they don't need to rely on they don't have to rely on the hero plays of Gen.G and DRX. They'll still have them, but they don't have to rely on it to actually close out maps. So I think they're looking really solid.
I think that we need to stop leaning into the moniker of Kickoff Cushy, because it's going to start getting into his own fucking head.
Is that the sequel to January
He's gonna
Jeremy?
realize when it, like he's gonna go to fucking Santiago and just be like, it's not Kickoff anymore. It's a global event, and then he's gonna come back and it's gonna do stage 1. He's gonna be like, oh my god, how do I achieve this? And he's gonna just fucking flop. Like, we need to stop instilling that kind of shit, because I talked to him in the elevator after the match. And somebody said Kickoff Cushy, and he's like, yeah. And I'm like, oh god, like we can't afford to have this mental barrier where it's only Kickoff where you can do something good. But he has been immaculate. Like, he's been so fucking clean. He's always been good about his util usage. I'd say that last year, stage 1, stage 2, some of the firepower at times did fall off a little bit. And that's where he kind of fell out of the rookie of the year category that where I had him so high up in that category, I guess I should say. But right now, like, he's hitting that stride again. I'm like, this is just what I want to see from you all year long. Because if you can make that performance, like, it's incredible. And that's what I think will really assist in RRQ being able to, achieve something globally. Because last year, cool, first 2 qualifications for globals, whereas they had really never made any before. But they felt really flat. If Cushy is heavy hitting on a global stage, that is a huge boon for this team.
Yeah.
Okay, let's flip over to the other side, because I think since Sliggy and his train first started conducting, I think this is the worst Paper X performance I've seen, maybe honestly by some way since that point.
Sure.
Mhm.
It was
It's been a while.
It reminds me of just before it, to be
yes,
honest.
yes, it
Yeah.
does. It genuinely does. It looks like they've gone back in time. Maybe
Well,
their
it felt
Kickoff
like
Paper
the-
X.
It felt like the series versus DFM.
Yeah.
Somewhat.
Last
Well,
year,
no,
yeah.
a bit before that, because unless was the series against DFM the one where they got absolutely wrecked? You talking about?
13-1, I think.
Yeah, the kickoff.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
they
Then
got
yeah,
bodied,
yeah,
and
yeah.
then
No,
they
it
made
looks
and then
exactly like
Tatman
that.
joined.
That's,
Yeah.
But also to the same point, guys, you don't have to hire Mini again. Just go back and look at the notes that he wrote you there. I promise you 90% of them apply now. You can save some money. Go look at those notes. It's the same thing with the alts. You're not playing together. You're messing up your money. It's the simple stuff.
Yeah.
It
Yeah,
really
they were really separated, like playing individually, both in terms of trades and in terms of util, map position, like, and
They
then
weren't even
you were
playing like
making
themselves though. Like
Huh?
that I said they weren't even playing like themselves. Like the self-reliance that you usually can get out of the Paper X players wasn't there.
yeah.
Like there was a couple hero moments for Forsaken, multiple 3Ks in a row that he had. But it really didn't even feel like you could rely on just the general heroics of the team.
No, I mean,
it looked like they had somewhere to be at certain points. 'Cause they were just like, I'm gonna.
Jesus.
Oh, guys, I've actually got to go.
Yeah, it was
So I'm
6
just
feet
gonna
under.
walk out
They
here
had
on
to
my
dig
own.
their own fucking graves. Like it was just.
It was
Yeah.
like they got themselves into such a rut because obviously RRQ, like we spoke about, did like really good snowballing that it just felt like everyone then tried to make plays, and a lot of time even like in like 3v2s and stuff, like someone's making a play and it's like, just wait for each other. Like you have ults, like, and then they get wrecked by an outlaw, and then the next round they fall by with light armors again. It's like, guys, you're just repeating the same stuff. Like you're just trying to get a hero round, and you should just take the hit of one round and just reset and play normal Valorant. It's such a low level that they're playing at. It kind of hurts to see. It is exactly the same as this time last year. It's kind of crazy. But I'm also
kid
just
with a
waiting
cookie
for it to. It should click. And like it could change the next time we see them.
Yeah, could do.
But
I mean, yeah.
is it going
Will
to?
it?
I think it can. I think it can. You have the experience of going through that, like Sliggy said. You have the experience of feeling the low again. This is a whooping that you didn't expect, even if maybe you didn't get first seed. You weren't expecting this kind of scoreline against any team. So surely, I do believe that they should know the routine they have to go through, both the players and the coaching staff. So I wouldn't again, it's not like a panic situation, but it was a wake up call for sure.
This
Yeah.
is like my least favorite team to predict because of that factor. Like,
Yeah.
like they could look like utter dog shit,
Yep.
and then the next week they could just look like like they're covered in gold. Like it could just have that change. So all it takes is
We saw it happen
one
for
kick up the ass
T1.
from
T1 played a
Alex, and then
dog
they're
shit
fine.
game.
Yeah.
T1 played a dog shit game and then played, I would say, a pretty good game. A good game the next time they played. So,
Yeah.
which is interesting because guess what? Paper X are playing against T1 in this next game. So that
Yeah.
that honestly could be anything. That could honestly be
And
if
that's why
T1 and
this
Paper X
one
played their
sucks.
worst. This
Yep.
game, it could be a fucking shocking game of Valorant. It could be the
It's-
best
yeah.
game of Valorant of the year.
It's
Could be
the,
anything in
it's
between.
the upticking fucking team versus the one that could just 180 flip. Like
Yeah.
it's so difficult to call this one.
Yep. Anyway, let's quickly move on. Kurt's given a little question for us here, which is which lower bracket teams, so this is teams that have one chance left, they're down to their last life, will go on the furthest run in Pacific Kickoff.
Tell
Now,
me which one it isn't.
I could give you two that it's not going to be, and they're playing each other in lower round one just there. They're called Team Secret and Zeta. I think we can probably eliminate them. We don't need to talk about them. DRX, Global, Varel, Gen.G, Achilles. Who's going the furthest?
I think they're all getting next rounded.
You think they all lose here?
Well, they
I
can't
think
all lose 'cause two of
Zeta
them are
wins,
Yeah,
probably
yeah.
loses the DRX. Then I think Gen.G beats Varel, and then probably loses the Global. That's a little bit more of a coin toss.
Wow. You don't think
I guess
any
I'll,
team
I
will make
guess
it
I'll
to lower
say
round four?
Gen.G. I think Gen.G has the highest potential of going further.
Okay.
Really?
Cobra?
Gen.G.
Out of the rest of them, yes.
Huh.
I would say Global.
I
Have
would
more
say,
hopes than
say
Gen.G.
global DRX.
Yeah, I was gonna say global.
But no,
or-
but I'm talking about out of the first line.
He's just
Oh, out of the
we're
four.
the
Yeah, we're
first
including
line.
Oh,
No,
yeah,
you can
yeah.
kick
Yes.
DRX or Global if you want.
Yeah.
Oh no,
I'm
those
saying
four.
like
Yeah,
out
that's
of
shit.
those four teams, Gen.G has the highest chance of
Yeah,
going
yeah,
further.
yeah.
Oh yeah, of course.
Sure.
But that's because two of them are.
But are they
boosted.
getting past? Yeah, are they getting past round two? Like,
Well, yeah, and I
include
think- I
DRX
think-
and global.
I think Gen.G has the highest chance of beating Global compared to Zeta beating DRX.
Okay, but you would put DRX above them. You think DRX are more likely? Yes. Than Gen.G.
Well, yeah, just because of the side of the bracket they're on.
Well, there you go. That's
I-
part of it. That is. Part
I think
of this.
yeah, looking at the bracket again, I actually normally I think I would pick global, but I would go DRX just because even if global wins their round two, they have to fight Paper X or T1, and I think that is not getting through. Whereas DRX is full sense or DFM, where DRX has a chance.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it probably is
Yeah.
DRX, just based on that,
Yeah.
and they have also
Yeah.
a bye in their game,
Yep.
next game as well. God, if they
Yep.
lost that game, I'm gonna never shut up about
Whoa.
how shit they are. Anyway, let's talk about our Preds for some of these games upcoming. There will be, of course, a game that you can vote on, the match of the week, and this week's match of the week is a real doozy. You'll really want to tune in for this one. But do we have a
It's a big one.
scorecard for last week or not? We do.
Ooh.
Gen.G versus T1 was the game. Most people went T1.
Man, what a great match of the week.
Good job. I mean, yeah, this was an utter
Yeah.
shite game.
It was
This is
a
honestly one of the
But
worst games.
Haven was fun though. Haven was
I mean, it was
fun.
fun.
man.
It was
I had a lot
fun
of
as a
fun.
viewer.
There was some
Yeah.
good moments from Texture on Breeze, like
Yeah.
His
Anyway,
updraft,
well, good
the
job.
free
Good
kick.
job. You won. You got the game right. Let's move on then too, and let's start off with our game of the week, which I think might be the hardest game to call in this entire episode of Valorant, because our first match of the week for you to vote on is Zeta Division versus Team Secret.
Is
Why is it
Well,
like
we've
this?
gone T1 and Paper X. We don't care about the games. We've said, fuck that game. We're not even going to tell you who we think is going to win. Move on.
Something up. I give something up.
This is not an
Kurtis, my
important game.
savior.
This is not an important
yeah,
game.
we don't want to talk about that game.
How did I do that? I'm so
Christ.
disappointed in
Doesn't
myself.
matter. You've done God's work, Kurt.
Well,
I don't know how I
spoiler
did
alert,
that.
I guess, maybe.
If every time I went to watch Team Secret, I got to watch either T1 or
T1,
Paper X,
Paper X,
I'd be
yeah.
a much happier man.
Yeah.
All right,
Can
this
actually,
is
can we play the T1 Paper X game at that time and then just play a re-recording of it?
Yeah, can we do
Nice.
B streams?
Yeah.
all right. Somehow I flipped those two matches, so when we get to T1 Paper X, it will be the match of the week. So
Okay,
Okay.
shall we
so
just
we'll
talk about
this
Paper X
one.
T1 now then? Let's just talk
Yes.
about this game now.
Yeah.
So we've gone, me and Seth have gone T1, Sliggy and Chobra have gone Paper X. Chobra, why have you gone for Paper X?
I think T1 did look better against DRX, but they still got a lot to work on, obviously. Obviously, Paper X does as well, but I think it's that scenario of Paper X just got their butts whooped, right? They're going to come in with a fire absolutely under their asses, whereas T1 is like, okay, we just got to go along this path. I also just think T1's answer was keep it simpler, which I think works in favor of Paper X. Paper X is going to love that. They're going to love the 4-man pushes. Oh, because we do 4-man pushes. So let's just fight. And in that case, when you have a player who might not be getting kills, who doesn't know how to spray with the Odin, who's not using their ult, that's a bit of a handicap. So I think it's not. Hey, I have him on my VFL, all right? I said he wasn't IGLing, he's going to frag out. I've got a lot invested in this guy, okay? I want him to do
Yeah,
well.
I have him on mine as well, I'm pretty sure.
So I just think, I think the route that T1 has taken goes in favor of Paper X in the matchup of keeping things simpler based on firefights.
Okay.
Yeah.
Seth, why have you gone T1?
I mean, just Paper X looked like dog in the last series. Like, it was
Fair,
really
that's fair.
bad.
No,
It
it's
was
valid.
really, really bad.
Yeah, that's fair.
T1, it's that again, continuous growth, but at any given time, Paper X, they can flip that switch and they will just be world beaters. So for me, this is basically a coin flip. But I went with T1 because they've just shown the most recently.
Fair enough. Sliggy, anything to add about your Paper X? You just staying on the
I
train?
mean, yeah, dude, they just read the mini notes and it's fine. They have it saved somewhere. Legit, I'm telling you, man, just go back to this time
The
last
whole
year.
week,
look
Alex
through-
is just like, where
What's
the
that?
fuck did I save? Where in the files did I save the
Where
fucking
did I save all of Mini's notes
Don't
from
Fritz
our
have
officials?
like a pensioner's fucking train card where you just get the ride for free? Is that what Sliggy's on?
Yeah,
Mm,
that's what I'm on.
yeah.
But I, dude, it should be so easy to fix. And then just tell Envy to just start baiting, man. Just stop swinging, bro. Please just bait these teams. You've got 4 mentalists that want to send it. You don't have to join them.
Yeah.
Just bait them, bro. You're a Sova and a Fade.
Yeah.
Please.
Yeah, that's fair. I think I've gone T1 because I've done the classic thing of last week I knew it. I just didn't believe it, but I knew in the back of my mind, like, if they just play like they did last week, RRQ will win. And I think I've just gone off the same thing of if they play like they did last week, T1 should win. If both teams do. So anyway, let's move on to our next game, which is Full Sense versus DFM. Now a certain bold man.
Let's see what we get.
I know what
we
he
got
would
it.
pred.
Uh-oh.
Oh, but in his place, in comes
Wow.
Achilles, and he's taking his pick as well. I'm a
Big
bit
save.
shocked by Chobra picking Full Sense, but me sticking
I
with
guess-
Chobra have gone Full Sense. Achilles, you've gone DFM. Why are DFM going to win this game?
I just look, I keep ignoring the boat, dude, and they just keep fucking trotting along the canal and tooting at me. And I'm finally answering the call. I'm ready to go aboard. I think that Full Sense, I think they're a bit more mentally shakeable compared to DFM. I
They
think
struggle
that
in the
was-
mental realm. We're aware.
Yes, in the mental realm. I think that it was put on display, like the resilience for DFM, like what they're capable of in that last series, getting bodied the way that they did on the first map and being able to come back, play a pretty, tight second map and then a very clean third map. I'm on board. I think that there's a ton of potential here. I've always thought that there's a good amount of potential here. And I think it's on display. And I think that Full Sense, this is where the faltering happens.
Okay.
So-
I personally, I'm glad this isn't a guarantee.
I was going to
Be
say
honest.
that.
Yeah.
I'm glad.
Same.
I'm
I mean,
glad
I
you've done
regret
it.
not making it one because of my true beliefs here, but
Chobra, you've gone Full Sense. But
I
you hate
have.
Full Sense.
Well, I mean, they're not even part of the competition anymore. They're part
Oh,
of the
there it is.
Oh,
There it
yeah.
is.
But in all reality, I think the map pool shouldn't be a big disadvantage for Full Sense when you look at DFM as well. You should know, you should be very aware of what the map draft is going to be. DFM most likely should be leaning into their Pearl, right? And then they have some overlaps on like not wanting to necessarily play things like Haven and such. So I think you've got some good overlap. and then you have a map that you were okay with playing at least in Breeze and things like that. So, and then
DFM
while
don't let it through.
TFM's right, and then exactly. But my point is like it's very easy to read the draft, right? Of like, okay, this is going to be banned. That we're going to play this.
Do you think?
But
I
on
think they
top of
pick
that-
bind.
You think DFM's going to
do.
pick bind? They might, but
Yeah.
I think Full Sense can afford to ban bind first because
Sure.
then it's just a blank slate, right? So,
Yeah, yeah. Okay.
and I think in that sense, DFM have good plans, but do they have the ability to, not fight Primi like to the end? Like you can draw out the timer, but are you going to have the plans to avoid Primi enough? Or maybe it's a showdown between May and Primi. Obviously, May very mechanically talented as well, but I do question that. I think it's going to be an easier plan for Full Sense to set up.
Okay, cool. I think let's move on. Let's move on to our next game. Lowers elimination game right here. Varel versus Gen.G.
Why?
And we've all gone for
is it?
Zeta
Why did I
Division.
screw them all up? No, I'm sorry. Well,
It's a guarantee. Varel versus Gen.G. No one's a winner. We're all losers. Apart from Zeta Division, I guess.
So our match of the week.
Our match of the
Is-
week, we have guaranteed. Let's flip it around again. We're doing Secret versus Zeta Division. We have all picked Zeta Division to win this game. Oh no, is all I've got to say about that.
Yeah.
Is
I'm
there
not-
anyone else?
No.
Not confident.
Yes.
You're
Oh,
confident.
come on. Yeah, here we go. The secret hater. Give me the confidence. Why should this be a
Oh
guarantee?
no! I wasn't talking about confidence. I was just talking about like hating this situation. Because not only are we
I thought
guaranteeing
you were about to say hating
this,
Secret.
no, not only are we guaranteeing this as a Zeta win, I'm casting this.
Oh, that's rough.
Yeah.
I've gotten all 3 games so far for Secret.
Hey, man.
Wow.
At least you're casting. All right.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
Jesus.
here we go.
Trouble would die to cast Secret Zeta.
Holding this card again.
Here he comes.
Sitting on his throne, slurping his fucking noodles.
Just so we're clear, I am debating whether I should watch Party this match again
Yeah.
at all.
I'm
Just
getting a
last
haircut
week.
instead of watching
So
it.
here's literally again we had a team dinner tonight, all the casters, and this match obviously came up in conversation mostly because I was bitching about having to cast it, and we were talking about what could we do to make this more interesting, and we got around to like putting out objectives that if they were hit, then like we would drink hot sauce on broadcast, and we would have the desk there, and then we could cut to them in real time, as well as myself while casting drinking hot sauce if things happen while I'm casting. I suggested a tri-cast because 2 brains is 2 brains are it's just not enough to comprehend the potential stupidity that could be on display. So maybe a tri-cast could be in the cards. I don't know. There's a lot of things that we were talking about throwing at this one because I think that I might have to be lobotomized.
You're going to
Jesus.
struggle in the mental realm with this one.
That's for sure. Yeah. You could do a
Yeah.
tri-cast it.
And
There's
also,
probably,
I will say, I'm predicting
probably a
Zeta,
cast
and I
that
think
you
it's
want.
Zeta win this one-sidedly. Like, I don't think that this
Wow,
Really?
you think it's
Really?
Yeah, I don't think that I don't mean to say that I think that this is going to be so bad because I think Zeta is also going to be playing like dog shit. I don't mean to besmirch them. I think that this is going to be just ass to watch.
I think we might have understood just how excited you were to watch those first 2 secret games, considering what you just said.
Yeah.
I would not be so confident because I think there is a world where Zeta just
Get
Oh,
out.
they can shit the bed. Oh, they get very well shit the bed.
Hmm.
I-
Well,
Yeah.
we spent too much time on this game. Choba, don't speak. You're not even going to watch it. Neither am I.
This is more time spent
Seth is
on
going to
it
be
now
what Seth.
than
In
it's
fact,
going to be when I cast
over
it.
there is 2 of the only people in the world that will watch this game from start to finish, and they're both getting paid to do it. So anyway, let's move on to our last game, which because of Kurt, which game even? Oh, it's Varel Gen.G that we haven't.
we'll see.
Well,
what
we'll see. I
happens.
mean, we're about
Maybe.
to watch
Today's gonna be a
Gentle Mates
great day
versus
for Brad.
fucking BBL are about to come up here. I think.
Yeah.
Oh, it's another guarantee. It's Gen.G. Ooh.
Oh,
Slicky,
I
you
don't.
look-
I
you look
feel-
worrying about this. Are
I
you
feel
worried?
better. Nah, I feel better about this than I
Okay.
do the other one.
And why is that?
Really?
Yeah, yeah. Dude,
Why is that?
Yeah.
Why is that? Because I just think Zetek gets get completely out aimed in the other game. I also think like Varel, they're like slowly getting a bit more confident, slowly just kind of like first game they played, they were like, oh, let's play methodical Valorant, something that they haven't shown at all in tier 2, and then they started sending it a bit more. Now I'm expecting the full send, and they just go back to olds. Throw a jet in there,
Wouldn't that be
man.
bad for Gen.G?
Yeah,
Or are you
I mean,
expecting
yeah.
that to not work?
No, I mean, yeah, that's true. Actually, no, I'm not. Yeah, I'm kind of fine for the actual other argument. Kind of fine for the other argument. I got lost, to be honest, in the source there.
That's why it's like, wait, like, why do you feel more confident about this?
No, it should they should just out aim them as well. Like
Yeah.
they Barrel don't really know what they're doing, man.
The thing that makes me somewhat confident is that Texture, like if Texture was struggling as well, I'd be like, ooh. But I feel like
Sure.
if Texture just plays at like the level, because I actually think he's been pretty decent, to be honest, despite Gen.G as a whole not
No,
looking very
he was
good.
great.
I think
in the last
Karen's
set.
been fine as well.
And Karen as well,
Yes.
yeah. So if
Yeah.
those two just kind of play how they have, I do think they should have too much for Varel. Am I wrong, Chobra?
Man, I am worried. I agree with Slee though, because you saw it on the DRX match that they were just like, we're just gonna do what we did in Ascension. We're just gonna full send it. We're gonna go for trades. Some guy's gonna go in and bait and then teleport back, and we're just gonna go and out aim them. And it got them a map, right? And it's like, okay, so now they're probably thinking this can work, right? And the head coach TK9 was on the broadcast on the desk talking about kind of what happened in the beginning, and it was basically exactly as he said. He was like, well, we saw our weaknesses in the off season, so we tried to shore it up. Obviously, it didn't go very well, but our goal isn't to necessarily win in this tournament. We just want as much experience. But now you're already in the lower bracket, so to get more experience, you gotta win at least one more match. So they might just say, boys, do your thing. We'll figure it out for the next match, and we'll send it. Yeah. And if that happens, I would be a little bit worried for Gen.G.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that wraps it up for VCT Pacific. There will be some good games, hopefully, like PaperX T1. There will be some shocking games, like Zeta Division Team Secret. But thank you, Chobra. Thank you, Achilleos. Hope you survive that cast, Achilleos. Do not die. Chobra, hope you survive. Whatever you'll be doing.
I'll be
instead of
out
watching
here
Zeta.
enjoying a meat shake.
Yeah, he'll be.
No big
You've got
deal.
12 days of just living it up.
Hey, sorry.
Meat
Pause.
shake.
Clarify what?
Just as I go out, just think about what you would rather have. Would you rather have a pickled fish sandwich or a Philly cheesesteak milkshake? I think the answer is obvious, and I'll be having a mukbang of it probably on Thursday.
Okay.
It'll be
That's
a beautiful
disgusting.
day.
But,
you're looking-
okay, so I understood the words you said, but I didn't
Why?
get the what the fuck are you talking about?
Send them away. Kurt. Send them away.
What the fuck is he talking about?
We are here. We're gonna get these.
Send them away. Send them away.
outta here.
We're moving on to the EMEA.
Chat, am I alone? Like, what the fuck is this?
Beth. Shush. Shush.
I'm not in charge of the button. You can, like,
Shush. Shush. Shush now.
Oh, there we
Shush
go.
now, Seth. Oh. Okay.
Sorry?
Why do you get a normal photo of you on your preview?
Because I have normal photos of me.
Oh, we
you
have
don't,
normal
you don't have
photos.
a single weird photo of you.
Sorry,
No?
what? Yeah.
You don't
What?
have a weird photo.
Yes, many. No,
That's-
maybe I'm like, what's his name in How I Met Your Mother that he cannot get a bad picture. You guys never
You
seen?
just you just
I know you. I know
How I Met Your Mother.
You're asking three people.
I know.
who-
I have seen it. I just so bad
Wow.
with names. I wouldn't be able to tell you.
That surprises me, Sliggy, honestly.
Yeah, thank you. Well, Neil Patrick Harris has this thing where he never
Mm.
appears bad in pictures, and it doesn't
saying
matter if you
that's you?
surprise him. He always looks like snatched. You know. Anyway, hey guys.
This has
I'm
been a
missing-
chaotic couple minutes of the podcast. I'm going to take back control and we're going to talk about EMEA.
Oh, hold up. Where's Mini, man? What's behind you?
I mean, yeah. Mini, how much is the ransom this time?
He's muted as well.
And you're muted. They cut off your mic. They won't let you.
In prison, you're only allowed 5 seconds to speak.
You're fine.
Yeah,
Don't mess with
it's
your
a
feelings. I had to mute it
60
back.
second call for Mini.
Yeah, this is how he's used his 60-second.
So I'll be honest with you. This looks like this is like Berlin bougie to me. Like this is Berlin bougie.
Oh,
Like
boy.
it's like open exposure concrete architecture. I can't help that like it also looks like I'm in a North Korean prison. But like that is just like that's like the vibe. Like my room looks in context. The room looks much nicer.
Wait, this
if
is
you got
your
to
room?
see- No, this is a hotel room.
Okay, good.
Good.
It looks nice if I.
This is-
I'm not gonna shift the camera around, but it is a nice room. I'm gonna,
So you
just
picked the
defend.
worst corner, is what you're telling
Yeah.
us?
I picked a bad corner, but it's got a nice comfy chair here, so I'm gonna sit on a nice comfy chair.
I think
Yeah.
it goes
Yeah,
with
it's
the
valid.
color
It's
palette.
valid.
I think it's not terrible. Like you're in, yeah.
Grey and boring.
Yes.
Look at it.
Suits you.
You got the Breaking Bad. You got the Breaking Bad Mexico effect going on. There's something.
Where's that supposed to be going?
Well, it's like the opposite, really. You got the bright Spanish sunlight, and I've got the fucking grey, dim fucking.
So I
I'm not
think
gonna
we're
be
both on
blatantly
theme.
racist about it if that's what you're trying to do.
I never
but-
said anything like that. You said that. I
going
never
on?
said anything.
Okay, we
Go on,
ended
Timmy,
Pacific.
take over.
It's a good reference. I'm not gonna lie. That is a solid reference.
Right. Let's talk about EMEA, shall we? Shall we try and bring it back to normality, if possible? Oh God. I mean, there you go. Honestly,
Oh, he nailed it.
he
Fair play.
nailed
Oh,
it.
come on!
He actually
You
nailed
guys
it.
just thought I was doing that.
Anything
You know? I'm
else?
not
No,
that
I
guy.
did genuinely know what you were talking about, but
I thought you'd just been
That's
racist
such a
again,
lie.
Mini.
no. I've watched Breaking Bad. I'm aware.
referencing architecture. I'm referencing fucking cinematography. I'm out here on levels right now, and you guys are just making me out to be some dumb idiot.
Okay. Well, I mean, let's keep that kind of level of fire up. I think this one might be pretty easy to do that.
Oh.
I'm gonna throw it to you, Mini, and you want to pop off about Karmine Corp?
No, not really.
Oh. Anyone else? Anyone else?
I
wanna
got
talk
myself
about
in
Karmine
shit popping off on Karmine Corp before, honestly. Like I don't think they appreciated some of the comments I've made in the past, so I'm gonna keep
Mate,
quiet.
that's
and let the
your
rest of the,
actual job these days.
I mean, I do it enough on the broadcast. That's just it's like beating a dead horse at this point, you know. Like, what's the point? They're in the lower bracket. They didn't do well. Like Okay, so I'll be honest. Like, I thought what was worrying to me was in the game against Team Liquid on the third map, they were winning clutch after clutch.
Yeah.
1v1s, 1v2s, 1v3s.
Sugetsu.
First half was like a 9-3 or something ridiculous with all those clutches, and they couldn't close it out against Team Liquid. So, like, to me, on paper, their team looks really good individually. I had them really high in my power ranking when I was like ranking EMEA. I thought this team on paper was looking sick, and then they just kind of did a KC on me a little bit. So, like, I'm a little bit like I don't really know what to say. Like,
Yeah, it doesn't look great. And like normally the stuff we kind of praise them for isn't really there. I wonder if like so many of the actual fundamentals are going wrong that they just can't focus on like the little stuff that they used to focus on, like ult combos. And it is literally just individuals just winning them stuff. And when I say individuals, it's kind of just Sugetsu, really, as well.
yeah.
And then there's just so much questionable stuff like pausing at 7-1. Like that's
Yeah.
that feels a little-
Anglov's he's the only coach I know who consistently pauses when they're winning, which is historically like a bad thing to do. But you know, he kind of
Weirdly
Well, if
enough,
you
though,
say
for
he's the
this
only one who
game,
does it and it doesn't work, then
Um,
historically is going to be bad.
but weirdly enough, for this game, like you said, they were just winning clutches. Like
So it
it
kinda
made
makes
some
sense,
sense
sure.
because like the rounds actually weren't going that well, and then they would just win a clutch. So I did understand that a little bit, but then it didn't get better.
I would never mess with the magic. I would just
Okay.
I would wait until I lose a round and then
You're not
then I would
interrupted.
call it.
Whatever,
Yeah,
whatever's
yeah.
happening,
Someone-
it's putting
someone's
numbers
going right,
on
man.
your
Someone's
score,
going
so just
right.
let it happen.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, can you just play round 12 of Breeze? Because I mean, the observing of this round alone deserves a medal. I cannot believe, normally when an exec is coming in, like, you might, particularly when a Phoenix ult, the Phoenix ult in this round as well, I was just like, the observing is so good that it caught this team flash of everyone from KC here. I mean, this round, so it's round 12.
Is
They
it- is
actually
this
go
the
to A,
shock
farm
dart
an
round?
ult orb. Yes, this is a shock dart round as
Mm.
well. So I mean, this is a very funny exec. So they go to A to pick up an ult orb. So Phoenix has 2 ult orbs off. They go to A, they get that ult orb. They then come back to B, as you're seeing now, to come and farm this ult orb as well. Obviously, this takes them some time to go and get there, so the time starts running a bit low. They're playing against the Sova ult as well. And let's just say from probably this point in the round, quite a few things go wrong, because they send in that Yoru TP. They shock dart nothing. There is nothing there to shock dart in the other comp. They pick up the ult orb and the snakebite. 5 of them get revealed by a dart, I think. They then obviously are getting silver ulted now. They run in, Phoenix on his own. He dies. They now are panicking, and now they're all going to enter in together and flash the whole team as they run in and die.
Yeah, it's not great.
Is this
Yeah.
an eco they're forcing?
They're-
No, well, this is
they're
round
low
12,
buying,
so they're
low
just
buying.
buying whatever they can.
Yeah.
But the Phoenix had only a sheriff.
Yeah, they gave Phoenix.
Yeah.
Well, they did have one gun, yeah, and didn't give it to the
Yeah.
Phoenix who ulted. And their whole
He
plan was
wasn't
to get
being
Phoenix
very
ult.
successful in most of the plans that I saw, or like the ideas. I think that I also throughout this week, like I saw them playing on Split. I saw them playing like everywhere that they played, and there was some micro that I was like, why are we doing this? This is not good. There's no way that you've thought of this. Like when they did that they hold right after spawn in Split. This is yeah.
Oh,
Don't
God.
say.
Um,
People, you know.
I mean, Levin, I think, was also a talking point because, like, when he did play the Jet, I believe, was it this
Mhm.
game?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah,
play
he
Jet.
played
And he
Jet
actually
Abyss.
it's just the same talking point as last year. When he's on Jet, he looks comfortable. When
thing.
he's not, he doesn't look comfortable. Which is ironic in a team with Eng, who wants to play probably slightly weird stuff sometimes, that your Duelist probably isn't capable. It's like the vision doesn't match up. And to me, it's like if I just see him on the Jet now, I'm going to be more happy, I think, at this point.
For sure. I agree with that because as well, because it's like you need at the moment we're kind of praising teams that are doing double duelists, and even though I said that you can run kind of any double duelist at the moment, one's normally a space creator and the other's a Yoru. So the space creator can't really be the Phoenix in the Breeze comp. It doesn't massively make sense. So like you can't make too much space. So I would rather just, I agree, especially with the map pool like Breeze, Abyss, just force him on the Jet. Like if that's what you need
have
on other
so
maps,
many
you can
like
just double
good
duelist them.
excuses to put him on Jet, to give him the confidence. It worked for BBL last year. Like they needed it for a while. I also think that Casey did not have a good year last year. It's not looking good this one as well. But if we think of the only time that they were doing well, which was Kickoff 2 years ago, it was in a meta where people started or had started to like implement Yoru almost everywhere, and they had Martine. So it's like, whoa, you already have a great thing to start with. They also had Narrate, who was absolutely fucking amazing on that scans and on the Gecko that nobody was freaking playing. So everything was aligned for them. But now they're in a situation, as you're saying that you need this and this, but you have a duelist that is not really comfortable with this. You're having ideas that maybe some other people are not having or not executing, but you don't even, you yourself do not have the pieces to make it work.
And the other thing about that is actually like that clip we showed, something I noticed was like I feel like teams are not doing very well against Gravity Wells right now. Like Athxna is getting a lot of value, unsurprisingly, as a Athxna lover, but it's like anytime a Gravity Well comes down, the second cycle of the exec, or the second, I don't know how to describe it, like the second phase of the exec seems very wishy-washy for teams right now. And if you don't have that strong entry character, a lot of teams have no idea almost to how to do that second phase. And this isn't specific to KC, I just noticed in that clip. I think a lot of teams are like really struggling how to deal with first phase versus second phase exec against Athxna specifically right now.
Yeah, I mean, it happens a lot with people playing Waylay. Like the solo Waylay, that's like the biggest thing
yeah.
at the moment. Where you have your first wave, he goes back, and then it's like no one can really kind of scale out. And for your second wave, where you don't have the util. And I will say this team, when I watch them with solo Waylay, it doesn't look great. I feel like there's only 2 teams that I feel comfy with solo Waylay in the world at the moment. So that's
You need a really good
Thieves,
Waylay to make it
NRG.
work.
Yeah. You have to like understand when he can and can't go in on.
Yeah.
And just the backup, like the second wave someone needs to be fearless.
Yeah. Look, I mean, it's a depressing start to talk about KC. Let's move on to their opponents who, I mean, weirdly enough, as down as we are on KC, I mean, Team Liquid's first map, yeah, I was panicking for Team Liquid when they lost 13-2 in this first map. But Sliggy, I'm always coming to you first with Team Liquid. They then kind of got it together. They then kind of realized and went, wait a minute. I mean, to be fair, they didn't do great in those clutch situations on Breeze either necessarily in the first half. But they eventually kind of, recalibrated, got themselves together, realized we're a better team than KC right now, beat them. But then they played against FNATIC, who we'll come to in a little bit, and weren't quite at the level of FNATIC. So where are you right now on Team Liquid?
I'm honestly okay with it. I think the K Corp. So I mean, I hate their Abyss comp. It's like the first time I kind of disagreed with the coaches in their take of the Abyss comp. I think there's a couple of teams that are doing this in EMEA at the moment where like their Abyss comp doesn't excel at anything. I either want you to be able to create pressure over towards middle with like double controller, or I want you to be good at spamming a site. In theory, I guess this comp is meant to be good at spamming B, but it didn't really feel like
I felt
it
like
at all.
playing just swap the breach for a Sova, and I don't mind the comp.
But even then, what does it excel at? Because
You slam X
side
on
hits.
sides. Yeah.
yeah, the site XX, sure.
I think the thing about middle, I think we need to chat about, because I feel like every episode I kind of know what you mean about middle, but then I'm like, I don't think you need to actually full control middle. I think attack is generally prioritized on middle anyway, so it's like you don't need to like put heavy pressure, if that makes sense.
You need to prove that you can take deep middle, in my opinion. Like, or at least, so in my mind, you have to prove you can take deep middle once, and then you can kind of like fake Yoru TP it, or just do the pressure with smokes and a recon to clear it, and then you can just hit sides. So while they're dealing with the pressure middle, the sides are weaker. But I feel like there's only like, the map's so shit that there's only two ways of playing it, where you're either spamming the site, or you're just creating pressure mid and then hitting a site, because you can't really split unless it's like a set round where with pretty much ults. So you're limited to two things. But I felt like these comps aren't good at doing either of the things. Like, whereas you have like the Jet comp that can at least spam the sides, I feel fine with it. Or like you have the Yoru double controller, which is good at creating mid pressure that sides become weaker. So I hate the Liquid comp. But other than that, I feel okay. I think it's going to take them a bit of time, but that's kind of where I was already.
This game was actually the other game where I thought the Gravity Well was the exact same thing. Like you said, like they were trying to do hard XX with that breach and Waylay, but it didn't feel like it wasn't quite as nice as maybe 100 Thieves kind of style. And then they just put Saigetsu just Gravity Well. The way they go behind, and they're just stuck behind a Gravity Well. There's three people flooding the site, and they're just like, well, what do we do now? We've used breach, stun, flash, Teos, salvos, like Waylay dash. Like we've got nothing to re-hit now.
Yeah.
It was kind of rough. Let's move on to their FNATIC game though. Was the FNATIC game just like FNATIC are just a better team than you now, Kaquka? Like, is that just where we were with this game for Liquid's POV of it?
No.
Or was this a bit of a worry?
No, for the side of FNATIC or for the side of Liquid?
For Liquid.
I mean, I think that Wayne had a couple bad like starts. For the side of Liquid, I think that they're still finding themselves. They just put Purple on the initiator and whatnot. I would like to think that it's FNATIC just getting stronger and Liquid just facing this one, like still finding their identity. I don't want to read more into that. This kickoff has been so complicated to get to conclusions about the teams. Like, yeah, FNATIC are doing better. Do I think this is going to last in the long run? Like, I think of FNATIC and I think of like Alpha being so pissed that they almost lost against Foot, and he was completely okay, but like saying it like we should not have been like this. So it's good that they bounce back. For the side of Liquid, doesn't worry me, but because I think that they're on the kind of expectations that I had for them.
Okay.
Yeah, I think because we just think they're gonna be. I mean, for me at least, especially getting Wayne in, it's going to take time for the team. But I think my main worry, my main concern is you got two pretty bad maps at the moment. Corrode, I think they've like historically won 1 out of 6, and they've never been good at Corrode, even though they picked it against DRX for some reason in champs. And then their Abyss, their comp, I don't think there'll be anyone apart from maybe Foot. Foot had a pretty bad comp on Abyss as well. So you got two maps where I'm pretty sure you lose to everyone in EMEA. That's not good. Yeah, that's 3 picks.
Yeah, historically Abyss was a map they were good at, and then Split was a map they're good at. I still think that Split's going to be fine. It's just FNATIC are just better, I think. I think reality-wise, Team Liquid are just a team. I keep saying it. It's like their team is not expected to be as good as last year. And I know going into last year, I probably wasn't high on them, but then Kiko turned out to be Kiko. Reality-wise, it's just a different roster. I don't have as high expectations. I think that Purple was a shining light in those couple of games. Like Purple was probably playing the best I've seen him play in officials, really. Like I think he was doing really well. So that's at least a positive. The other thing that I was noting is like, okay, I'll be honest. Like I come into this straight after a story meet, so I've already talked about this for like 3 or 4 hours, like for broadcast reasons. So like one of the things that I was like highlighting was that maybe like this idea that like Nats last year had both PCIFIC and Trex, who I think are very strong vocal players, and I think in this team he's going to have less of that. And so far we haven't seen a single Nats vintage performance yet. And I'm wondering if there is a correlation between the fact that he's having to do more IGLing and more like thinking about the game and unable to just sit back and do natsing. That's something I'm going to keep my kind of track of over the next like games.
That's interesting. I was talking to my stream about something similar because I was like, I would, for some of these maps, I think a fast fix would actually be putting nats on chamber, but then it's like creates that whole extra issue of IGL is there another voice, and I was like, in my head with Paddy Tech it would probably work. I know that he can control the group, he can kind of shot call and stuff like that, but with this team I don't know enough for like the ins if he could actually lean on like a chamber, because they could play chamber and he could be chamber, but it just creates so much issues.
The only other thing with
IGL-wise.
chamber is then they have 3 duelist players, and chamber with 2 duelists is kind of like a little bit like all in.
But do you not think the camo and at least Purple from this last game kind of look like they're...
No, of course, yeah. It's just funny that they would. An easy
Have
criticism
him-
would then be they gone to a chamber, they got fucking 3 duelists. Like it's just like kind of funny, you know what I mean?
Let's
Like,
play rank comp. Just do it. Write it down. Who cares? Okay, we briefly talked on them there. Let's talk about FNATIC. And I actually want to focus on that FUT game because fucking hell. It was so there. It was so there for FUT to win this game. I was losing my mind.
can I
at
ask
some
you
moments.
your honest opinion on like this game? Like, do you think this was
Oh, I didn't think FNATIC were good.
FNATIC? Okay.
I didn't
Okay,
think FNATIC
at
were good.
some point, did you at some point think FNATIC do not deserve to win this?
I mean, deserve is always
When?
a strange word because
mean,
well,
When did
I
that
was
feeling
losing my mind
begin?
on Split. I
When
was
did
losing
that
my mind-
feeling begin?
Well, obviously the first
Corrode.
map was just Corrode. When they started coming back on Corode,
Corode.
it was like, oh shit, it's happening. Because this to me was like reminiscent of like Wolves being Gen.G at Toronto, and I was like, it's happening again. My team was fucking dog shit, and now they're rising up in a great comeback, and they've done it. And FNATIC, I mean, they played against Liquid. We'll talk about that in a second. Kind of their Corode attack side wasn't nearly as bad as it was against FUT, I think, but. On Split, there was some of these defensive rounds where FNATIC go on that run there in the first half where they just kept winning those rounds. That was when I was losing my mind because it felt like FUT were like trying to do what BBL did against FNATIC in terms of like some of the aggression and some of that like midway through the round, but they just weren't like coordinating it well or like timing it well. They ended up just running into FNATIC, dying. And then losing the round, and I was like, guys, come on, this team playing like this, you can beat them. You just got to believe you can beat them. They're having a fucking shocker.
They were
then,
they were having a shocker.
But then it didn't happen.
I mean,
They-
I think you got to credit FUT's resilience to some degree. Like,
Yeah,
it could
no,
Yeah,
easily
yeah.
have been
They easily could have lied down in Corode.
yeah, it could have been a
They just got
2-0, and we
battered.
could be sat here talking about FUT and not even questioning whether they were like even good or not in
Yeah.
this game. So like, I do think some credit has to go towards like, you know, bouncing back on Corode and then Split being like awfully close.
Yeah.
I just think it is one of those things where FNATIC weren't playing very well, and
Yeah.
they couldn't quite just get over the line against a team that wasn't playing to their usual standards.
Dude,
Yeah.
I was losing my mind watching the Corrode. Like, cause it carried on.
Corrode attack side was bad.
Foot was mad because they, and like again, respect to them for doing this because they went aggro on the fence all the time. All the time they were pushing on the sides. Something would happen, they would push on the sides, and they were getting so much success. And they had like pushes on the sides, got like 6 rounds in a row where they killed someone and got success from it. And I was like, FNATIC are going to go for a 1-3-1, and they're just going to do stuff with the 3 and then wait for a reaction. And they still just grouped up. And then I'm just watching like Mr. Fallen or someone push from the sides. And I'm like, I can't believe they're still doing it. Like, they're just doing it until they get punished, and they never got punished. Shout out to FNATIC. Obviously, they actually watched the demo, and I think they fixed a lot of stuff. Main thing that they did from this whole game was actually started going a lot faster. They've added in fast rounds, which is honestly something that maybe we've been asking for the whole year, like last year as well.
Don't you think it's a bit worrying though that FNATIC picked this map against FUT and then had to fix stuff, and then it became their pick map in the next? Like, doesn't that signal like some weird map pool stuff? If like,
Oh yeah, you
you're
normally leave
like
it for
you
a
could
trap
clearly
play.
see that maybe there was some stuff being fixed, but it's like you're fixing stuff on the map you're picking. Like,
Yeah. Normally you want that to be like your trap play where people pick it again and you're just like, don't worry, we fixed this and we've got these other good maps to fall back on.
I honestly couldn't believe FUT picked the tech side on Corode as well. Because FNATIC's defense on Corode, like historically, I feel like has been very solid. And if they have struggled, it has been on their attack. But when they picked attack and it went shit, I was like, it's over. Everything's over.
Yeah,
It's doomed.
It
But
felt
then
over.
they managed to come back. But yeah, let's talk about the FNATIC Liquid game, which you're talking about. Like it to me, that's very reminiscent of T1. You played a shocking game, but managed to win. So you know you got, what do you call it, Sliggy? The little buff or whatever that you get from playing shit but winning.
You trying to do the theory?
I don't know what it's called. I'm
Sliggy
asking you
theory.
what it's called. What do you call it? You have a name for it. When someone wins, but they're shit, and it's like, oh well, it's a
free
free
lesson.
win.
Free lesson. That's it.
Free lesson. Thank you. That's
Yeah.
what I was looking for.
Sorry,
This was a
dude.
free lesson game.
I
for
thought
FNATIC.
you were trying to get me to say spank theory.
Oh no, no, it wasn't spank
With
theory.
his key
No,
loose
spank
and then you're
theory is
burying.
when well, if Casey or Foot turn into a monster, that's spank theory. But yeah, FNATIC,
mean,
they got the free lesson and they took that
I
lesson.
think that they did do some better stuff. I'll be honest, I didn't like go back and watch like the two VODs side by side and kind of dissect it. But FNATIC were winning a lot on individuals. I think the main difference between FNATIC in those two games was not necessarily Boaster going away and fixing everything. I'm sure he did go away and do the work, but like it just felt like there were so many disadvantaged rounds that FNATIC won. Like the first 6 rounds or so, I think we're talking about it today, was like FNATIC should have lost a lot of those early rounds, and just Alpha was just like winning 2v4s and shit. So like whilst there was probably an improvement, I think the biggest uptick was just the fact they looked like they were shooting their gun. With you.
Interesting. My main takeaway was like, holy shit, they're going fast now. Like they can actually throw in some fast rounds, whether it's set strats or even just like 50-second explodes without perfect map info. And that for me is a good sign, because I think you can
Maybe
do that more.
they put the free lesson to good use, you know? Like now they already know exactly how much time they're investing and if they're actually being efficient with what they're doing and what they're not. And if, you know, they're able to make those quick changes against Liquid, I think it's a good sign for FNATIC, no?
It gave me so much more confidence, for sure. Like I actually kind of believe now, to be honest, that they can maybe not get the second place, but maybe just like scrape a third with where they're at. Because I think some of the other teams in EMEA are like a little bit stronger. But if they keep getting better and they keep learning like this, then yeah, I'm pretty on board with it, to be honest. I think they look good.
Yeah, there's definitely some hope here. Where before, I mean, if they would have lost that game to Foot, it would have been panic mode. It would have been. I mean, at least they're having fun there as well. They were not having fun against Foot for when the comeback started. Let's move on though. Let's talk about a fucking banging team. I think one of my favorite teams across the entire world right now. That's Gentlemates. I'm loving what I'm seeing from Gentlemates. Kaquka, this was a game that we said was match of the week. We said it was, you know, going into it like, oh, this looks really close. Both
We
teams
put
look
it as
really
match
good.
of the week. Yes, Mini. You said.
Yes,
you
I
said
did say
you
it's match of the
voted
week.
for Mates. Yes,
Well,
Mini. It doesn't matter, Mini, because
it doesn't matter what you say, Mini.
To talk about you, Mini. We're here to talk about the other Mini, which is always the better Mini, and you're gonna keep hearing this until the fucking last day of your
I mean,
life.
you're getting angry with me, but you all predicted NAVI too. So,
Yeah, I was gonna say,
I don't really know why you're getting angry with me.
Yeah.
I said it's there. I'm not angry.
Kaquka, let's talk
Anyway.
about Mates then. I mean, you mentioned it, Mini, but
Mini
talk to me about
absolutely amazing. Do you know what I was saying about the KC? Although you didn't have the pieces, you didn't have the this, they have quite the opposite. You need to be extra aggressive. You have a double duelist duo that already loved each other before they even got here into DCT. You have Mini that was already in the top last year. Now he doesn't need to IGL. You have Stark, so he's hungry as he's spamming for just getting back into the top, and everything just works. They shoot, they go fast, they have fun ideas, and you absolutely have to fucking love them.
Yeah.
that's
I
fair.
can get about it. I think at the moment they have if I was gonna say who has the best meta read in the world at the moment, I would say them personally from the maps that I've seen. They're like the teams where I look at everything and I'm like, well, this makes the most sense. And then you got the individuals to back it up. I think Yoru Macro, one of the best, if not the best team at the moment, to be honest, from at least a defensive POV. Mini can maybe back that up or disagree with, because he's
I
probably a
haven't
macro
like
guy.
fully like looked. You know what I mean? I haven't done my for Mates yet, but like when I watch in the glimpses, I'm like, okay, this looks good. This looks kind of nice, you know.
Yeah, everything like makes sense. They're Brim believers. They got the best Abyss comp at the moment that people should be stealing, in my opinion. Mini is just incredible. I mean, this is one of like his, not this guy, but the other guy. Like the aim on this clip is one of the most insane things ever. Like it actually is one of the sickest clips ever.
I was killing them like before. It was like pre-fire.
It looks like
Dude,
a
I would
trick
love to see their POVs because I guarantee he's not on their screen like at all for like all three. So yeah, they're just they're great to watch at the moment, and I'm super happy for like the individuals, especially like Stoxo's getting another try here. You got Mini, who obviously just had last year, so it's cool that he gets to actually be on a team that's having success. Like a big one is just Martine, just showing us
Bro.
2024 Martin, man, and it all makes sense. And he's
I-
got good
I-
macro to back up his aim. Like, it's awesome.
I think that my team is so underrated coming into this year. Like, he had one bad split in 2 years. He had an average stage 2 last year. You look at his stats stage 1 in kickoff. I feel like he was popping. I don't really understand how, in my opinion, it's still a Euro meta. He's one of the best Euro players in EMEA. What the hell happened for Casey to lose him? To be honest with you, 'cause
Yeah.
he's fucking good. I had him as my 3rd best Duelist in EMEA coming into the season. Like, that's how high I was on him.
Even with 2025, yeah.
2025, he was bad for like 2 months.
No, I agree. He had,
Like,
he has a
bad,
bad
for
stage.
him was like 180 ACS, 200 ACS
Sure.
or something.
I
It
mean, yeah,
wasn't
that's
bad.
good.
Like, I think it really was like recency bias that like kind of cast his like expectations down. And so like the start of Mates, I was a bit like watching him being a bit like, okay, he's not quite there yet, but he's doing kind of nice macro stuff. And games like this, I'm just like, okay, he's back. This is kind of sick.
And this team is just crazy. I mean, we can quickly talk about NAVI, who had been, you know, on our radar very high going into this game. How much of a dampener does this put on your NAVI stock? So is there a worry now from NAVI, Mini?
I mean, that Abyss comp, like I keep praising Navi for like simplifying everything and just doing the obvious kind of good stuff. And then they go to fucking Abyss with Raise Sky. And I'm like, okay, Angel's not in the server, but he's still doing this thing. Like, in what world does this comp, like, say you're talking about bad Abyss comps, I think this is the worst one I've seen. Like, by far. I don't think it's even close. Like,
Yeah.
you need a Sova on this map,
Pretty rough.
probably. And if your Sova's being replaced by a Sky, then, like, they were using Sky, they were trying to actually do the theory, like they were, like this is how KC sometimes operated, where I think they sometimes didn't do the obvious compositional choice, but would then counteract that by working really hard on the micro to try and do the things they were missing would do. So for instance, they don't have a Sova drone. So instead what they do is they use Sky flashes with the Teo drone as like a Sova drone, and you'll see Sociable sometimes just missing the flash, which is another point. But the other thing is just like, it's just, why just do a Sova
play
drone?
a
It's not that
Sova,
kind of,
yeah.
you know what I mean? And then Filo on Raze on Abyss, like I know Raze can sometimes be like gimmick value on some maps like Pro, where like you're denying plants and stuff, but I don't see the value here like at all. Like
Yeah.
in my head, it's like, does Paper Rex run Raze on this map? No. Well, then don't do it. Like
Don't,
there's a
yeah.
reason why Jing's not doing it. So
Yeah,
you
it's
should do it.
It's a good role. Yeah. I was waiting the whole time. The chat was like, "What's the theory of the Rays here?" And I'm like, I got no idea, man. I'm hoping that we see it. We didn't see it, so I couldn't really.
He
tell
was
you.
like, he was playing B and then like trying to like nade the bottom of the ramp and stuff, and then he'd use the boombot early round to clear ramp, but it was like, that's not really as good as being able to fly into a site and escape with an operator or whatever. So yeah, to me this was a huge miss.
They pushed the limits.
Yeah, they pushed the limits in the ways that
Not too
I've been praising them for avoiding for a while. So the other thing is like they then took that into bind, and it felt like they kind of just, I don't know, it felt like when I was watching they were collapsing it just a little bit. And so maybe there's something there about Angel not being in the server as a leader anymore. Like there is a question I think on Shao as a leader in the game when like it's like matches like this are a bit tougher. Like it's only one game. But what does the team look like when they're going to be pushed? Because some of their earlier opponents weren't as difficult as this, you know? Like, they did have games, like, I would say, like, this is by far the hardest opponent they've had to play so far. So I guess a question mark for me is, like, how does that leadership look? And how do the vibes look when they're kind of being challenged a little bit?
Yeah.
That makes sense. Let's swing back positive, shall we? And talk about the other team that's playing them in the upper final. I mean, two big shocks in Mates and BBL. Who, of course, their players have essentially come from Tier 2, and they were very confident in saying that we are the best players, and they are on their road to proving that that was actually true the whole time, because BBL beat down Vitality, and I actually made a video about their, talking about Abyss a lot on this podcast today, but their Abyss attack side was one of the most, some of the most bizarre things I've ever seen. If you could play round 3 of this Abyss attack side, but I mean, if you wanted the full breakdown, go and watch the TMV video. But just in short, basically, they just kept saying it was like watching their strat seemed to be, we're not gonna try and take the site. Our strat is we're gonna send LaRock in and we're gonna set him up so that he can take a 1v1, like just a straight 1v1, and it worked sometimes and it didn't work other times. And this is one of the rounds where it works and he manages to win this 1v1, but they constantly were doing this drone, fake Yoru TP, Yoru clone. He then dashes in. No one else goes with him, and he takes a 1v1. This time he wins it. And then, but then, like, the rest of the strat was just like, it's not like, oh, then go and take the site. Because then in this round, they
were going back.
They
and
leave
forth,
him.
weren't they?
He sits on site for a minute in this round. He just sits there the whole time. And obviously, I'm guessing they were expecting Vitality will at some point come and, try and reclear the site maybe, or, see if he's still there, whatever. Maybe they thought he recalled. But, like, the map he sits then on B site for a whole minute. These rounds don't exist in the game. Vitality eventually end up pushing mid. Eventually, they realize, like, hold on a second. A full minute has passed and you're still on B and no one is there with you. Maybe we should just go B rather than trying to go A. And they were just running these kind of strange rounds with a lot of fakes. They were winning a lot of, like, 4v5s. It was a very strange game plan from BBL. And Vitality were fucking confused. There's so many clips in this game of Vitality looking the wrong way. Or Vitality, like, don't know exactly what their response should be to whatever BBL have done. And then they started doing this, but then faking it. And then they eventually started sending LaRock on his own on A. It was a strange game plan, but it worked very, very well. And Lovers Rock is playing Yoru, but he's just buying scopes. He's just buying scopes. He's not like, because you look at this game, it's like you're playing double duelist. You're not playing double duelist. You're playing a guy with a scope, and you're playing one guy. Your other duelist is just being left on site alone for the whole round.
That's a little bit like what they used to do at Comeback as well. He would just play perma scope. They're like they're pretty much the best team at it. Like, this is literally Lovers Rock here had a comeback performance in terms of what he used to do in this team when they were in Ascension. Like, he would just do this. He would just get all the martial kills and get all the op kills, and they've like duplicated him. Lovers Rock is just dude, he actually rarely misses. Like, he's really, really good with the op. I think a lot of teams could kind of lean into this a little bit as well. I think he's just great, and they just prioritize it. They just go, this is a big part of this guy's game. I'm not saying it's a full win condition, but dude, if you go to this game, go to all maps and go to performance, look at how many op kills he gets. Like, for considering it's only 2 maps, like, this is really up there. You don't really see this many in terms of, like, many teams. Like, he's go to op kills to go up a little bit. Yeah. Dude, look at that. 5-0, 7-0. Like, he's popping people with the op, man. He's having so much impact. And
He just wanted to show how he just humiliated Durkee on the.
Yeah,
the
just
seven.
That's true. The 7-0.
I think
see what you're
the fake thing about Abyss is really interesting because I don't think I did a great job of broadcasting this, but like the pistol round and first gun round on Attack Haven from BBL was also like, I kind of set it up as in like BBL have like one approach, right? They're really aggressive, and so like it's gonna be Vitality are gonna be the team who could either meet that aggression or they can kind of try and play mature around that aggression. And then BBL came into Haven with a game plan of like, no, we're gonna fake you. Like they kind of played off of that expectation of like, you're going to be scared of us because you think we're this Turkish young team that's going to run at you. And like, they're like almost, I hate to make it sound convoluted to the fact that like they just did a fake, but like, I think it really matters in this context that like, this is a team that's like known for having one mode. And then this entire game, they're just throwing these little fakes out. And then it meant that when they did their own style of just fucking running at you, Vitality were like all over the place. They're like, well, are you running us or not? And so even if it carried on to Abyss there, you could see that like Vitality are kind of confused completely. So I think the overall game plan of using fakes against Vitality was like probably the most like interesting actual game plan I've ever seen from a team, where it's like so broadly philosophically just like I could just explain that like that without even going into the rounds detailed. It was kind of like cool. Let's get some praise to BBL for that, I guess.
Yeah, their calling's good as well, man. Like some of the mid-rounding that Rose is doing, he looks very comfy.
I think that's the right approach that you got to take if you're going up against a team like Vitality. Like, are you saying these guys are not new? If you go into like a full execute, like they're going to have protocols to do this and to do that, showing your hand a little bit and then trying to force them to make a move, or like, for example, the thing that we just saw in Abyss. I kind of like it as a broad, like having the fact that they can switch into that mode should make them even more scary than they already are. Like, they've already taken down your favorite teams. They will most likely be representing EMEA. I mean, they have a couple chances to represent EMEA in Santiago. And with how the meta is going and how the teams are looking, they have a very good chance if this is the thing that they can do in their first 2 weeks in EMEA.
Yeah. So I've got an interesting question for you here. So a couple of years ago, we saw Team Heretics and KC make it in the first kickoff of that year. Gentlemates and BBL. If you were to predict one to become Team Heretics, who ended up obviously being very good throughout the entire year, and one to be KC, and maybe fall off a bit, who would you say is Team Heretics and who is KC?
It's a hard one.
Oops, sorry.
So you mean
Yeah.
I assume 2024, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Who's
yeah.
the equivalent?
Yeah, sorry.
I would maybe say Gentlemates would be the Heretics just because they're more experienced. That's like the only thing I have to go off of. Right, so they would
Because
get further.
I've started believing in this BBL team. Like after watching that game again, I was like, I think honestly it's an improvement over. I mean, him being trapped in North Korean
Prison, yeah.
prison. Yeah. But I'm starting to really think that this BBL team could be like Team Heretics, where they were all kind of a bunch of young players that no one had really much expectation for coming in.
I don't think so. I don't think that was I don't think that was the case, and I don't think
Yeah,
that's
but you're
also the case
Spanish.
for BBL.
Do you think that all the
What do you
Spanish
mean?
teams
I'm
are-
Spanish, so the projection of Wood and Brians, the Turkish players, are
Well,
what
just the
nobody
Spanish
knew
old.
about.
No, but when Heretics was starting in kickoff, no one was going, "Oh, this team's going to be the best team." in
No,
the
no, but
EMEA
what I
this
mean
year."
is like, I think that what you were saying is like the like these players coming in with expectations. I think the BBL's players had high expectations, maybe not the highest, as in like it's still like let's test it and how it's going to work. But I think that for Heretics the case was different. They were the first ones to make moves in the off season, and everybody wanted Wood and Rians.
Fair enough.
To me, the analogy is that KC that year were the team that kind of did more innovative, weird stuff.
Mhm.
And I don't think either of these teams are doing weird stuff.
Doing that. Mm.
So, like, to me, Gentlemates just play a very solid, good game. And then BBL are like, there's no analogy for this team. It's like they're Paper X, but like in EMEA.
Okay.
So,
Okay. Well, so fine. Ignore the fine. Reject
But
the question if you want, Vinny. That's fine.
If they were
This is
gonna drop off though, like I think the
That was more the question. Who do you think has
Gentlemates
got
are more
longer-term,
likely
better
to than
prospects?
BBL maybe. But then Gentlemates have the advantage of like potentially being ahead of meta if they're thinking in this way. The fact that they're running Astra so much, to me, is like it's not all the other things. It's like the fact they run Astra so much. It's like, oh, this team actually like isn't silly. Like,
Isn't silly, yeah.
yeah, like I'm not
Yeah,
gonna lie,
it's true,
Omen
it's
is
true.
so overrated and that's so overcooked to this point that I'm just like, what? Like, it's finally a team, and it's like a team with like 2 tier 2 coaches coming up. Like, it's kind of nice to see. So.
Mhm.
I think that over time you'd expect them to have they're more meta proof than BBL in a way because of that kind of level of thinking. BBL are playing their own game and it suits this meta very well. There's a chance that stuff gets nerfed and it looks not as good. I still think BBL are going to be good though. They used to play double initiator a lot before the double duelist stuff, so it's not like they can't do other styles either. But
Do you think BBL are too confident, kind of crumble a little bit at the bigger events?
bro, like their confidence, I think, is like mental. Like it's
Yeah.
like it's honestly like it makes me nervous the way they talk, but then they back it up every single time.
Yeah.
So it's like I think it just works for them. Like if I was coaching them, I'd be having heart attacks every 2 seconds. Like, you shouldn't be saying this. Like you're like absolutely fucking yourself. But then at the same time, they fucking just win every game and just destroy people.
Yep.
So who am I to tell them that they shouldn't be having that kind of ego and bravado or whatever?
Okay, let's talk about Vitality though quickly as well. Very quick question: knowing what you know now, will Vitality make it to Santiago?
Can we break down the game just a little bit before we do that?
Oh,
like,
go on. You can.
It's like
break it down from
I feel like
Vitality.
that's like I'd love to just talk just quickly about like that Haven to me. I don't know if Stig, if you caught some of this on the watch, but like BPL played 1 on A on defense Haven the entire game. And Vitality are playing a Viper, which is all about conditioning A
pressure.
control.
Yeah.
Didn't end A once, so that was a problem. And then Abyss was the map they picked. And I'll be honest, I wasn't very impressed with like the defense. And then Berka looking completely uncomfortable in Waylay. So to me, it's like I'm worried from the things that I would usually praise Vitality about their coaching staff, the kind of structure and things. There were some little bits of doubt there from this series. I don't know if that's enough to like warrant them not going to Santiago, but I'm more worried against like when I watch the Americas right now. I'm unfortunately a little bit like, oh crap, they're a lot better than us right now.
Yeah, I could see it. This was the first time where I felt like Unfake looked a little out of his depth as well, especially on Haven. Like I don't think he's played much Killjoy.
No, yeah.
That didn't look comfy. I didn't mind their Abyss too much. I just thought it was Durka having a bit of a stinker, and they lost double pistol, I think.
They started defense on Abyss with 3 middle every round, and then just
Yeah.
got run over B. And I was like, well, I was a bit confused. It looked like a very deliberate setup, but and very like well thought out. But at the same time, I was like, it just doesn't seem to be working. Like it doesn't fit. Like if BBR rush B, which is probably what a team like BBR are gonna do, they just looked like they couldn't handle that without Yampi going nuclear.
Yeah.
But those are the kind of the details that are like important at Santiago, not necessarily getting to Santiago, maybe. So I'd still expect them to get there, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
Okay.
they probably. I mean, I would have them third at the moment from what I've seen from the others. Like from what I'm seeing, I'm pretty confident BBO and Gentlemates make it. It's just who can steal the third, and it looks maybe like between FNATIC and Vitality is where I'd have it.
Okay. Well, that's. I mean, Vitality lost. Their next game is against Giants. We'll talk about that in a second. But let's talk about Giants, shall we? Because they had a nice little time here. Beat Pacific. Probably were expected to do that. Not too much of a shock in that one. Although actually that game, wasn't all
It was
one-sided.
winnable.
It was actually pretty winnable for Pacific, to be honest. But then they came and played against Team Heretics, and I would guess most people might have thought that Team Heretics might beat them, but it was a close one. It was interesting. But then they lost 2-0. Well, Giants won 2-0 and looked like the better team. So let's start on the Giants side of this, Kaquka. Obviously, Giants went to champs. I think they basically are performing about what we expected. Am I right in thinking that? Like, maybe not the very top of EMEA, but still solid and still pretty good.
And still could make it, and still could I think that is fair, because it's always like, it doesn't matter that, as you say, that we see this team making it to global events. I think that for everybody, they usually stay more middle of the table with some like exceptions here and there. On the first match, they lost a lot of advantages. They did a lot of stupid things. 7 is disgustingly good. For Pacific, the same conversation with CNET with we have about 11 should be had, and many things. Because when they finished, what I'm saying about the advantages and whatnot, although there were things that we disagreed on, Pipson went into my chat after, and he was saying, "Oh, we threw so many advantages," and then for the game against Heretics, I think they threw like none. They were like super on point. Like, is the one thing, the moment that they spot one mistake, and this is something that has happened in GIANTX for now a very long time under Pipson, is that if I see one mistake, it doesn't matter if everything else goes wrong, like one major mistake, it doesn't matter if everything goes wrong, and the next time that we play, we're fixing that one thing. And they did. And also Heretics, que me lleven presa. O sea, call the police, get me in prison.
Is Sergio now streamer for Heretics?
Yes.
I feel so sorry for this guy.
I think it's him.
Sergio was the Koi streamer, and now as soon as he goes to Heretics, he's like the biggest streamer, the most passionate guy. Like, I feel so bad for him, the amount of like fans he brings and like his energy. He goes to Heretics, they start losing.
God, that's a rough run, isn't it?
God, you were so excited as well. Like, going to Heretics. It's gonna be so nice.
Finally
get
get some wins. Yeah, finally we're gonna get some wins. It's not gonna be
International
awkward
events.
co-streams.
I'm telling you, next thing, Koi gets back in Valorant and they start winning everything. And that's it. And that just closes the cycle. But yeah.
So at least with the GIANTX Pacific game, I didn't come out of it feeling too bad about GIANTX. I kind of looked Pacific. We had already said that they might have good theory to win one map here and there and maybe upset a team. I think that we saw that on Bind. Maybe the best veto theory that I've seen. At least just like using it as rotates. I think it's something that the teams should be like. It's fine to have it as an anchor some rounds as well. But the fact that like it's so good at actually being faster rotate, they were having it rotate pretty much every round on their bind as well, and it looked really strong. They basically kind of had it similar to a Yori, where they always had a strong site, or they were beating people over towards sites if they were taking TPs. So I thought Pacific did really good on bind. I like their theory. I think they could have won this. The thing that really was cool with GIANTX was like their Haven, where they play a comp that is like, in my opinion, a little bit questionable, but when they play it like this, it was really cool. You look at Westside, he's playing the Vito. You look at his score, you're like, well, he had a stinker, but actually, like, this is probably the most hidden impact maybe we've seen in a game, where they had really good reads, and a lot of times they were like on defense. They're very proactive, first of all, because they've only got one trip, so they can't cover the whole map. Normally you play like a Killjoy or a Cypher, so you have all that extra info, but they were essentially gambling a lot, and what they were doing is they would have like a smoke to cover a site. When the time got low, they would have the interceptor and they would pop it off, but there wouldn't be anyone behind it. They would be stacked at another site, and obviously if anyone's close and hears it, you go, oh, we can't walk through this smoke, like we can't go over towards this, so we have to go to the other site instead of just waiting it out, and then they would end up essentially going into a stack. So I thought it was really cool from them. They were very proactive and they understood their defense. And then on attack, you have 2 agents now in terms of Viper and a Vito that are going to win you your afterplan. So I kind of came into it and I was like, oh, I'm not sure this comp's going to work, but they really understood the weaknesses of their comp and covered it up by being so proactive and getting info and essentially just gambling. But it was like smart gambling because of they were trying to deter people from going to another site and go into the stack. So I was super impressed with the Haven on this one. Like, I'm pretty sure they knew Heretics was going to pick it, so this was cool. It's one of those first time they used it. I think the Fury was so good that they would have beaten most teams.
Yeah, cool.
I like the
go on,
TP from sewers to B is kind of cool. I saw America's doing that. It's kind of a like you can beat A and then B. It's like Yoru theory almost, where like you can literally beat the other side of the map really quickly. So that was kind of cool. I think the big thing for me was like our Flickless, like Flickless is he keeps improving individually. I feel like he's I feel like last year their identity was Flickless sets up Aura, and this year it's like a little bit more Flickless can play Viper. But his Viper is really good. Like I think last year, like I would say that Flick was like a traditional support player, a Jonah P kind of player, where like you don't think his like firepower is like, you know, the best in the world, but his like supporting is really, really good. Whereas this year it feels like he's able to do both, and so it's interesting to me that GIANTX can kind of go down both routes. But that's on Aura to kind of perform when he's not being set up, and he did in that game against Heretics. It's just whether he can continue that, because Aura can be a bit coin flippy, I feel like, and it's nice if he can do that solo, you know.
Don't you think it's a lot easier to do it on a Neon than it is instead of being on the Waylay?
Yeah, I think that there's a lot more self-sufficiency. I think over time, once you're comfortable on... No, I don't know. Waylay needs to be set up really strong. So I think that when you're playing Viper, I think the Neon makes sense for him to just be a bit more self-sufficient, I guess.
Okay, well... I mean, I do just want to quickly talk about Pacific as well, because Sliggy, you brought it up. Like, Pacific actually had some like really nice things going on. Not, I mean, obviously like 7 was popping off at times as well, but I thought some of the things that they were doing, they were getting good value from. It was kind of reminiscent to me a little bit. Like, you know, Apex would have like play their map last year and be like have like really like good stuff for like a map, but then couldn't quite close it out. I feel like Pacific right now, they're a bit better than Apex, I think, overall were last year, but kind of similar where they have some nice ideas, some nice execution of those ideas, and it can win you a map. And I do think if they just had a little bit more, I think Kaquka, you brought up some CNED problems on some of these agents as well.
I mean,
I'll be honest,
like they're pretty close though.
That Breeze map to me is the one where
why is CNED not on Jet?
Like the other ones, I'm like, okay, they're trying to see. Like at Kickoff, let's see, can CNED do it? Like Cupid wants to play this weird.
We have been seeing it for 5 years.
No, but there's
enough.
Okay,
we saw
fair. But if I'm the coach, I've got enough of an ego that I might go into it and think that maybe I can change him. You know what I mean?
Well, funny you would say that about the coach, because leader is stepping down.
Yeah.
And we just saw the new.
What?
30 minutes ago. Seriously.
Oh, really?
That's what I was like. There was a moment where I spaced out hard, and it's because someone sent me the new.
What's the reasoning?
And I was like, I didn't read it because I was paying attention to you guys. I don't know. But what it does, the tweet just says that leader's going to step down, and that most likely he will be thingy.
That's what Cupid does to people.
Personal reasons are hating Cupid. Crazy behavior.
Okay,
that's unlucky though.
Yeah, that's not great for Pacific. But we have to talk about Heretics. I mean, let's talk about Heretics, because in terms of, you know, teams with, you know, a fair amount of expectation, not meeting that already in the lowers. Mini's puffing his cheeks. What's gone wrong for Heretics, Mini?
I don't know. Like I mean, Pansy keeps telling me that I need to flame Neil and Weber more. And she says you won't do it because you're mates with them. And I'm like, I spent 3 minutes illustrating why they're bad last week. Like, what are you talking about? I came into this week thinking that they needed to start playing a bit more comfort, and then they did, and then they lost. So I don't know. Like, I don't know. I think that I don't know. I'm genuinely curious what you guys think about this, because I've been trying to rattle my brains around it for ages. Like, I've been trying to, even last year, to kind of figure out these things, and I don't know what it is. I don't know what the answer is, to be honest with you.
I would put comeback on Perma Yoru personally and put him on op, but then I do agree with you when he had some of these rounds and he had an op anyway, he was missing, and I'm like, well, I can't really have that as my take if he keeps missing.
So are you playing double Initiate or double Duelist?
I'm playing double Duelist. Just tell him, you got to send it, mate.
Okay.
I think that is something that I kind of need, and it's to see Wood more in a star position and also delivering. I was saying some things about like the micro in KC, but bro, the micro in Heretics. It is so painful to watch them play some of the rounds. They get so lost in so little things. They waste a lot of time and doing absolutely nothing. Then sometimes they're completely lost in their plan, and you're just looking at them being like, okay, it's happening now. It's happening now. I need you to do something. And if you were to tell me that these people met 2 weeks ago, I would believe you.
I mean, like they formed a team 2 weeks ago?
Yes.
Yeah. So, yeah. I think that it's really, like, I think that the angle for me is, like, Boo seems more comfortable IGLing when he's not playing double Duelist. But then I think that's on the coaches, I guess, to start. Like, I don't know, it's weird, because last year they did play double Duelist a fair amount, but I was never, like, fully convinced by it, to be honest with you. They did okay, but then they kind of, BCT wasn't amazing for them, like the global events. So to me, it was like, I think maybe if it's the double Duelist angle slick, I think it's Neil and Weber need to kind of really kind of work with Boo to kind of figure out how these attacks work. Yeah.
But sometimes you got to shut the brain off, I think.
Yeah, I think so, absolutely.
Yeah.
Like, it's like what I said about Boaster, like he was like trying to default Cypher cameras on Breeze and stuff when he's got like, just go. Like, why are we trying to do these intricate detailed stuff?
Stop trying to be smart.
Yeah. I think BBL mates to me signal like like BBL mates to me are like, look at how you can play the game right now, and look how it should be played. Like, it's not like they're just being full dumb, but they're like able to go to that place if they need it, and just play some good Valorant whilst being a bit simple about it. So
yeah, I do think one thing that's maybe hurting Heretics right now is, apart from like a couple of maps, it just feels like Gen.G can't get full confidence, or they don't know where to put him because they're still playing like quite a lot of Cypher, and I don't think you should be playing Cypher at the moment. So I think
even if you're playing double Duelist.
Well, what would you put him on if you're playing double Duelist? So you want to play Cypher?
That's what I mean.
Really?
I think so.
I think it's so outdated. I only like it on the Haven.
But like, what
and
do you
even
do
then,
on those maps?
The other maps? That's what I'm saying. Like, because I would just lean into no Senti and try and
just go
try and get him on the Viper, but he doesn't look comfy on the Viper
I think
either.
that's fine. Yeah.
But it's just like I think he's. If I look at the Cypher nerf, there's a few players out there that have got hit by that, but I think he might be the player that's been hit the most with the Cypher nerf.
Yeah.
Personally.
I think my take on it is that, like, I think with double Duelist, the Cypher is still valuable as like an info agent because you got so little util that it still makes sense. I think that you have to play defense. I think Pipson would actually gave a very good coach. We got that coach confession thing on broadcast, and Pipson gave a very good answer. He was like, well, we're not playing it so much for the kill trips anymore. Like, we have to treat it like it's an info agent. Yeah. I think that that's like the correct read. And the other thing is, I don't love Cypher that much, but the teams that are just playing it when they need it are doing well with it. And the teams that are like fully avoiding it are kind of like not doing so well right now. So I don't know if that's just the fact that they're not comfortable playing outside of that yet, but that was something I noticed. And, you know, like Mini still plays it when he needs to play it, kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, BBL plays it all the time, and look at how well they're doing.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's true.
Crying,
the
go shoot
example.
a little bit.
Okay, let's move on and answer this question that Kurt has given us again. Which lower bracket team will go the furthest in EMEA Kickoff? So these are our teams to choose from: Karmine Corp, Foot, Pacific Ulf, Team Liquid, and Team Heretics.
Round 1 or round 2? So
let's just start with all of them. Take any of your pick, Mini. Who would you say?
How does it work? Who would play Heretics or Liquid? I'm
Oh,
too
he's-
stupid,
He's
man.
thinking into it like that.
Oh, okay,
Uh,
don't worry.
Of course,
then.
we'll move it
Uh,
away.
No.
Team
No.
Vitality or
wins.
Giants would go to the lower one, so they would play Liquid. Navi or FNATIC would come to lower round 3, I think.
Yeah,
I
think
would
that's right.
say,
Giant-
unfortunately,
Giants
I'm
will
going to
play
have to
Liquid.
back Sliggy's bunch.
Team
Well,
Liquid.
unfortunately.
Well, I don't want
How
to.
far would they go? Do you think they go more than lower round 3?
I think well, looking at all these teams, I think probably like lower round 4 might be the limit. Maybe
Mhm.
lower round 5.
Should we maybe start from the bottom? Like, who are the teams that we do not think?
I mean,
I'm looking at
I
everyone
can't
in
wait
lower
for
round
stage 1 when Ulf get their real roster.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah,
Ulf,
yeah,
like
same.
they're getting battered every week, and like people aren't ready for SOP, man. SOP and even Echo, like these kids are
It's
so good.
It's gonna come as a surprise.
I'm gonna be backing them all the way and looking like a genius when they just come in and just rail. Like SOP is like top 5 duelist in the EMEA right now. Like he's so good. So
But until
not
then.
now, not right
Not
now,
now.
though.
Not
Not
now.
now, but
Not our question now. But...
I think that Casey surely got some potential here.
Oh, Mini, get
Surely.
off it. What a
No,
win
they
that game.
should, but they should
Well,
They
be
win
should
able
that
though.
to.
game
I
and have
can't.
beaten Heretics.
They can't be.
They can't be. They have
They
been 2 games in a
can't.
row.
But I think it's just unacceptable that like we can just disregard this team that much.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
I'm paid by their opponents, so I have to.
That's true.
Yeah, I don't know.
Do you think KC have a decent chance?
No, but I think they should. Like Doncia, that Doncia guy was like
What was that?
actually fucking like Fry in APAC, right?
Just
Like-
9, yeah, he had a good stage.
Yeah, well, yeah,
Um,
stage 1.
Saigetsu Aves, like I say these names.
Yeah, but
surely
this
that
is what
inspire-
I was-
At
yeah, this is
any-
what we were all
at any
thinking at the
given
start of
day,
the season.
Casey could win that, like the first and the second.
You
Yeah,
think they could beat
Somehow.
Heretics?
yeah.
Yeah.
I think Heretics got the most chance, the highest ceiling out of these teams.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like
But
easily
they're
the
like-
highest ceiling.
They're not even warmed up, you know? Still cold outside.
So in theory, they should have the best chance then of going furthest in the EMEA if they've got the highest ceiling.
I just think it might take a little bit longer.
But yeah.
Yeah, I don't believe in it, but I
But we don't
think they
believe
got
in
the
it.
most chance to just like go on a like if I was to bet on a team going all the way in the lower bracket, it'd be Heretics.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you don't think that's going to happen at all?
Well, no, I don't think it's gonna happen.
Well,
But I
there
would
you
say
go.
that about almost any team going to that position. You know what I mean? Like, look how far back they are. Playing like Valorant's random. Like, even if you put FNATIC there in the like playing like Alpha Year did last week, like it's still hard to win 6 games in a row.
Yeah.
We can't all be
Yeah.
2023 FNATIC, just 20
look at
games in
him.
a row railing people. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it can't be all be my team.
You can't all be me.
I mean,
Like,
my
it's just-
team would probably do it, but
I mean, I
no
was
one else
watching
can.
APAC segment was so funny, by the way, because you're like both glazing me and like anti-glazing me the entire time. Like, oh yeah, PaperX just need to read mini smokes. And by the way, the Zeta game's so shit, I'm not even gonna watch it.
Well, we're just being honest. Anyway, let's move on to our predictions then and talk about the games. First things first, our game of the week that we all agreed on last week was Navi versus Gentlemates. It should have been. I don't know where the people are going to go. Let's see what they've gone for. I think they might get this one wrong. They did get this one
Ooh.
wrong. You went for Navi, said the people. But little did you know that Mini is the greatest player in the world.
And Mini's the greatest predictor in the world.
Okay.
Jamie.
Okay,
Got
well,
that
we'll
one.
test that theory out again, shall we? Let's see. So our first game this week is Karmine Corp versus Foot. Let's see how much belief
boy.
Mini has in Karmine Corp.
I'm chilling.
Hold
You're
on.
chilling?
We
The
chilling,
good,
that's-
the good news is
there's no
Kurt's
guarantee.
chilling as
So
well, by the
chilling.
looks of
It's
it.
gonna come up with Pacific
So
Golf.
chilling.
Ooh, a
Oh,
2-2 split.
okay.
Me and Kaquka have gone Foot.
I knew that you were gonna go Foot because I honestly,
Okay, too, yeah.
yeah.
Well, I actually
think,
believe
no,
Foot
no,
will
no,
win this
seriously,
game.
I think Casey might have more chances, but honestly, anything could happen, and I don't think any of these teams are going to make it, so it doesn't make a difference to me.
Jesus. Well, there's a
Well,
Nice
selling,
note.
Kaquka. Sell the broadcast.
No,
Um,
I honestly think that if any of these two teams, as it stands right now, if any of these two teams were to go to Santiago, I feel like something would
Wait,
have
why
to
are we talking?
change
We're not
in
talking
me
Santiago.
to think that
Yeah,
there is a
this
chance.
isn't a
they
prediction to go to
they
Santiago.
far.
Why have you picked Foot to beat KC, Kaquka? Let's
Because
start.
I didn't, I thought that you might even like betray Foot, and I didn't want this to be a guarantee because I think they could win. Seriously.
Okay.
After what I saw the other day against FNATIC, anything can happen.
I hate guarantee blockers. I think guarantee blockers.
Well, then you hate
ruins
me.
the fun.
Well, go on, Mini. In fact, if apparently Kaquka isn't really a believer in Foot, I actually am, because I'm standing on the theory of, again, like, if these two teams play like they did in their last game, Foot played better than KC.
Yeah.
Don't give me a hum.
I don't think-
You'll
I don't think-
rewatch
I don't
that
think-
Breeze
No,
watch.
yes,
Right,
okay,
I think-
he is right. Oscar, you will not hear me say this a
If
lot,
you-
but he is right.
If you ignore Abyss, sure.
See?
Wait, that FNATIC
You have to
game-
ignore a
the
whole map, though.
If you
were
ignore the
playing-
2 matches that Casey has played this split, this kickoff, then yeah, they're most
You
likely to
can't
win.
think that. I know. Yes, Fnatic didn't play that well. They're not. They weren't. Their PCs were still running. Like they were still
Sure,
in the
but
game.
Were KC really that bad? Like that bad?
Yeah, go and watch
Like,
PCs
their
again.
PCs
They were
weren't
that
running?
bad.
No.
They were
Okay.
that bad. They
Okay.
were that bad. As long as foot ban Abyss, they'll
No,
win.
they win.
they
It's
ain't
over.
banning Abyss, mate.
Well-
they ain't banning Abyss.
Well, I
They're-
hope they do.
They're a map
They
down,
will win.
I promise you.
I actually feel good about this because
I feel good
to
about
me,
this.
all they've got to do, if I'm foot, just all you got to do, practice a 3v1 versus Sagetsu, and if you can do that, you'll win. As long as you know how to play a 3v1
How do you
against Sagetsu.
practice? Who do you replicate Sagetsu with though? Like how?
I don't
like-
know. Get
Ooh,
some,
this
get
is your
some
academy
hacks on
team
if you
theory,
want.
you
Get some
need-
hacks, whatever. Get a trigger bot on the guy. I don't care. Just practice the 3v1s and you'll be fine. Because KC are going to do some stupid shit to give you those first couple kills, and I feel good about it. Anyway, enough of that. Let's move on to our other game. Another banger. Oh, well, we'll see if the guarantee blockers are in here this time. It's Pacific versus Ulf.
Please no.
Nah, we got this.
Nice.
Oh, it's a guarantee, so
I wouldn't do it to you twice in a row.
okay, that's wonderful. Give me a percent, Sliggy. Give me the old percentage of this one for Ulf.
80-20.
80-20, so you're going above Baller's Law.
Hmm.
For
What's that in,
Pacific
like,
Esports,
what's
the
that-
team that
what's
has not
in
won a game.
odds? It's like
5-1?
4-1 or something.
4-1?
I'm so dumb with odds.
It'd be 5-1.
Is that actually how odds work?
Yeah, 20%, right?
I might take you up on this on the side actually.
Oh, I see we're doing that.
Wow.
Pretty sure I can't do that in my contract, but yeah.
I'm pretty sure you could not do that, Mini. I'm pretty
Oh,
sure
yeah.
you
Pretty sure
cannot.
Mini can't do that either.
That's true.
Let's
I
get both of us
definitely-
fired. Honestly, yeah, if I can take you down, maybe I'll do it.
Is there a way to do this legally that's fun?
Over a
and not
Pacific Ulf
illegal?
game. Over all the things to
It's
do
like when
at home.
Benji bet on T1 Worlds with like a 5 or
yeah,
something.
that's funny.
So we're not believing in
fine.
Ulf, though. Pacific, I think, actually, yeah, they looked all right, and we think they'll have enough against Ulf.
Yeah.
And we're
I
confident.
wondered
That
what they'll
seems very
have prepared for us this week.
Ulf looked better this week, but I'll be honest, like
That
their,
wasn't hard.
their subs were not like their subs are not like just hitting right now. So it's like it feels like to me they're just like using this as reps for stage 1. Their core gets some reps.
Okay. Okay, well, let's move on to a game, our match of the week that you can vote on this week. It's NAVI versus FNATIC. Ooh, let's see where we've gone.
Oh,
Oh,
thank God for that.
Is that a guarantee blocker, or are you
That's
actually a
guarantee
believer,
blocker
Kaquka?
right there.
that's a
No.
believer, right?
That's
yeah.
not
I am a
bad.
believer.
Come on, tell me why you're a
I've been a
believer.
Navi fan. I've been the only Navi fan for the longest freaking time.
Are you arguing with me or Mini?
Mini.
Mini's gone straight to his
checked out.
phone.
He's
He
fucking
couldn't
checked
care
out.
What are you
less.
doing? What are you doing?
It's on my phone. Just
He's tweeting.
just waiting for the NAVI segment to be over.
Wow. I mean, if
I
you were
do- I-
Sideshow, we'd make a comment about disrespecting women, but anyway, Kaquka. Go on.
Mini, can you name 100 women?
No, I'm not doing that with
Oh.
you. I get asked this every stream. Liz comes into my stream and says, name 100 women. You and Yinsu every week just call me a sexist. Like, I can't.
Whoa.
it was going this way.
I don't talk
In
to
front
you
of
every week.
producers who produce GC, by the way. I'm just like, I don't get GC
And
days.
somehow that
Yeah,
is
but-
not
yeah,
the
but-
worst we've gotten in GC.
Yeah, but if you do it once, then they won't ask anymore.
What do you mean?
Exactly.
Like, all you got to do is name 100 women once, and then you're done.
That's not. You think that's you
You're on
think
camera.
that's the
can do it.
logic?
If you can do it, you can just.
That's the test.
Well, I do it once
you
and then
do
they
it?
just shut up forever. I
mean,
know.
what
I
are you
know.
gonna say if
I'm
you
not
name
gonna lie.
100 women?
Like I know.
You can try.
The kind of people I'm friends with shouldn't allow that to happen. Like if the whole game of my friends is just to bully each other, like you're not gonna stop once I've done that thing. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, you can't complain about it keep
I
happening.
can
if
bully
don't
you
do
because
it.
you're a
I don't
crybaby.
know.
You're saying nice. You say you say.
Can we
this
hurry?
about me,
I've asked to hurry
me.
about an RV, and you're making me name 100 women for some reason. What's going on?
Yeah, but now I'm really doubting whether you can.
Ah, dude,
Before I was like, oh, he
I
can
wouldn't
do
be able
that.
to
He's
do
a
it.
smart guy. He can do that.
I
Now,
wouldn't be able to do it with guys either.
It was just.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure I could
it-
do 100 people if they weren't gamers.
you
If-
couldn't
it-
name 100 people, even if you know.
I don't reckon, man. I'm so bad with names, bro.
You could
What
name
was
the
it?
whole of Iceland.
No, for sure. What was the program that Kakuka's said earlier? I've watched like 2 seasons of that. I can't
How I
remember
Met
any
Your
of their
How I
names.
Met Your Mother.
Yeah, I can't remember any names of that. I'm so
Okay.
bad with names. Like I meet people, I have to say it 3 times in my head. I'll forget it 5 minutes later. It's horrendous.
If it's Valorant players, you got it easy though.
If we get gamers, I'd ace it.
You already know gamers, though, don't you?
Exactly.
Anyway, why will Navi beat FNATIC?
Why not?
That's
Great.
your argument.
Okay, Sliggy, why will FNATIC beat
Why
Navi?
not? That is my argument. Why not?
They've sussed it out. They just go a little faster. The calling's gonna be better. They got the
Just gonna-
demos out
This
This
is
is
there.
gonna
why
get
not.
in their heads.
Yeah.
Alpha is not going to shoot, and that's
Alpha's
gonna
not
be
gonna
it.
shoot. That's your one.
I mean,
That's
that
your
is
bet.
a
That's
bold
your
bet to
that's
make.
your bet.
Yeah, that is my bet.
I would not make that bet. But anyway, we
You
think
don't like
FNATIC's
taking
going to
risks
win.
in life. Just don't take them.
Kakuka thinks there's 0% chance, I think, of FNATIC winning this game somehow. But anyway,
No,
we shall.
I think it's 25 because I know what you guys are going to do.
Oh, you think Navi are 25? I
No. I
see.
think Navi is higher than 25. I would put them at a solid 53.23.
That's a very solid 53.23. Okay, thank you for that. Slight favorites FNATIC then.
Thank you for that.
Let's move on to our final game. This one shouldn't be a guarantee, I don't think. Team Vitality versus GIANTX. Where have we gone for this? Oh, we have guaranteed Vitality.
That's
I'm a
not
bit
the-
surprised.
Not the best one from us.
No, that's a risky one.
I would never do it twice in a row, Mini. I told you.
It's true.
Yeah, but I'm surprised that no
true.
one else went Giants, to be honest. I'm surprised that no one wanted to take that punt.
been you.
Why not Mini? Why will Vitality definitely win this game?
Well, they won't. They won't definitely win this game. Oh
But we've guaranteed it, so it will happen.
yeah, of course, yeah. That's very funny. It is actually very funny if you think about it. That's not how that works. Vitality. Why would Vitality win? Well, because they got Chronicle and Durka and they got Yampi and they're good and they should win. Like it's not. I don't think it's that deep, is it? Like they are the better team. I do think the Giants can win this game. Obviously, it's such bad analysis I'm giving right now, but it's like
Percentage.
it's the
That's why I'm
it's
loving
the
it.
truth.
You
Isn't
can
it?
tell. You can actually tell you've been in that meeting for a couple hours before,
what
and you're just
percentage?
like,
Shall I
I
read
want
out the
to know.
actual
Sick
the
of this
actual
shit
notes
by
I
now.
got for next week? Let me
Yeah,
just read
give
out
us
my
the-
actual broadcast.
Give us the
notes.
pre-show.
What's the actual notes I've
please
got?
tell me you're going to say.
There's some
what you
fracking
just said.
IGLs there, guys. There's Cloud versus Yampi. That might be talked about. Dirk is underperformance. What's going on there? I don't know, but I don't
Okay.
think he's going to be on Waylay this week,
Love
so
this
it should be fine.
Apparently.
Honestly, it's mostly negative about Vitality, so maybe I should have gone for it. No, all in all, like I'm a little bit lower on Vitality than I was before, but I still think it's enough to beat China. Basically,
Okay.
Oh.
Percentage?
60-40.
Solid.
Okay, so a bad guarantee then. If it's a 64.
Oh, it's a bad. It's always a bad guarantee.
It's a bad guarantee.
But yeah, this is it's the worst format where like you if you think a team's gonna win, but it's only by a little bit of a percentage.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah,
it's just
yeah.
one of
Terrible
those. You know what I mean?
guarantees. Yeah. Kakuka's thinking about it like, oh, this team.
I love it when the fans get annoyed that you guarantee something, and it's like, yeah, but they were kind of the slight favorite. Like, what we're supposed to do? All just lie, and so that's why I hate the guarantee blocking, because it's like we just need to lean into the fact that yeah, they're like slightly favorite. It's fine. Like, it's not my fault you don't understand how statistics works or it's like.
Guy who was famously struggling with 80-20 before. But you don't understand.
Wait.
You
If
didn't,
I-
you didn't freaking know that 45 was the 3/4 of 60 last week.
I
I said 60. I said 45 to 60, and you were like, as if ours didn't have 60 minutes.
What I'm saying is, if we suck this badly, and yet I still think they're a bit stupid about it, then what level are they at? Is what I'm saying.
Fair. That's totally fair.
I did fail with statistics at A level, so it says everything.
Oh, there you
And
go.
yet somehow I scouted
For
better than all
reference,
these other
Kakuka, I
coaches.
did
I
not
got a
know.
975 out of 10.
I got an A
Correct.
on statistics A level.
You managed to
I got a
flame every coach.
975 out of 10. That's what I got.
You just filtered by ACS. That's the only stats.
You got a
lesson I would
975 out of
teach.
10. That's not a
Yeah,
number, sorry.
9.75 out of 10.
God, you guys can remember that. I was too busy playing games, man. I can't remember all that stuff.
Did you
Don't know what I
A-levels?
did.
Doing your A level.
I did. God knows what I got. Probably not good.
What did you do?
There was business studies in there somewhere, and three
Nice.
others. I wouldn't
Three
I wouldn't
others.
be able to tell you what I did. I'm not gonna lie.
That's
to you.
pretty bad.
Kind of
Mate, I had
Yeah.
40,
Should we be concerned?
I had 40% attendance. Yeah, I was too busy playing
40%
games.
for
Holy.
you. For
Yeah.
you guys at home that do not understand statistics.
Not
That
good.
is like-
It's not good.
yeah.
Don't try it. Don't try it. Yeah, don't try it.
Yeah. Okay, well, I think that's enough. As Sliggy now will try and remember for the rest of his life what he did in his youth so long ago. But we will leave you.
Could I pre-fire some flame for Americas?
Oh,
Go on. You
Um,
glazed them a
why
bit
why is one of the best players in the world playing Breach?
Don't know.
That's me
Honestly, I
gone.
would give them the same question.
Oh,
Well,
damn, he
he's
actually
gone.
just ended early.
Well, actually, that was his prison time. Is come to an end. His video call has come to an end. So he just had to get that in there. Well, thank you, Mini, who's now, I don't know, he's probably been moved to the yard or something, I guess, to work out for a bit. Thank you, Kaquka. Sliggy, I think you're staying on.
Nah,
I
I'm
guess
done.
who's back? Baldy's back.
I'm
About
out, yeah.
time. I don't know why he couldn't turn up for the first couple segments. He was actually on holiday in Wales
He's been sleeping.
during VCT.
Oh, go on holidays. Well, actually.
He's not actually
Oh.
here,
The more
though.
I
I
think
see it.
about it, the more I
Wales
think
is
about it.
fine.
I didn't finish the sentence.
Okay. My
I
mum
see
lives
But
there.
Athena
It's
is
a nice
here
place.
as we're ready to go
Yeah.
on. Oh, Bren and Sideshow here on time.
We have Athena. And
Oh, he is.
Sideshow right now.
Whoa.
Is Bren on time?
Okay, bye, guys.
See
Kisses.
you.
Bye.
Bye, everyone.
Bye,
Bye-bye.
everyone. Have fun.
Hi.
All right, all we can hear is Athena right now. I'm getting Sideshow in here. 1 second.
Wait, I can hear him.
I can't.
Oh.
1 second. I'll get him in. All right, now I got Sideshow. Every time Sideshow comes on the show, his camera is like further to, like at a
Well,
different angle.
I do pick it up and change it every time I travel because I literally
okay.
take my camera off the wall where it's mounted with screws in order to
Wait,
travel
ew,
with me.
why is it mounted on the wall?
What do you mean? Why is it mounted on the wall? That's what walls are for.
Ew.
Ooh, how'd you get the ick off
Well,
a wall? A
actually-
camera mounted on the wall.
Actually, did you know that walls are to hold up your house?
Not all of them. That's why you have a difference between
Yeah, your-
load-bearing walls and non-load-bearing walls. Some of them are
Your wall
camera-bearing
is
walls.
just for cameras.
Yeah, I have a specific wall for cameras and for
Oh
my
God.
monitor. You don't have a wall-mounted monitor?
No,
No.
my monitor.
Wait, you're
is-
actually
It's
you're
on
actually living in the dark ages. You're actually
What?
living in the medieval times.
Bro, you don't adjust your monitor. Oh, that's probably why you can't get out of.
Oh,
full
G-
Come
that's
on,
crazy.
come on. That's insane. That's
Oh.
insane from you. Absolutely unnecessary. I did get out of gold though. I got
Uh-huh.
for people who might be a little bit out of the loop on my ranked
Okay.
scenario, because obviously everyone's keeping
Okay.
track of that. It's the talk
Uh-huh.
of the town. My American account deranked into gold 2 at one point. Previously Mortal 2 account, by the way, but I haven't played on it in so long, and when I do play, I'm shit. It deranked into gold 2. Had to drop a 36 kill Yoru game to get out into plat. I mean, shit is crazy down there.
You should be doing that every game.
Oh my god!
Sorry,
what is
sorry.
wrong
I
with
preemptively boosted your mic, Bren, and it seems like you fixed your gain, so I have
Oh.
it really loud. So
Actual voice of God, do it again.
You're fine.
These are the
you're fine.
voices that I hear when I go around my everyday.
Oopsie.
You're good now, you're good now.
Whoa.
Okay, we're good. How are you, Dan? Do we have you? Hello?
Oh, wait.
Okay, we can hear you. Sweet. Let's go.
Am I supposed to be the host for this thing?
Well, you weren't watching the game, so
Yeah.
probably.
No, I was watching the games,
Oh.
okay? Dude, I've been sat
Not
there.
watching, not winning.
Whoa.
Oh,
Does he
Whoa.
even care about Valorant anymore?
mounting his camera on the wall.
Yeah,
Hmm.
I know. No, I went back and I've actually been in the VOD jail, man.
You've been watching
If I
the
knew
game?
if I knew I was just gonna turn up and a host, I wouldn't have watched the damn thing. I would have come in with no knowledge. Shall we get started then? Should we talk about some Americas? Mini was saying that we're the best region, so give yourself a pat on the back. You haven't
Cool.
contributed
I mean, we
Thank
already
you.
knew
to the
that.
success of the region.
Yeah, we already knew that. Is that a statement?
No, but I don't believe it when you say it. I only believe it when Mini says it.
Cheers, though.
Average Plat Chat viewer. Whoa!
Dude, it's 9:30. It is 9:38 a.m.
9:30, trying to crack open a mountain.
Do you know what that's reminded me of, though, Dryad? It's reminded me of, I saw a clip of somebody pulling from earlier in the season when you were saying that FURIA were going to win it all.
And you were
like,
fucking
FURIA's
making fun
gonna
of
win
me.
champs. Yeah, of course we're making fun of you. Of course we're making fun of you. Yes, yes. I would not do it differently.
And look what's happening now. Isn't it crazy? Not only they're winning Americas, but they're winning Masters, and then they're winning champs. And nobody believed me. That's just how it is every time, and that's okay.
Yeah.
You are
up.
Dryad Al Gaib. You do very frequently have. I think it's because you pred so much bollocks, though.
That is not even.
Did you guys
my
hear-
predictions make sense.
No. Did you guys hear how she was like, yeah, I predicted one thing on the Americas broadcast, and then I predicted something else on the LATAM broadcast.
I thought you were on my side, though.
She guarantees 100% prediction rate by mixing up.
What the
That's
hell?
insane. That's
But-
insane. And so only bilingual people can realize how much of a fraud you are.
No, because the prediction that people actually pay attention to is the one that I make for the English broadcast, or I make here. The Spanish
Right,
one,
so
it's like
you've got
I
the
do it for the
possibility of
people.
3 different ones.
Well, no, but you could
do it for
like
the
you could
people.
screenshot the LATAM one.
You just screenshot
Whichever
whichever
one
works.
I don't do that though, because the only do you want me to be honest? The only
No.
reason why I changed my predictions in LATAM is because the teams or Latin American teams, they get mad about my predictions. So I'm always over there. I'm always crew. I'm always Lev.
Is that sorry? That's not because they're superstitious though, because usually teams
No.
get mad if you predict for them because they think you're like cursing them somehow. I don't know. There's a lot of superstition with the players.
Yeah, I think for the usually but for the LATAM broadcast, you gotta. They kill you if you don't, so you just gotta predict it.
Oh,
They just execute you,
Oh.
actually. Yeah, they just
Yeah.
take your back and they just shoot you.
Yeah.
It's so sad what happened to Dan. She got ripped to
That's
pieces by the
fucking
LATAM
crazy.
fans. All right, should we talk about one of the games that happened then? I don't think we need to talk
Sure.
about them all, but let's at least talk about one of them.
yeah, sure.
Well, we started off with a banger. We went back to the upper bracket and we had NRG versus MIBR, which I think is... Would you still agree that this is top 1 versus top 2 team? Or have your
No.
opinions on that shifted?
I don't think so.
I agree. Wait, why not?
What,
I
what was
think-
number?
I think MIBR to clear number 1 because honestly, I was a little bit worried for them because I thought that they had these. You know when they played against Envy and they were playing quite slow and deliberate and trying to bait constant fights into them and punish Envy for
Yeah.
doing it. I thought that was like a strategic thing that they did, and then they started doing that on Abyss 2, where they were playing very slow and deliberate, and I was like, maybe this is just the way that they play. But then you saw evidence of the super team coming out. Like the first half of Split, I'm not gonna lie, I was ready to give up. I was like, okay, the dream's over. But then you saw evidence of the fact that it was an actual, you've got veteran players on this team that know how to dig deep and drag it back one round at a time. Like every round was taken to play to win. You sometimes watch a team and they're down and you're like, well, actually, I don't believe that they can do this. When I was watching MIBR, even at the second half of Split, I was like, I still believe that they could do this, even though they're down a significant amount. But they did. They ended up dragging it all the way back. But I think right now, the middle of America, and I think MIBR are pretty clear favorites to be winning the first qualifier game. But then I
This is
think,
your number 2.
I think you've got like FURIA, NRG.
Just giving us a top 4 though.
No, I'm giving you like a top 6. I'm giving you like a top 6. That's what I'm saying. I think it's actually super close between them. But I think FURIA and NRG would be the next up to be number 2, but I couldn't tell you who would be number 2. And then past that, I think it even gets muddier where you might even see a world where, I don't know, G2 have a bit of a resurgence where they find out what the fuck, they settle on an identity for themselves. I think
You're too
Cloud9 are hitting,
vague,
I think
bro.
100 Thieves are hitting, I think Lev are dangerous in the lower bracket, I think G2, NRG. I think you've got so many teams. This is genuinely the most open it's ever been to qualify for an event from Americas, I think.
Niels Ball looking ass. I just want you to... I want a deterministic
I'm not going to give you any
universe.
precision because this is the most exciting kickoff we've ever had. It is not. I don't think
agree.
it's predictable.
I
I
think that's
agree with
probably
that.
true. I think that's... And you know what's crazy is that's probably the case across all of the regions too, because none of the regions have the in fact, Americas to some degree might be even like a little bit boring compared to some of the other regions because our good teams are actually performing well. Like generally speaking, right? It's not like G2 are looking amazing, but like MIBR and NRG, I actually thought even in this game, like I still think these are the number 1 and 2 teams.
Yeah, me
I thought
too.
NRG actually played really well. I think the big reason that they ended up losing on Breeze was because of the tape. I think the tape made a huge difference
I
in
don't
this
think
game.
they played well on Breeze at all.
No?
No.
I think that
didn't
they
even op. Like they didn't have any aggression. They didn't even try offing. But it's fine because we're talking about MIBR right now.
Well, we can't, yeah.
Yeah, we don't need to
Well,
talk about
to
it.
spin it to MIBR though, I think MIBR had a really good idea of how NRG wanted to approach
Yeah.
on Breeze too. Like when the round 5 was the first moment where I realized, oh shit, these guys have watched the tape and they know exactly what NRG want to do on this map. Because you know how Ethan anchors B from a different position to everybody? Like almost everybody else is putting a smoke in the choke point. Ethan is almost always putting that one way up on the top block at the front of B. And then he sits back in like the ladders, planks area and tries to take a fight. And they were just contacting in against him. Like they knew that they could just contact in. They ran another round later on where they just waltzed up mid. And they realized that like on these timings in the round, NRG just don't defend this area of the map. So I think they had a very good idea of how the defensive setups were supposed to work there. Yeah, they looked very prepped for that map. And it's just like, if you wanted any map for MIBR to play, wouldn't it be Breeze? Like long range fights for your like fraggers to take. And especially for Aspas. Though it didn't
I
end up
need them
actually
to only
being-
play double duelist. Like
It
I,
was so good.
yeah, it was too good. It was what I was hoping for when I saw that Zekken was joining this team with Aspas. It was everything I was hoping for because he was taking over. I will give us a lot of credit as well to Mazzino. Like Mazzino genuinely might have been the MVP of this game in terms of how much he was saving them towards the end of split and on Breeze as well. Like he's always been a very consistent player, but it's easy to be overshadowed when you're playing on a team with Zek and Aspas and Verno, you know. But he popped off in this game. But I want to see MIBR try and hone in on this double duelist a lot more because Zekken on Astra is not it. Like he's gonna bite the bullet and be a team player because that's just the caliber of player that he is. But I would like.
What
to
if he
see
was
him-
on Omen? So like, let's ignore the fact that Astra's super strong right now.
Yeah,
right?
it's like a 10
Like,
situation, like in
Yeah.
Sen's heyday. Where he's
Didn't
like
he do that
hyper
for
aggro.
Corrode first game?
I
What was he
can't
playing?
remember, to be honest with you. I think he was playing a bit. I think he was playing Astra there.
Maybe he did.
On Abyss, he was Astra.
No, Dan was saying on Corrode.
Oh.
No, wait, what the hell?
Yeah, he was on Omen.
He was on Omen.
I was on
Yeah.
Omen. Okay. Yeah, I mean, what do you think about that idea though of having him play the Omen? Like, would you be fine if he was on smokes? If it was a smoke character that was able to get a bit more active
No,
and play a bit more like a duelist?
no, don't like it.
I don't think so. I mean,
Well,
that's the thing that people
Petulant
always say.
child when he's been offered a vegetable.
No, the reason I don't like it though is because I think we're currently moving into. Okay, so let's think about like the plus and minus that with this patch that we're currently playing on. Initiators have been nerfed across the board. Sentinels have been nerfed across the board. I think the one characters that in some ways they've been buffed as well with Waylay getting buffs. The characters that are strongest right now are duelists, I think, still in the game. I mean, already towards the end of champs, teams were playing double duelists and finding a ton of success with it. But I think that has to be the way forward because duelists are able to do so much right now. Mid-game reclearing info is at a priority. That's why NRG are playing like double info, like double drone as their initiators to try and like compensate for the fact that they're missing like a lot of this mid-round information that you would otherwise get from the old Vice Flash and stuff. And now you've got, I think you should be running double duelist. Double duelist, like you can just disrespect space. If you're smart with the gate crashes, you can hold space after you get it. You know, you're making the life of your IGL a lot easier. And it just enables, I think, some of Zekken's strengths, which is just he's a very, very smart player in general. But there was just evidence of that when he was playing on Split and they were taking a retake. I don't have a specific round in mind for it, but he was using his ult on like a retake. And normally the Yoru would go straight onto the site. It was like on A, I think, and drop down onto the site and start picking out the players' positions. He doubled back when he realized there was a player ramp and waited for like the paranoia timing from Mazzino and then took a fight out of his mental drift to reclear ramp. Like normally Euro players, like a lot of duelist players are just going to autopilot into the right moves. But Zekken's got that like that extra element whereas quick in the moment, he realizes, hold on, wait a minute, we got to do this first. I'm going to pull back, and instead of doing the default moves, I'm going to go do this. And I'm going to coordinate it with this player. And it's like you get that a lot more when he's playing a duelist because he's so much more. He's just able to be more active around the map, I think, as well. Which really, that's what you want out of a player like him.
I think what I really liked about MIBR's attack side too is they started just executing, and then they would switch it up with the Yoru ult, and instead of just having the Yoru ult go on site and get info for the rest of the team, they'd also let Zekken just run up mid by himself, get info on all of B Heaven, and still commit to that execute. And it was like a really nice crunch that they kept doing, and it felt like they had so much information just
Because
from
the goat.
Zekken. Yeah,
How did you find this round?
that's crazy that he found that quick,
Yeah.
actually.
Looked up the rounds they defused the bomb and then saw that Zekken had ult. So I was like,
Oh.
yeah, let's do
He's a
it.
genius. He's a genius. Yeah. So what do you think about the idea, though, that something that Sliggy and Mini were discussing earlier on is that generally when teams are running double duelists right now, the Yoru is not really the like space creator for the other guy. Usually it's the other way around. So like in the current meta, normally you would have somebody that goes in and tries to like carve up the site. So whether that's a Waylay or whether that's a Jet or something like that. And then you have your Yoru kind of come in second, which seems to be the opposite way around, the way you would stylistically want to put Zekken and Aspas. Does that concern you at all, or you reckon they're just good enough that they'll be able to make it?
I think it works. I think it works because
Yeah.
Aspas, he didn't do too good on split, if I remember correctly. I think he had like 10 kills or something, but
Yeah.
it was still working because even on their retakes, like they would go together, and it was a really good synergy between them. Where even if Zekken's getting all the kills, Aspas is still doing his job. And I think Zekken making a lot of space too, like it just works. The way that they play it is super smart, and I think that they have a really good synergy bringing it out together.
I also feel like the way that it makes it sound is like every opening it has to be Aspas, but I feel like this team is, if anything, is the best one at finding a balance between the two. Or like I feel like it also falls a little bit into Mazzino and the way that he's coordinating these plays. I feel like Aspas, out of all the players that honestly he's played with in the initiator role, the one that he's the most comfortable with and that sets him up the best is Mazzino. So I think that you can kind of rely on him a lot, and I feel like Aspas will be more comfortable making those plays because you know Mazzino is always there, setting him up. And then if not, then you have Zekken who's still comfortable doing that.
Yeah. One of the things that I really liked, I was saying earlier that I think the tape made a bit different. Were you able to look at round 7 on split, Kurt? Because round 7, MIBR had like, I think one of the things that, to wind it back a bit, one of the things that NRG do really well, their defense side like protocols, I think are fantastic. And so it makes it, there's like a really big challenge when you attack into NRG. Well, what are we going to do against this? And I think round 7 on split is such a like clear visual of this 2-phase attack that put NRG in a really difficult spot, because it's almost like the exec A fully twice here. It's a little bit, I mean, it's kind of close to this because they do go into a fairly speedy A here, I think, but it's going to be like 20 seconds on probably, something like that. But they're going into this A exec and they throw the first wave of util, which I think is like a paranoia and a haunt or something. And NRG have to expend the seize, the pull, the snake bite, just in case that this is like a big pop from MIBR. And then the second wave comes through like so clearly, like it's such an obvious visual for what you want teams to be doing against these like super good defensive squads. So here's the like first initiation. He's gonna use a horn. I think he thinks against it here. Yeah, they just send in a couple of flashes and they pull out like salvo pull, snake bite. It's like everything that they have to be able to work with. And then they come back in with the second wave of initiation into the site proper. And I just think, again, like when I was looking at MIBR, for such a new team that hasn't actually had the same level of experience as NRG, I thought that they immediately, because of the experience of the players, really adapt to these ideas well and seem to pick them up very quickly. And I think that this was just an extremely clear example of some of the stuff that teams at this level like absolutely have to have these kind of routines set into their game.
I think it's pretty astounding that they're doing this without too much time scrimming as well, compared to every other team.
Yeah.
With the exception of maybe like Lev, who have just been splitting their scrim time up until now. But yeah, I mean, it's pretty insane that they're already at this level, given that, right? Because I don't know, it's just it's just not normal. It's just not normal.
It's kind of
but
nasty.
they offset it with the experience diff, but yeah.
Yeah. Let's talk about NRG a little bit then. So let's go to NRG because they won that next game against 100 Thieves, but we can talk about them kind of overall too, like a little bit of the loss to MIBR and then a bit of the win against 100 Thieves, and then we'll go on to talking about 100 Thieves afterwards too. So for NRG, if you were still convinced, Athxna, to some degree that these are the top two teams playing against each other, then what's your overall feel about NRG still? Like, why were you not shook too much about them losing to a fairly new MIBR, especially when you were saying your opinion was that they played quite poorly on their map 3 as well?
Yeah, I think they just it looked more like they were trying new things and trying to implement things that they haven't done before that doesn't contribute to their normal success. So a lot of these gambling rounds, I think Jonah was talking about a lot of them, where they're trying to do these kind of pop strats that just don't work, and they're not setting up the right util for all of it. I don't remember which round it was, but there's a round on Breeze where they were conditioning the Aster Star in B main on their attack side, where they just pull it back every round. And one of the rounds, Mata and Scuba just run out of that smoke, no flash, no dart, no following execution.
Oh, that was
util.
so weird, actually.
And they just died, because Aspas is just standing there looking at them and shooting back. And it was just those and they were down 4 rounds too. It's 5-9 or something. And when I see that, I'm like, okay, I can see that NRG was trying to do something. They were conditioning that star for 3 rounds at that point. They knew that they wanted to set some kind of interesting pop strat through the smoke, but they just didn't do it right. And I don't think we should be gambling at this point. We need rounds first, then we can start gambling and doing that stuff. And I think the other big thing is they were just not being aggressive at all. I didn't see Kiko pick up an op. I didn't see any op at all. I think versus MIBR, they literally only had 3 op kills on Mata. And it was just okay, cool. What about all the aggression? Taking A main on Breeze like they normally do. They were just getting countered because they just weren't doing anything. And they were just trying new stuff. So I don't know.
think as well, I do agree with you. I remember that game on Breeze thinking wow, they are really struggling because they would love to get an op in their hands to simplify. NRG, but they always love to put an op in Mata's hands to make it easy to understand what's going on the map on a given time, because you set them up on the line and you get that constant info. But their economy just got boomed so early with the defensive rounds that they couldn't get it online without I don't know, you'd have to giga save, and they were sacrificing some rounds when they could finally get a buy together. Had to be rifles. So I think they struggled from MIBR winning that pistol bonus conversion and getting that string of rounds early on, because it constantly knocked their economy. So maybe it would be different in a different instance, but
you were still. Sorry, I was just going to say, Athxna, you were still saying that they're a top 2 team.
I think that these are things that Bonkar was yo, fuck it, guys. We're going to try doing this shit. Let's just try fucking around and finding out. And they found out. And I think that they're going to fix their mistakes. I know Ethan even tweeted after winning against 100 Thieves, he was that's not the standard that we hold ourselves up to. So it feels like there's a lot of these small things that they're trying to fix. And I think they can fix that.
I agree, especially because the things, I feel every game that we've seen for NRG, I mean, starting with the Cloud9 one, that even though, was really good, there's little things that you can get and understand that they haven't figured out. Maybe it's something that they didn't really have to face in scrims. But I like the fact that even if you can get, when they were playing against Cloud9, it was the post plans. When they were playing against on that Breeze as well, it was how they were approaching that defense too, and how it was being predicted on the other side. There's very specific things, but it's NRG, and because it's just one or two things that they have to fix in the maps, it's easily fixable, and is a team that in the meantime they can kind of make everything else work out. They are willing to play a bunch of different maps, and it's clear that the reason why is because they're testing everything that they have been doing in scrims. They're trying to find those gaps, and I don't think it's anything that is a major concern where I don't think they can fix this at all. I think they can easily do it, and they realize what those mistakes are.
Agreed. Big agreed.
They did have a very. I'm looking at that tweet. I don't use Twitter, so I didn't see that actually. But I'm surprised that Ethan thought they played that badly in the 100 Thieves game, but they did finish Corrode very badly. I think they for whatever reason in the second half of that map,
giving
they just took their
Athxna the
foot off the
chance to
gas
almost
enormously.
1v4.
No, that's crazy.
Yeah.
No, but there were many rounds actually towards the end where they just. I wrote down in my notes, NRG are getting lazy here. Where what I mean is they were not falling back and playing their disciplined crossfires and swinging off each other and stuff. They were just kind of going through the motions on their defense side and letting 100 Thieves back into the game, which was so strange because I actually thought they had a really nice idea on their attack side about how to counter the wall. They had some really good rounds called by Ethan about how to play around the wall timings. Contrast that to how G2 played. Obviously, G2 didn't have any tape against exactly what 100 Thieves were doing, but Ethan had way better ideas on their attack of how to navigate that. And then for whatever reason, their defense side Corrode, which has been bread and butter amazing for them, almost fell to pieces. It was a little bit strange, but the overall series I thought was all right, to be honest.
It was good. It was. This was good Valorant. We were eating good with this game. I thought, even though they did make mistakes and give opportunities, but it's I don't know. You saw those big moments from players this round. That's shouldn't have been a world really, ever. But Ethan's just doing this, trying to play as safe as possible against fucking. I don't know if he got pre-fire, if he made a sound cue or what.
I don't know, but when you see that from his perspective, Athxna jumps out like a demon.
He's straight there.
That would be a jump scare moment for me.
But NRG is still a very, very good team. I have a bit of a worry in terms of them swapping around roles so consistently, and this normally wouldn't be a problem, but when they want to play double duelist, Kiko obviously is the one to be filling in that gap. And I don't know. I need more data. I need to see more maps, I think, of them playing.
Kiko's done it a lot last year.
He has done a lot. Yeah, Kiko's more than capable, but it's about it's about swapping your role over many, many maps. You've got Ethan sometimes playing Smoke, sometimes playing Initiator, and then Kiko playing Duelist every now and then, but sometimes playing Smoke. But then sometimes he's on Viper, and it's
sorry, did you see that Scuba did the fake reload to get him?
The fake reload, the sound bait.
Well?
That was actually class from him.
He tugs close, does a fake reload, backs up. It's it's really
very
nice.
Smart.
Dude,
that's one of the things that NRG have got going for them. They have all these little tiny details that they sprinkle on top of their existing hyper-disciplined defense, their classic NRG that really got them the win at Champs. They sprinkle in all these little tiny details, that they are just a little bit better, that gets them around winning that instance. Yeah, they were sloppy and let it get almost into a 1v4 clutch, but tiny things like that. Or there was an instance on Haven where they had the Viper wall set up and there was a tiny little pocket there was a player playing in, and everybody ran past them past the Viper wall. And it's these tiny little details that they'll throw in that they know can catch a team off guard. That I really like that they sprinkle that in. You just see little flavors of it, even though they're not quite, especially with Somgon, they're not the most, I don't know how to word it. I'm not going to say charismatic, but it's they're not shouting, they're not getting up out of their seats. They're just, they turn up and it almost feels like they're turning up for the 9 to 5. Do you know what I mean? They're playing 9 to 5 Valorant. They're just this is another day in the office. Let's just get the win and get out. That type of attitude. But I don't know. It contrasts with the cool stuff that they implement every now and then.
I was thinking about this recently, actually. This is going to be a bit of a tangent here. But when I was watching the G2 game and seeing Babybay versus Zellsis and the way that each of them celebrate, where Zellsis is celebrating, sometimes Zellsis is taking the piss and taunting the other players, and you can tell that he's goading them. But a lot of the time he's super locked in, extremely seriously competitive kind of vibe. Babybay can't be serious for a second. Like, even when he's popping off and he's like looking over at the other players on the other side and goading them and stuff, he breaks and like then he's like laughing about it, and it's just, I don't know, there's something very infectious about his the pleasure that he's having when he's up on the stage. But I kind of, is that what you mean, where the NRG are more like the locked in kind of?
Yeah, they are
players?
permanently locked in. You never, if I see them crack a smile, it's a rarity. You're like, oh, what's going on? They must have woken up on the right side of the bed today. Like, oh, it's crazy. You know, they just play 9 to 5 Valorant. I don't know how to describe it. Like, it's
9 to 5 Valorant is so fucking.
You know,
crazy.
it's not like they're having
It's not a bad thing.
fun. Like, you know, they're like celebrating, they're hyping each other up, but it's definitely not in the way that we used to see. But it is kind of a 9 to 5. I do see that.
I just brought it up because I think it contrasts with how cool some of their setups are. They clearly put a lot of thought and depth into all of their defaults. And then it's added another layer on top when they do these little tiny details that when they're playing against a good team, and good teams expect certain responses, and they do something like just a little bit out of the ordinary, and it just gets them that tiny edge in a battle where they would normally be head to head if they were playing in a more standard way. That's what I mean. But then it contrasts with their attitudes.
I've just been infected by the idea that 9 to 5 just means clocking in, clocking out. I'm miserable. My balls are flattened. Like, I'm just.
I mean, that's what it feels like sometimes watching them. Yeah, but with their reactions, but the actual
the gameplay is the opposite.
They have a lot of depth to their play.
You mentioned Som. So we're gonna hear. We have an exclusive interview with Brawk coming up. But I wanted to mention something that I saw. Again, I'm a little clip demon. I like watching clips of streamer reacts and says crazy thing. And Som was saying that Som at some point was saying, I don't know why I'm bringing this up now. It's just because you mentioned Som, to be honest with you. He was saying, I think he said he wouldn't be surprised if zekken played badly on MIBR. And then he was discussing it with Shanks, and he was like, do you know what I mean? Like, not terribly, but just like, you know, he just doesn't play very well with MIBR. Is that, are you backing Som there?
Me?
Yeah, you were the one that
Bro
was
is trying to farm up clips for Drama Monday. Like, what? Okay. I get where he's coming from, but this is before they saw MIBR play, right?
I can't remember. I'm not
Or
sure.
maybe just when they'd only watched him be playing on the Athxna, because he is a team player. Like, zekken's a team player. He's going to do what's best for the team in a lot of rounds. And I think in terms of the way that he played, he's also quite willing to put his body on the line to make the right play if he knows that his teammates are going to be backing him up to win the round, which that kind of risk-reward ratio, a lot of players don't have. Like, to put it in a polite way, like, a lot of players are playing a lot more conservative. And so I think they might have been trying to beat around the bush a little bit by saying, like, yeah, if he's playing on this team, he might be left high and dry, but that hasn't been the case at all. Like, you've specifically pointed out, Josh, like, the way that they play their double duelist is inverted almost to the fact where normally you have either the Waylay or whoever the other duelist is other than the Yoru distracting, and they cause that.
Yeah,
that
I think this
ping-pong
was
effect.
before he saw him on Yoru.
So it must have been before we saw all of that, but like, it still works.
I'm just trying to rage bait.
You rage baited me, so good job. Thank you.
I was just wondering if, because you hate Aspas so much, anyone who plays with Aspas.
We are going to Sao Paulo for stage 2 playoffs. I can't be walking around with a security detail. Shut the fuck up. Okay? I like Aspas. He's a great player, one of the best in the world, very intelligent guy. I got no hate against him.
Only one of the best in the world. Doesn't even think he's the greatest. Doesn't even think it's incredible disrespect, actually, to the GOAT, in my opinion. Anyway, let's move on. We're going to hear from Brawk, I think. Sage Dadawin's got an exclusive interview with Brawk of NRG.
Hi, everybody. Sage Dadawin with Plat Chat. Got little stickers here now. I don't even know if you see that.
I can't hear him. I don't know
with NRG's Brawk.
Nope. Oh, okay.
Goodbye, Sage Dadawin and Brawk from NRG. I think we'll be able to fix the audio and get it back up for you. But
sorry, I gotta fix it. I'm not sure why it's happening. We're gonna do some fun tests real quick.
We can.
Okay.
I was gonna say we can go back to it later as well.
What's 5 plus 3?
I need to figure out how to fix it.
All right, let's do some live testing.
Yeah.
Chat, you have to spam the prage emoji for our audio to come back.
GG.
And then I want to see people hit the like button as well.
Damn, I don't know why it's not working.
I'm gonna pull up the stream and listen to
Have
it.
you
there.
tried turning up the volume?
No, it's.
Have you
has
tried
to do with
turning the podcast
audio
off and on
routing,
again?
and
You
it's
tried.
annoying. I can't. It's one of those things you can't see.
What if you play it and I just repeat what the video says?
Here, let's try this.
Actually, that'll be horrible for the viewers.
What if you just
What if
play
you guys
it
just
and
turn
we
on the
pretend
stream
we
and
know what he's
watch
talking
it
about?
on a little bit of a delay?
I'm
I mean,
watching
we
it
could
on
do
the
that.
delay.
I don't
Okay,
mind doing
Is
that.
sure.
the solution right now? Because
Easy solution.
All right,
Okay.
let's try that. Sorry,
Viewers,
guys.
you could hear it anyway.
Yeah, they're
God.
fine.
Hi everybody, Sage2 with Plat Chat. Got little stickers here now. I don't even know if you can see that, but I'm here with NRG's Brawk, Champs MVP, victorious today against 100 Thieves. I got a couple of questions to you, primarily from Sideshow. Yeah. So the first question that he had was just, today you had to play 100 Thieves, and after losing to MIBR, what's your assessment of that team specifically? And would you say that they are a major threat for NRG being able to lift trophies this year?
I think 100 Thieves has the potential to be really good. But I think it will take time for them because they're kind of a newer roster. So I think they need time to to play together. But I don't think it's going to be like a huge contender at the very end. I think once we have all our reps down, and we should be unstoppable.
Nice. And then just to follow up with that, same thing from Sideshow is both of you guys had one on maps where you'd seen each other play on. Did it feel like the VODs and the tape was a significant factor going into today?
I do think for Haven, we knew since they picked it, they were going to play something crazy, which was the Veto. We've never played against that. So we went in, we thought they would play like Sage or Veto, something weird, but it was Veto. But yeah, I do think for Corrode, we had some prep on them, and we ended up not following it completely. That's why we kept losing a little bit at the end. But yeah, I think once we figure that out, we'll be good. But I do think prep was a good part in Corrode at least. But Haven, we came in dry. So, and they honestly did prep on us. It felt like from our old VODs.
It's like there are some adjustments that you had to make mid-game.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you so much for your time, Brawk. Really appreciate it.
While we wait for you guys.
Well,
to
now I've got
finish.
to listen to the end little bits, but that's okay. Oh, there we go. He's wrapping it up. He's wrapping it up. He's wrapping it up.
I think
We
I
figured
know
it
the
out.
fix too. So for the next one, it should be fine.
Perfect. We figured it out. We figured it out. It's all good. Okay. I think let's move on and talk about the next game we've got coming up though. Or rather, the next game that we got to watch. So FURIA versus G2 was the other upper bracket match. This one, did we guarantee this for G2, or what was it? What were the Preds on this?
It probably would have been.
I think we did.
I wasn't on the show, but
Yeah, I wasn't on last week either.
I would imagine
so-
that it would have been G2. But
Yeah, I
Yeah.
wasn't 100%, but I got to imagine that would be the case, and so that's a pretty huge upset, right? That's enormous. What do you?
Yeah.
Has it changed your mind completely in terms of where you would put these two teams? Like, what do you? Big picture, single sentence, like FURIA definitely contenders, G2 completely fucked up. Like, where on the spectrum is this game?
I think this highlighted to me that G2 have comp issues, I think, but they're still trying to settle on what they want to play. And I think they've got, I think this is like a symptom of them attending every event last year with their style that got them success, which was heavy indexing into their initiator players. Jorgamo was very much not given many resources as a player. And it shows with the way it's carried forward in their play now, even when they're playing double duelist, even when they're playing whatever else it is. They're definitely not synced up. Their Abyss, I was watching a couple of times, like, no disrespect to Babybay, because he can shoot. Don't get me wrong. Like, the stats and numbers he was putting up on that Abyss game were pretty good. But I was watching them with their A exec, and they would use Initiator Util to clear past the anchor smoke on their execs, and nobody would take the space up. And then Jorg would die to it, and nobody would be in a position to trade out Jorg. And that's, in my eyes, it's like probably going to be the Yoru's job. So, like, at least, you know, call and coordinate, at least jumping into the anchor smoke, maybe putting a clone in first and then flashing out the other side of it to ensure that you take up that space. So I think they're still getting to grips with that, and I think it's kind of showing in their play. a little bit with how they use Babybay, because I think they put him in roles where he has very predefined goals in each round. Whether it's like on chamber or if they're putting him on more complex positions, they want to put him into a position to succeed because he hasn't been playing in tier 1. He had that big break. But that's hurting their game, I think, a lot more. Like he is being enabled, don't get me wrong, and he is single-handedly winning rounds a lot of time as well. But
at the same time, wouldn't you expect even a struggling G2, like wouldn't you expect FURIA to be, I don't know, it's like, yes, G2 could struggle compared to what you were expecting from them, but this FURIA team's like on a different level to what we expected from them.
Yeah, but I think we all came
G2 are a
into
bit
it with
worse, but FURIA are
but we came into it with a lot
insanely
of bias. I think we came in with the FURIA label bias. I think all of us did.
Right.
Where
You
were
laugh, you go to
expecting-
FURIA rebuild.
Yeah, you
and
laugh, you
actually,
go to the
FURIA
rebuild.
rebuild means you win a trophy.
Yeah, but and forgetting the fact as well that they had so much time to prep for this game, so much time. It's like, wait, did they actually, or was it? I'm pretty sure they did.
No,
Yeah,
they
like
did,
2
yeah,
weeks
because
now.
they were.
Yeah, they had a very, very long time to prep for this game.
As did G2, but
Yeah, as
FURIA
the
did.
G2,
Yeah.
but I think FURIA already were hitting on a winning formula because they understand. I think they understand what's important right now in this meta game, which is like really enabling your duelist players. Alim goes crazy, Koala with the op as well, really trying to all in on these key pieces that help them overall with their calling and just with their play. And I would expect the team to get better if they had like 2 weeks off prepping for a game. And G2, in the state that they are, obviously this is hindsight analysis. I didn't notice at the time, but I think they're still trying to find their identity. So they're probably splitting a lot of scrim time on maps, trying to settle on compositions. So I think that's where it came about. But FURIA is the real deal at this point. You gotta literally erase the last 5 years of America's history of what you think about with this org and just think about them anew, I think, at this point. Because they are the real deal.
I think that Alim and Koala Noob are my favorite double duelist duo to watch currently.
Really?
Yeah, I really like the way that they play. I like the way that genuinely against G2, it was like they didn't give a fuck who G2 was. Like they were so confident in their gameplay and they were winning majority of their fights. Like at some point, like G2 was just kind of like struggling to shoot back, but also it was just so convincing when I was watching them. I think the way they set it up too is just so smart. Like you said, Bren, like FURIA setting up the double duelist, they have that shit on lock. They are so locked in with the meta that they genuinely surprised me. Every time I watch them now, it's like kind of they're becoming my favorite team to watch, which I never thought I would say. It's really fun. It's just so fun to watch. And I think that you can tell they really like the game. They like the meta where it's at, and they like playing together, which I think is super fucking important too. Because it's like, you don't see any egos. You don't see anyone baiting. You don't see like your jet behind you like 10 paces. It's really good. Their timings are solid. Their playbook around the double duelist, it just makes so much sense.
I think Coach Shaw deserves a lot of credit. But
yeah.
I also like, I don't know, he's another person on this roster that
True.
I didn't expect shit from. I've got to be honest. Like, I don't mean to be rude to the guy, but I didn't know him from fucking Adam when we were looking at the rosters. You know, you can look at the VLR page and see that he's coached some like decent teams, but my expectations for him as a coach were kind of in the floor too. And
I mean, he was coaching FURIA last year too, right?
Yeah.
And so from that, I was like, oh, GG, they have the same coaching staff. Like, it's just going to be the same shit all over again.
When we were
But it
doing the tier
wasn't.
list, I was like looking at it and I was...
Well, okay, I have to say something that I found interesting that I did in the halftime report is that Shaw is still like speaking Portuguese on those timeouts. And I really wonder what the prep, the scrims, like everything is like, because
wait, how, Dan? Can you explain further? What do you mean he's speaking Portuguese
he's
into the
speaking
void?
Portuguese towards in the
Right,
halftime.
and then
Or,
Artzin's
like,
translating everything? Or it's only going to him and then it's like the IGL decides what's communicated further?
There was I only heard one, and it was not. It was not translated. It was not translated. So I don't know. I think it was a point that was
So
directed towards
Artisan's
him.
the filter. He's the great filter.
So
If what Shaw said is good, I'll let the team know. Otherwise, guys, focus on the game. I know, I don't know.
I mean, that can be a good idea. That can be a good
But
idea.
it does make me wonder. I heard and I understood what he was saying. That was like it was a point that was directly and like mostly towards him. But it does make me wonder how the communication for other scenarios work, because even if it's a point for one of your players, I feel like everybody else would like to know. And I don't know if Athxna is like the guy that's actually communicating with the rest of the team. It just brings a lot of questions to me for how that's working.
FURIA
But the
strike me
team
as
it's-
like a.
Go on, Bren. Go
I
on.
was just gonna say they strike me as like a pull yourself up by the bootstraps underdog mentality team, because when we were doing the tier list and trying to rate where FURIA was, it's like, okay, well, Addison had a good champs, but his whole year was dog shit. And I don't have faith in the coaching staff of FURIA. It felt like to me, it was like you have very, very capable players being formed on this roster, but under the banner of an org that is just on their dying breath before they exit out of partnerships, right? Before it's all decided.
That's certainly
again.
what it seemed like.
That's what it felt like to me. But that can still be the case, but a team still has success because these guys are hungry. They're tier 2 players. A lot of them are going to be doing their own self-prep. And if they all get along, like you were saying, Athxna, it's such an important quality because you're going to be able to critique people without it being taken as a negative trait, without it being carried into the game. You're going to be able to discuss what you want to go for and what you want to index into. I think it was so telling. I can't remember. I think it was an interview with EU and asking about who the best opera is on the team. And without a doubt, like the guy was just so candid about it, being like, it's Noob, like 100%. Like, are you kidding me? Like he's probably the best topper in Americas. Like they have a lot of trust in each other. There's no competitiveness between them. It's like they know where each other's strengths lie. They're willing to enable it. They're willing to lean into it. And I think that there's the benefit of coming from like that tier 2 system and having to grind and having to earn absolutely everything helps a lot, even if the coaching structure isn't necessarily the most supportive, or if there is friction in terms of translations. These guys are going to be doing work on their own to prove everybody wrong, because this is the chance they've been hunting for.
But when you look at FURIA, they're clearly not a team that's flying by the seat of their pants. Like they actually have really solid pistol rounds, like very, very good pistol round setups. They have very good defensive setups in general. Like they know what they're doing at all times. I think it was really interesting, even in this game, the FURIA versus G2 game, the little glimpses we got of the players talking about the game plan was sometimes interesting and contradictory too. But like they're in the replays, they're talking about referencing the game plan that they've got coming in, like more than you hear generally from teams. Obviously, we're only seeing a tiny portion of it, but Koala Noob was saying on Bind. Now, obviously, Bind might be a bad example because it's the map that they got kind of trounced on, but on Bind, Koala Noob was saying, I know that the game plan is for me to run less op, but I'm fucking feeling the op. Yeah. And then they were double opping on like 2 or 3 rounds with EU opping on a couple of the rounds as well.
Fun.
Like that was bizarre, but like, I mean, maybe in that situation, they're just saying fuck you to the coaching staff. But
yeah, but my point
but like
is
in general, they've got very good setups. It can't just be Athxna. I think
I don't think it is.
You know, the coaching staff must be still doing a lot.
Tier 2 necessitates, though, that you put the own work in yourself, because there's no guarantee that you even have coaches that are as built in as you.
Yeah,
if you're a player competing in that, you have to pick up the mantle that other teams in Tier 1 take for granted, which is the prep time that's put in by a head coach, an analyst, whatever else. You have to be the one to sit down with your team and put in that work if you're to make it in Tier 2, I think. And that shows in their play. They're hungry players on this stage.
Oh, they're definitely hungry.
This opportunity, you know, they're not looking at gift horse and a mouse here. They are literally playing like this is their one shot to be playing in Tier 1.
Yeah, it just feels like everybody has the right skills for what they need to do in that moment for the roles that they're playing as well. And they have like the right meta approach. They also have the right mental approach, because a team like this, I feel like it would be easy for things to crumble really fast. But even from the beginning, I think it's really impressive how much EU in interviews and everything that we've heard from him does seem to be like a bit of an emotional leader, making sure that even if this is a team that was heavily underrated, or it was a team that got that first upset, they could take it slow. They were not getting overconfident. They were treating G2 like it was any other team. And that is just not easy to do. It's easy for those players, especially for Tier 2, to put too much pressure on themselves to try to prove themselves, and then it ends up kind of backfiring. So it just feels like they talked about it and they all genuinely have a clear understanding of how to approach it. Now it's maybe not so easy because they're not so underrated anymore, but they're still willing and genuinely taking it step by step without having to worry too much about, oh, we're like 1 game away, we're 2 games away from making it. And yeah, not all the team can do that.
Are they the kind of team, though? Someone in some region is going to lose all 3 of these games. It's going to happen. Like, guys, it's going to happen.
Well, I was talking to my chat about this.
So some team is going to do this.
It's a lot
For
of
sure.
games for a team to play, right? If they end up losing out. But I was talking to my chat about this because I've spoken to players before that have had big breaks in tournament systems on teams that have come in hot, as in playing back-to-back-to-back games. And a lot of players prefer to come in playing repeated games, like having no breaks.
Yeah.
Because,
Can I tell you another thing, though, Bren?
What?
A lot of players like whatever they weren't allowed to do if they lose. Do you know what I mean?
Yes,
Where
hindsight analysis.
They lose and they're like, well, we just weren't warm. Or they lose and they're like, well, we had to play too many games.
That is true.
Like, it's sometimes, I know that opinion is split on this stuff, but I think a lot of it is also cope.
No, I think Bren has a really good point because, like, as a former player, when I had especially like younger teammates on my team, if we had just played a match and lost and we talked about it and we went through the VOD and we like applied everything that we wanted to fix within scrims and then we were playing again the next day, it was a lot better. It felt like everyone retained a lot of that information and it was like a lot cleaner. Whereas when we did play like a week later, we would make some of those same mistakes again. And it wasn't because like, oh, we just weren't trying to retain it. It's just because sometimes the younger players, they would get a little bit more nervous and they would forget what we said like 3 days ago. And we would try drilling it into them during the scrims and stuff. But like they can only kind of perform as well if they're super, super warm versus just like, oh, we've just been scrimming. And like a lot of the time scrims, you don't have high risk, high reward in scrims because a lot of the time you're kind of comfortable. You're working on something specific. You know that you're playing because you're trying to practice versus like playing a match. So
does that apply though in this case where you're playing a BO5, the next day a BO5, the next day a BO5? I think the risk there is that
that's crazy.
Yeah, because that's what's happening in this scenario.
I think that's crazy though.
Yeah, I mean they only do that if they lose.
Yeah,
I think it is. Yeah, it's BO5, BO5, BO5.
Oh shit! It is BO5, BO5.
It's
not a guarantee that like, it's not a guarantee that you play 3 in a row because you know one of the teams has to lose in the middle, but that team might not lose in the middle bracket. Sorry, one of the teams has to lose in the upper, but that team might not lose in the middle. So, but I think across all the regions, it's likely that somebody goes lose.
Yeah.
Or at least lose, win, and have to play the
They
3
should swap the order of the games around for the second day of the final week because they've currently, I think, got the BO3 first. Would that work
and then
still?
the BO5 second.
Yeah, I think that would
see
be
that.
better. Goodbye, Dan.
Oh,
I see what you mean.
But
mean,
I
that
think
still
that would, because
gives
you at least give them time to. I guess they would be
Yeah.
VOD reviewing the BO5 that they just lost, and then they wouldn't have any sleep if they.
Well,
started
they'd be
earlier,
watching the
so maybe-
BO3 underneath as well. I don't know. Like, I don't mind your suggestion, but I think it
I was
only
just
solves
thinking
it
in
to a
terms
small
of
degree.
If you
Either way, it's
you
groovy.
play that game, you get out earlier, and then it does give you adequate time to again think about the lower finals. You know.
Sorry, this is a bit of a tangent as well, but I was just bringing up that I brought this up to try to discuss the idea that, like, would you consider FURIA to be one of those teams that's like at risk of this kind of thing? Because when you compare them to the other teams in Americas, they have far less experience of the roster overall.
I think it would have showed at this point. Because what Dan was describing is a pretty valid argument, and just what we were talking about in general about a lot of teams, they play against the top teams in a region, and they get nervous, or the aura diff plays a part, right? Where you're thinking, oh my God, I'm playing against these players who went to this event. And then that plays a part in how they're playing. And I think that is super valid, but they haven't been playing like that. EU has been a fantastic, just like emotional support rock almost for this team, where everybody, when we're hearing the replays, I was so impressed with his maturity. And even in interviews as well, he carries himself incredibly well. He's always been a good player, but I think these qualities are really, they're shining right now that he's on a team that's like having consistent success, and we're getting to hear from him a lot. But his stocks have gone up for me. I think he's playing a big part in terms of keeping the ship steady, if that makes sense.
I think too, like you have to factor in that, like again, they were in tier 2 majority of these players, and they're kind of used to that grind mindset. And I think, respectfully, they're like the youngins. And I think they also have said multiple times that they go home after match and just stream and continue playing ranked. And so I think they would have that kind of endurance to keep up. And I think too, a really big thing that we've said already is that they're friends and they can talk about things and they can fix things. Like even on the weekend, I interviewed Koala Noob on Saturday, and they were literally all there, the whole team, including the coach, just there to watch the games. And they were just sitting there talking to each other, talking about what they were seeing, talking about how the teams were playing. Like they weren't just like fucking around. They were there, educational, like learning, maybe anti-stratting, maybe just looking at how teams are playing and discussing it the whole time. And it's very, very rare that you see a whole team come in together on their free like days off. And I think they were there Saturday and Sunday, by the way. I don't think it was just Saturday. And just discussing and
nerds
being nerding out. Like I love to see that. I think that plays a huge factor. And so I wouldn't expect them to kind of fall because they didn't have the stamina to keep playing the BO5s.
Let's move on to talking about their opponents though, G2. Because Bren, you were about to talk. By the way, that's the longest we've ever spoken about FURIA since the beginning of VCT.
Yeah, I think so. We're actually aiming for the longest America section of all time. I think we've been going for an hour and we're only 3 topics in. So it's just
okay.
Yeah.
G2 though, you already talked about G2 quite a bit, but I did just want to like jump on that too. That Abyss comp was garbage. Like absolutely echo everything. A lot of their comps are terrible, right? But
so
the thing that pissed me off about the double duelist comp on Abyss is it's the first time in tier 1 they've ever played double duelist, ever, this G2 team, and it was dog. And obviously, like, maybe you'd expect it to be dog because they're not a double duelist team, but Jorg was sending it, and Babybay, I don't think Babybay TP'd in on an exec one time, which is like, okay if Jorg is dashing into a smoke and then just living as long as he can, but you have to be at least on the same page about what you're doing.
Yeah, the whole point of the double duelist is to attract the first duelist attracts the crosshair placement, and the second duelist capitalizes off of it and turns that crosshairs, and then the first duelist can pop out of the smoke or whatever and capitalize off that.
That was nuts.
They weren't doing the ping pong.
They won the rounds with Babybay being a lurk insert in mid.
Oh, yeah.
That was all of their rounds that they won on attack.
It was frustrating to watch.
What? You might as well be not playing double duelist.
I feel so bad for Jog because I feel like he has zero support too. Outside of like the double duelist, even when he's on the Waylay or like when they're playing Bind, at some point they had a 4-1 default where Jogamo was the one as Waylay in Hookah. Like, yes, he got a kill, but like, what is going on? Like, I really don't understand.
They've genuinely, I think they've gotten too used to the way that they were winning trophies last year, and I think they need to switch up the way that they play.
Yeah.
I think it just roots back to the ingrained idea in their heads of them playing the Tejo compositions, and you could have Jorg as this player that would send it, create space, point out players' positions, and of course you have players like Trent who are able to mop up near the end once he knows where the player positions are and he can play it intelligently. He's a fantastic player. But we're not living in that meta. Look at the way every other team is playing right now. You don't see teams playing this way anymore. It's outdated at this point.
Leaf on Breach. And now what's annoying is the one game that we casted of Leaf on Breach, he dropped like 30. And I was like, this is so annoying because what I want to say to everybody is this isn't going to happen again. You are watching an outlier.
It didn't happen again.
Well, but you can't say that in the moment, can you? Because it sucks the air out of the room.
I know, I know exactly what you mean. Yes, he's a great player, but they need to. And to be honest, Josh RT's interview did say that they're still settling on. He described it as like settling on an archetype. I think that the number one needs to be Leaf on Sentinel, because Babybay on Sentinel, yes, his role is defined. Yes, he hits shots as chamber, but Leaf, in terms of like his game sense, in terms of how he takes timings, made the calling a lot easier, I think, in general as well. He will find gaps in the defense and give you options to pivot into.
Are you down if that also includes Viper?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I think
by
his
default,
Viper
by
is-
default,
yeah,
I'm including Viper. But
But I
think,
love the Babybay chamber on bind.
yeah,
I think that's
because
really strong from them.
it
It's
does
their
hit
only
because it's-
great map right now.
Yes, but they are. I think they have shot themselves in the foot a little bit because they are having to essentially align their compositions with what Babybay's comfortable with and what the rest of the team is comfortable with. And currently, there's a clash in terms of the styles. They want to play double duelist, but they're playing it like we're in the Yoru Tejo breach meta. It's
Would
it's
you
not hitting.
Would you like to hear from the man himself?
Sure.
Because
Yeah.
Sage Shadowin
Heck
sat
yeah.
down with Babybay for an exclusive Plat Chat interview, and I think he finished with some words for you, Bren, is what I've been told.
Wait,
But
really?
I don't know
Yeah.
what that means.
Why?
I
Let me
don't
know
know
if you
what
guys
that
can
means.
hear it. So I
Okay.
think you should be able to hear it this
Let me
time.
pull up the stream just in case.
Wait for it.
Hi everybody, welcome to
We've
Plat
got
Chat.
it,
My name's Sage Tatuan. But I'm here with Babybay. After this, yo, what's up, man?
What up? What up, Plat Chat? What up, Plat Chat?
I'm here to ask him a couple questions on behalf of Sideshow. And then, so the question is, versus FURIA on Abyss, we saw G2 run double duelist for the first time ever in Tier 1. So why did you guys avoid it for so long, and why bring it out now, and what do you feel like went wrong in that map?
Yeah, so we're experimenting more now, especially you probably watched the Cloud9 match by now. You saw our corrode. I'm on ISO. We're experimenting more now with double duelist, and I think this is the perfect time to do it. It's kickoff. Honestly, this tournament kickoff, I feel like everybody could agree to this. It feels random. I mean, you don't really know where teams' levels are at. I mean, like, yeah, okay, you have a general notion that you might have like a top 4 based on results from last year, but look at FURIA. You know what I mean? Like, anyone can really just step up. Maybe they have a better read on the meta or the way that it's supposed to be played. This is the time to experiment. This is the time to do this stuff. I know people say like maybe off season should have been that time, but I just think, no, for us, it was a little bit later. So we're doing it. Abyss felt, for me on a personal level, I felt pretty good on the Yoru. It kind of makes sense for me since I'm opping so much. I think it's a strength there. I think once I get more comfortable on it, like I can be even more of a presence in terms of like ultimates and like flashes. I feel like some of my flashes in that FURIA game were kind of whack. And what went wrong? I mean, honestly, if you really look at how we played the rounds out, we were getting on sites a lot. We would get punished from people that were in the open because maybe our micro utility was a little bit off. But these are all fixable things. I think the next time we play Abyss will be way stronger. Like, we did a VOD review of that map, and it's like, dude, normally in scrims we would have a flash here. This guy wouldn't be able to hold here. Like, yeah. But FURIA are a team right now that's hot, and they punished us for having bad micro. And when you're running double duelist, that stuff needs to be on point. Like that, and that's just what it is. That's why it works for, PRX all the time and stuff like that. Their micro decision making is so quick. There's no hesitation, and I think it's something that we're still trying to learn. It works really well in scrims. It's just a whole nother beast when you're in the match, because, I mean, in the match it kind of makes you feel like you should default into playing a little bit safer and whatnot. You got to be willing to take those risks. So. Yeah, you got to play like you got to play like PRX, bro. You got to play like you have no care in the world. And it's something that I think needs to be trained for this team, because obviously you think of G2 and you think of great utility usage, great discipline, great post plants. But now you got to be able to flip that switch and have both in your arsenal. And that's the cool thing about if we figure out the double duelist compositions, what we'll be able to do. We'll be able to have that X factor into our gameplay. And then at any moment, on a flip of a dime, we could go into that more disciplined play, even with running the double duelist. So I think that that's something to look forward to for us. And yeah, it's going to be a process. This roster wasn't built to come in hot right away and like dominate all of North America. This roster was built to peak at the right time, whatever that's going to be.
And then any final message to Plat Chat, Babybay? You know these people.
Yeah.
What the hell? Instigator.
I actually love y'all. I like listening to the shows. Bren, I was telling Sage about our 1v1s, bro. Telling Sage about our 1v1s. We were talking about Atlanta Rain. We might need to run that back, buddy. We might need to run that 1v1 back, buddy. I will be seeing you in the skirmish mode. Okay, sir. Let's bring back the jersey. And you better wear what you wore last time. I hope you still have that outfit. I still got my rain jersey, buddy. All right. Let's go. Peace. Take care.
Full Widowmaker leggings.
I do
and a
not think
fur
I've got the
coat.
Widowmaker leggings and.
You think
and
you
the
could run the?
jacket.
Oh my god!
Well, we've actually got it.
God.
Oh my dude, Golden Boy looks so young.
Yeah, he looks so different.
He has hair.
This,
Holy.
if dude, Dre would beat my ass into the ground even more than he already did back then. Like this was such a heel moment.
Bren's walking out with an Atlanta Reign contract.
Yeah, I had a contract for the Atlanta Reign in Atlanta, and I went up on the stage and I tore it to pieces and said, "Why would I want to play for a trash ass team while Babybay beat my ass into the ground?" We actually went full wrestling with it.
It's really funny.
And
That is really
fun
good.
fact about this one as well: when I was doing the 1v1, I was trying to lock into it, and actually, dude, Babybay fucking was smoking me. He was actually toying with his food in this.
This is
1v1.
Bren's excuse, by the way. This
No, it's not even an excuse. It's not. No, but it's a funny anecdote because Twitch just implemented a policy where they banned your channel if you showed any form of nipple, male or female, at this point in this year. And so I took my jacket off to have freedom with my mouse arm, and I had halfway through the producers screaming in my ear, panicking, all caps in the lobby chat too. Put your jacket back on, put your jacket back on, put your jacket back on. Because Johnny told them in the control room, Johnny was a producer on Owl at the time. He was in the control room and he told them about his Twitch policy and they all freaked the fuck out. All of them freaked the fuck out. They were like, holy shit, we're gonna lose the Twitch. We're gonna get banned on Twitch. The $300 million contract is gonna be voided. Oh my God. Like however much Twitch paid for the rights.
I mean, that would have been.
It's all gonna go.
That would have been the funniest way to void a broadcast rights contract of all time.
It would have been
your nipples.
Yeah, my nipples.
Dude,
doing
you
it.
had so much aura. What happened?
It got old. Just weathered by age, man. It's.
I mean,
we don't have crowds like that, really.
That's
though,
gotta feel bad
in Valorant. I feel we would be able to do it if we had crowds like in NA. I think, or like bigger crowds rather than just the Riot Games Arena. Riot Games Arena feels very personal. You walk in, and it's like I don't know.
It's an intimate environment.
It's
a small
it's
crowd.
like there's like what is it like 150 capacity?
Just
or
sounds like you're
250?
scared, honestly.
I am scared. I don't think I could do that again. I don't think I could do that again.
He's also
That's like the
auraless.
confidence of being dumb and young. Like
It's
that's
actually-
I don't.
It's actually the kind of thing that you would have to do now, Athxna. Like you have to start challenging some of these pros to one.
Yeah.
All right, fuck it.
And
we
you've
bought.
actually got an insanely better chance of winning than Bren ever did as well.
Yeah, you would definitely.
Let's kick it along to the next game though. Let's talk about LEVIATAN because Lev are one of those teams that were highly anticipated but are down all the way in the lower bracket. And normally we'd be looking at games like this and we'd be like, do we even want to talk about them? You know, it's like Lev played against the sub crew team. Like, why the hell are we even discussing this match? But the main reason is because they finally got their main roster back in for Lev. So they were playing with Neon, who was, I think, 18 years and 2 days old at that point, which is normally the way you discuss like people's age when they're under the age of 3. You're like, oh, my child is 11 weeks old. But we've started doing it with pro players now. And he fried. I mean, look at the first kill to first death.
Yeah, he was.
That is
going
ridiculous.
crazy. He was. I actually interviewed him that day, for the arrival interviews, and he was so nervous to talk to me, and just nervous in general, because he's just this kid, like, you know. And so before the interview, I was like, oh, like, how are you feeling? Like, are you excited? He doesn't speak English that well, but he was like, kind of like trying to answer back, and he just goes, I'm nervous for the interview, but I'm not nervous for the game. And I was like, damn, okay. Okay. So I think at that moment I knew that he was gonna fucking go crazy. And Lev, they really, I cannot believe that one person can make such a difference, because they genuinely look like they were so solid with their structure, their game plan. Him being on Yoru actually like made them look 50 times better than last week. I think last week they looked kind of rough. I was on the fence about Crew versus Lev, and I picked Lev because I knew he was coming back, but I didn't think it was going to be this different. It was crazy.
It was night and day. I think.
Yeah.
I hard agree. I think Lev are now a bit of a dark horse in this lower bracket.
Yeah.
But watching this game, so when I was watching, when PXS was in, they had this issue of losing a lot of like anti-eco rounds because they were playing too passive. They were giving up way too much respect and map control. Like you can't play so scared to lose guns to the point where you open up avenues for the enemy to get into the game, right, in a round.
Yeah.
And that's how they were playing a lot of the time. And I was thinking, okay, well, maybe it's just because they got PXS in and it's not, you know, it's not put together. But I actually think it's more just a trait of owner's coaching, because he's had this as, it's a bit of a flaw, to be honest. The kind of CS effect, where you think about the game in a way where you're going to get heavily punished if you lose guns, if the economy gets broken, those aspects, really trying to play incredibly tight in terms of your overall, I'm not going to say like the macro in terms of like defaults, but like how you're managing the economy, what your decision making, whether to save or not, how much space you give up as well, like how many risks you're willing to take. And they are very risk averse, I think, in a lot of senses. I think this is an endemic problem now, honestly, as well. Now that I've watched them play against crew, that it's hard to spot when you're a team like Lev, because when you're so good and you're winning rounds out through individuality, it kind of paves over the mistakes like that, and it paves over these glaring issues, I think. So the reality is, like, yeah, they probably have been playing with this team in their scrims and they've been dominating because of sheer quality of the firepower. You've got 4 Gen Alpha Zoomers just owning. And I think it probably blinds them a little bit to this glaring weakness. And I think as they play against better and better opponents, that will get punished more and more. So I think currently that's their ceiling. If they solve that, the sky's the limit for this team in terms of the talent, I think. But until then, I'm still holding out a little bit for them. I definitely think they're a dangerous dark horse, though.
But by the way, the first time they'll play against like truly excellent teams is probably, at least in my opinion, when they get to lower round 4 and they play against probably 100 Thieves, if I had to guess.
I disagree.
You think they're beating Sen and C9?
I don't think Sen and C9 are elite level teams. I think that Sen and C9 are going to push them further. But what Bren's talking about is, like, as they play against the really top level teams, you'll see them like thoroughly punished for this level of play, right?
I think Sen and Cloud9 are teams capable of, they are going to take risks on their eco rounds. They're going to push you. They're going to try and find gaps.
Oh yeah, it's only going to.
They are going to really test them still, I think. It's going to begin from the get-go. They can get through it, but it will get harder as it gets on.
Yeah. Kurt, if we can we run split round 23 after this? I think it might have even been the final game, the final round of the game, but maybe it wasn't. But it's hilarious. It's like every time they go, so they went up 5v4 70% of their rounds.
Oh, Jesus, yeah.
Which is crazy, right? Like, obviously you saw that Neon was 13-2 in first kills to first deaths. So you know that it's got to be somewhere like that. But Sato also went 8-4. Spike went 4-1. So it's not just, you know, one guy who's carrying them through these opening duels. 70% 5v4 rate. And then every time they go up 5v4, this had happened across a couple of rounds previously. They got a pick in the first 5 seconds and did nothing for the next 35 seconds. And that is what they do every time. And I think that it's not so much that, like, pausing after getting a pick is bad. Yeah, Kurt's literally skipping 35 seconds.
They haven't moved.
They haven't
now
moved.
They move.
And they go back, they reclip B main a little bit, and now they go up mid. And actually, the reason that I pulled this round is it's very funny. Their spike ends up in the middle of split mid, and they don't know still with 20 seconds left whether they want to go A or whether they want to go B.
Yep.
And they actually push both directions at once with both extremity players. So they are 1-3-1, but it turns into a 2-1-2 because they have to go in both directions to see which one is going to work. And then the spike is in the middle, just wondering, like, oh, guys, which one do I follow?
There we go.
And it's like, it's such a silly round. Look at this with 20 seconds on the clock.
Yeah.
It's so
and because of all this
daft.
patience, they know that MTA has Razult. They're thinking, oh, God, we don't want to play late in time with the plant when MTA has Razult. Like, we're going to lose.
There's so much that can go wrong, right? There's just so much that can go wrong with rounds like this, but they get away with it. And like Bren's saying, the individual stuff just kind of like masks the problem. But this was happening all the time. Yeah. And I'm not saying that pausing after a pick is a bad thing, because it does make you like more controlled and help you like counter what the opponents are going to do. But you can't do it every time. Like, sometimes there has to be, right, we found the pick, let's go into a fast reaction. And I think if they just balance it a little bit more, rather than always slowing down. Because the thing with always slowing down is, why would you ever push this team? Like, if you go down
Yes.
4v5,
Yeah.
you're never gonna push ever, because you're like, well, they're just waiting for us. So why we're not gonna waste any util. We know exactly where they are. They're exactly where we last saw them. So there has to be a bit of variety. But if they can develop that side of their game, I think they're going to be really scary.
I think what's crazy is that their defense side has been super good. And what I didn't know until I talked to the coach before the interviews, again, I was interviewing this day, so I didn't get to watch the games fully. Like, I only kind of got to watch the VOD, was that Neon was actually IGLing on their defense side. And he was in charge of a lot of decisions made on the defense.
The defense looks a lot more proactive.
Yeah, it's super proactive, super confident. They take a lot of map control and they fall off. When they get numbers, it's actually kind of weird how it's different, where when they get numbers on attack, they just sit there and do nothing. Whereas for defense, when they get numbers, they actually like fall into these really sick setups. And yeah, I think for me from the VODs, the main thing that I saw was they weren't scared to just stand out in the open on site and just take their ones too, like you said earlier. It was definitely really crazy to watch the turnaround, but I think it makes sense for the defense side to be a lot more structured now that Neon is here and calling a lot of it.
Yeah, definitely.
Which is also crazy because he's 18.
Yeah, it is. There's a lot to put on his shoulders.
That's also such a good sign, because like a lot of teams have their defense side structured around where they're like star, usually the op guy or the duelist, like somebody who wants to get set up for that early fight. Like the best teams have somebody like that who's very vocal on defense. So that's a great sign that he isn't just like, you know, a mechanics bot. He's like the full package by the sound.
Helps that they're not playing hard sentinels as well, because when you're calling like that, normally the sentinel player needs to be the first one aware of how their setup's changing. But we're not in a meta where people are playing complicated sentinels with different setups. We're playing Viper, you know.
Yeah, it's like Chamber or Yoru.
Chamber,
is what
exactly.
Playing,
yeah. So it simplifies it.
Well, let's let's move on from this game. I don't even really want to talk about Crew. They're gonna have their proper roster because their visa. Yeah, I mean, public service announcement. The visas got approved, so that's cool. We'll get to see them in stage 1. But yeah, I mean, I guess well done to this sub roster for actually looking competent in the games, and I think they've turned some heads in terms of the players that they signed. And I'm sure it was a good experience for plenty of the players that got to get out there as well. Like, I know that Gen.G, Infiltrator, MTA, actually a lot of these guys did turn some heads. But yeah, it's a rough beginning, and we'll get to see Sadak less and the proper Crew team for stage 1. But I gotta be honest with you, I want to talk about this next game even less. Loud versus EG.
Oh God.
I mean,
dude, this was tough. This was a tough watch.
It was boring as well, though.
Yeah, it was boring.
It was 2 bad, boring teams.
Yeah, I think there's a lot to break down here.
I don't think EG was boring. I think they're like more interesting that game than they were previously. I think they actually like locked the fuck in and stopped trolling in a lot of their like micro plays and peeking together and actually being proactive on their defense side versus just sitting there. Like, I think they changed a lot. I could tell that they locked it, and their Haven looked really solid. Like, I wouldn't say it was my favorite to watch, but
yeah, I think they're a little bit behind the meta on Haven because they still play it with dominantly the Sova holding like the A lobby control. But because so many teams are playing double controller these days, I think you need to mix in some Sentinel setups where you have like an alarm bot holding one side, because better teams will exploit that eventually. Loud were not a better team to exploit that, so it didn't rear its head that much.
Very kind.
Yeah, I mean, Loud, I think they're really struggling as well from Pancada's calling for them, right?
Yeah.
Not misremembering this. He's had a rough time because it's like him as a player, he had an instance where, you know, he had an entire year where he's basically playing on the bench essentially because it wasn't being played. His role was swapped around. He doesn't have a lot of experience, even though he's lifted a trophy before. And so he's automatically given, I think, a lot of respect by his team in terms of the calls to make, but his calling is quite sluggish. It's slow. It feels outdated to me when I watch Loud move around the map. And that's a symptom that you can't solve that by, I mean, maybe you can by working really, really hard at it, but it's like I feel like that takes reps, you know, like
They're
actual.
also, I think they're changing their team as well. Because I think they've got Erda coming in, haven't they?
Oh.
Is that a rumor or is that confirmed?
I don't know. I mean, I know the Loud YouTube channel posted a video being like, this is the last game with this Loud roster.
Yeah, but it is Leviathan Academy, and he's been playing like mostly smokes, so I would imagine that he comes in and
I don't know what
I don't know what he's
doing
going to do
here in this round, man.
Well, I mean, this was a moment of like, this was a great one. The fact that he hits this onto Luke Show is sick as well.
Yeah,
but it's
this
so
is great by
classically Com. He goes fully around the map, like always be flanking.
Like, they're just like holding a high low, but then they're worried about the long angle, and then they're not in a position to trade.
Wasn't he literally like 0 and 10, and then he got a kill, and then they rolled back the round?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh well, Com got his first 2 kills of Abyss, winning a 1v2.
Yeah.
So he had 0 kills, and then he wins a 1v2 in round 14 in the second half to get his first 2 kills. Yeah, I mean, can we run one low light just for a little chuckle, just for old time's sake? Could we?
Oh no.
Could we take a look at round 6 of Abyss? Because I want to start off with a positive. Thank you for getting rid of the harbor from this composition, man. Because I really don't think, first of all, it was good. Second of all, you understood how to play it. You definitely needed some changes here. And this round, in round 6, they decided to try to anchor the site. They're like, these guys are not getting in. The majority of the game, both teams were just letting each other in. Like, Loud would let EG in to Abyss post plants, and then EG would back out of the site and play like off-site post plants, and Loud would just get let in on the retake. Like, really, really old meta, not really how you're supposed to play at all. This round 6, they're trying to anchor onto the site, and Darker's now playing the KO instead of playing the harbor comp that Pancada would be on. So no smoke on site to be able to play around. Look at this banging flash here. So drone comes out over the top. Darker's going to send out a KO flash. And we're going to try to... Here comes the flash. Pancada fully blind. Hit with the recon. Dies. No smoke on site. Can't play around anything. Heaven player is flooding. It's just a disaster, bro. Get me out of here. I'm not watching Loud for the rest of the year. I'm done. I'm done. They've already done a year of this shit to me. I'm not watching them again.
Dude, hot take. Their harbor comp was better than this comp. I'm just going to say it. I don't think they played it well, but I think the harbor comp was okay. At least they would have been able to retake if they had done the wall at the right time, and they would have been able to separate the sites. And
would have been able to anchor.
Would have been able to anchor and would have been able to post plant, and they just kind of, I did not like this comp at all.
Play Viper. Play double smokes on Abyss.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind that.
I don't mind.
I think the issue with Pancada is that he's just so slow compared to the rest of the team and how they want to play. I said this last week, and I think it still applies this week, where it shows on the calling where he's so slow with what he wants to do. Sliggy last week mentioned that Kalanzine was like never using his eye. He only used it once a round, if that. He would never get the cycle off. And I think that contributed to the really slow calling because they never had any info.
No info.
And then with this comp too, it's like they still don't have any info. Like I don't see a knife doing anything. When they knife A main, if they scan 2 or 3 people, they're not aggressively pushing or fighting or setting up like a second wave of util to like deny that space. They're just, like you said, just sitting there letting them into sight and just hoping they can retake.
Going through the motions. It's sad Valorant. It's sad Valorant.
It is.
And that's what you expect from the lower bracket.
Instead of 9 to 5 shift of Valorant, this is like the graveyard shift of Valorant.
Yeah. Yes, this is the night shift. Let's get into some of our predictions then, because I think we're getting it. Almost all of the games have honestly been bangers. This was a rare miss, to be honest with you. Last week's match of the week was NRG versus MIBR. So let's see what the little Timmies predicted in this one, because I would imagine most people are going with the defending champions, and with 57%, they did get it wrong. The little Timmies, they went for NRG, which I thought it would be a lot more for NRG as well. You thought it would be more one-sided?
I thought it would be more one-sided towards NRG.
Yeah. Well, you still get it wrong. Unlucky.
Okay.
The Timmies do.
The bonus match of the week was NRG versus 100 Thieves as well. So double NRG. You got chances to double down on your NRG belief. And you did, and you were rewarded for it. Which leads us to your final grade for the week. Little Timothy's, your America's Kickoff Week 3 grade. 2 and 2. A C+.
It's okay.
It's
Is that a passing grade?
C's
I
get
think
degrees.
it would be a passing grade, yeah. But
Yeah.
we're gonna have to hold you behind a little bit, and you're gonna have to take night classes, Timmy. You're gonna have to watch 50 hours of Valorant over the next 2 weeks.
Of Loud and
unfortunately.
EG.
Specifically
Yeah.
Loud EG.
No, well,
Give me a
that's-
50-page dissertation on everything that was wrong in Loud versus EG. You can check back in the community tab to vote for the Americas match of the week this week, which I think we're going to have to decide as we go through them. So let's have a look.
Real quick, I want to bring
yeah?
bring Dan back in so we don't have any fraudulent
Hell yeah.
guarantees here. So we're just gonna have Dan's prediction show up, so she can smile for the camera. All right.
Wide Dryad.
Wow.
Okay. All right. First of all, first game. Envy versus Evil Geniuses. This one down in that lower bracket, elimination game. Ow.
Okay.
Ooh, pretty close actually to being a guarantee, but Athxna has gone for EG.
Yeah, like I said, I swear they fixed a lot of their issues. I think they're locking in on being more proactive. They're not as slow. They're shooting back. Com has been having like crazy clutches. I think EG are kind of on an uphill trajectory from what I'm seeing. And for Envy, I think a lot of their stuff is just super predictable at this point. Like their strats, their set strats are based all around the Exter on the Yoru, and he hasn't been performing super well. And I just think those strats are really easily countered. I mean, we saw Verno, MIBR just kind of deny everything that they had there. So that's where I stand.
I do agree with you. I think, yeah, Envy do play in a predictable way, but I still went with Envy because I think even if they play in a predictable way, you need to be good enough to shove them back, if that makes sense, you know?
Yeah.
And I think Envy were nervous in their first game versus EG. I think that you had the stage jitters almost. They were pretty slow to start. They were making a lot of mistakes, playing quite individualistic at times as well, just like swinging for no good reason. It could still be a very close game. I mean, especially considering like EG, the ones coming off the recent loss, they're the ones who are going to be working on things actively, like in their matchup, knowing exactly what to do this time around. So, and you know, teams normally going to be favored as well in that rematch. But I think Envy, they've kind of been exactly how I thought they would be. Really, just a hard-hitting, hard-punching team, and they will get stonewalled by teams that are able to punch back. Which EG,
You just don't have confidence in EG.
I think EG is like the limit of it essentially, like in terms of teams that could punch back. But I could
They're
be proven
also-
wrong. Like they genuinely have been making improvements. So.
Envy are also not going to pick Abyss, right? Which was the map that they lost on last time by picking into it. Like they were so stubborn about picking Abyss over and over again, but they're definitely not that. So I think it puts EG in a bit of a difficult position. Like, do we want to pick Abyss? Which I think they probably should, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at our next game then. I think the next one's actually like a banger. IMO, I would say this is the match of the week, but I think there's another strong contender. But the one that we're going to go into next is Sentinels versus LEVIATAN. And this one, again, is in the lower bracket. It is an elimination game. 3 of us have voted for LEVIATAN, except for Bren, who is the Sentinels believer.
Yeah. I feel like I give a bit of hope for the Sen fans because I think what I said earlier about LEVIATAN, they've yet to meet a team. Well, not yet to meet. They've only just got their roster together. But I think that they have these core problems, right, with their team. They have them from what I've been witnessing, where they're just playing it a little bit too safe, a little bit too passive, a little bit too slow as well. They're not mixing it up enough. And I think Sentinels as well, the way that they've been playing recently, they've gone over a bit of the jitters. I think the pressure's kind of finally settled in a little bit because it's always, you know, this team's expectations from the rip of this year, they were too high compared to the fans' expectations versus their own team's expectations because they're coming in mixing in so many new things, new calling. They've lost zekken as a star piece. But I think Sentinels will be able to at least highlight some of the weaknesses in Lev's play. It all comes down as well to if players are feeling it on a given day. If John QT keeps up his form, I think that's super important for being able to win this game out. Because
His fucking diabolical beast gameplay.
he's been unbelievable.
There's no way, but that cannot last.
No, but he
I'm
just
not
needs
saying
to-
it can't last
That's
until
what
this
I
game.
thought
It
the
could,
last
It could
time.
last one more, but like it can't last forever.
He just needs to.
He's gone.
He doesn't
right
even
now.
need to play all the way up to that level, but he just needs to. I think that's the first obstacle to get past if you're going to beat a team like LEVIATAN is being able to at least check some of them when Lev will be taking these fights. And I think they need to be very drilled and ready for when Neon is going to be buying the operator, like constantly checking the money, not getting caught off guard in case they do opt into it for a bonus round, because the Lev's setups heavily rely, I think, when Neon gets onto these operator lines. And so it's going to take a lot of prep work from them, but I think Sentinels have the coaching staff with a lot of experience that can do that. They're going to be ready, I think, for what they should be doing. And they've made very good improvements. They were playing some pretty piss-poor Valorant in week 1, and they've gradually started to accept, like, okay, actually, we need to be hard anchoring sites a little bit more. We need to be playing it a little bit differently. So I think they've been making enough improvements, and I think they have things that they can exploit with Lev here. There's a chance. Lev should still be the favorites, but I went with Sen as a punt because I think that they are capable of being able to beat them.
No, I do agree with you that it's losable for Lev. And that's how I'm thinking about this, is like, it is losable for Lev. But like, if Sen, okay, did you see that Redux on his tracker has been playing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 games in a row of Waylay, literally spamming it all day. Corrode, Split, Pearl, Haven, Bind, Abyss, Pearl. Previously playing it, Abyss, Split, Corrode. Like, if they do change it around, it would be very late, by the way. Extremely late. Probably too late. But I think, I don't know, it might be the best long-term direction, because I do think the rate was a big issue for their chances of winning.
I kind of agree, but I kind of disagree, because I think Redux's Yoru was like the reason they were winning half of these rounds.
Sure.
Like him going in first and setting up the rest of his team was kind of OP, and he would go in and just get 3 off the bat just because like he could. And so for me, like, if Sen is having that day where John QT is just literally eating the server, and then Redux is just getting 2 or 3 on the entry whenever they do execute, I think that would be the winning factor. But when I am looking at it on paper, I think I'd pick King over Caillou in terms of IGLing. I think I'd pick a lot of these players in terms of firepower over Sen. So that's why I went with Leb.
I'd agree with that. Real quick, though, on that point about Redux.
Yeah.
You say it's too late, but I think actually if they go into this, it could work out really well for them, because Narrate's been struggling so much on the Waylay as a player. I mean, he's very capable, but I felt like his initiator, when he was trying to like set up and be in position to trade out players quite aggro with his initiator last year, he was phenomenal in that role. He understood the kind of balance that you need as an initiator player. If they want to go back to like solo Waylay, double smokes, double initiator comps.
Solo Waylay, right.
I think that would work really well, actually.
But that's also them redesigning their entire strat book in a week.
They're in a lower bracket at this point. Like your odds of making, you would love to make Santiago, but you're essentially you're planning for the future, right?
Oh, sure. I just said it was too little, too late, meaning their chances of like, making a lower bracket run, bro.
Yeah.
Because it's like,
I mean, you still want to have the
turn it
belief
around.
that you can do it, but I think that a lot of teams right now are currently trying to find their foundation to build off. But
yeah,
I think that could be a good direction for them.
Well, this is either the match of the week, in my opinion, or the next one, which is NRG playing against G2. Now, those are some big name teams, but I suspect... I suspect this is going to be a guarantee. And I think this is reasonable, in my opinion.
Yeah. G2 looked so bad. Their comps didn't make sense. I don't know. I need to see more confidence from them. I need to understand these comps. I mean, the ISO, like, it worked because Babybay just, like, had a phenomenal time in the server. But, like, when I'm looking at the actual strategies behind it, it was literally just Trent flash A main, Babybay go kill. It wasn't really, like, crazy.
Yeah.
So I think for NRG, their flaws were a lot smaller than, so that's why I think NRG has a higher chance for sure.
I was coping so hard watching the G2 Abyss comp, trying to make sense of it in my head. I was like, well, maybe the ISO, like, it's better against...
Oh, the Corrode comp. Yeah.
Sorry, the Corrode comp. I was like, well, maybe if they're playing against, like, a Sova, then the ISO's really good. Because the suppression, you can use it to, like, cancel the drone, make some guess in terms of, like, removes that tool. But it feels...
The ult is crazy
together
on the attack side. I think the ult is genuinely really good on the attack side.
Yeah, but
like, they won both of the rounds in which he was able to ult, because you just get like a free B site. You
you
can almost always
the hallway.
Yeah, you just like you find where they are on B, you grab him, you exec B. How do they ever stop you?
Yeah, even the one round where he ended up losing in the 1v1,
they just trade him out.
And they traded it.
But also that's like 2 rounds a half.
I know.
Yeah.
So
I think you might
it's
as
not
well
enough,
just play
really.
Reyna at that
Yeah.
point, bro.
Okay, well, you heard it here first. G2 should be picking double Duelist Reyna. I like that idea, honestly. I fuck with that. I fuck with that big time. And that's how they get the win and boom our prediction, in my opinion. That's it for Americas, though. We've spent far too long.
Long time.
We killed off Dan as well. She got ripped to pieces by the LATAM fans because she didn't predict for the LATAM teams. Get her out of here. Get her gone. Remove this woman's corpse. So all that falls to us is to anoint this week's winner of Wyatt's Weekly Award.
We are gathered here today because Wyatt River cannot be with us. And as his ashes are spread before us, we will still carry out the appointment of the weekly award. Here it is.
It was loud in the background.
Didn't know that was the one coming up, to be honest with you. Didn't know that was the one coming
No.
up. Oh, okay, that's a banger. Killed Athxna. Killed Athxna. I am tempted. I don't know. I'm very tempted to throw this one over to Neon because of his insane debut.
Yeah.
But also something in me says you shouldn't win the Wyatt's Weekly Award for beating up the crew sub roster. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it was insane. Like I think
Yeah.
Neon was spectacular, and also because of all of the responsibility on his shoulders, I do want to give him props for that if he's able to keep it up. But I think that's more like he should win it next week if he pops off against Sen. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
I feel you.
He should win it for being 18 and 2 days old. I think that's the selling point there.
I'd actually like to give it. Back me up if you've watched him. I think one of the best players in the world right now that people are starting to realize is a freak is Mini from Gentlemates, and I would love to give it to Mini. I know that
watched 0 hours of EMEA this year.
Oh, you got to watch some of him, man. His cypher's electric. His brim's incredible when he plays like.
Hold on, I'm pulling up the VLR page and. I'm going purely off stats here. Oh yeah, this guy's really
Wait,
good.
didn't
not
Patman
just his
have,
stats, his
like-
highlights.
Wait, he's got 1.37 rating.
Patman did
Patman
drop
have,
an
like-
insane. Yeah, Patman did also drop an
I saw
absolutely
a Twitter
insane
post
game.
today.
I mean, we could give it to Patman for breaking the record as well. I don't mind that. I just wanted to glaze Mini
Where
because
is
I think he's actually like top 5 player in the world at the moment.
Can we give it to
32
Cleo?
kills. 32 kills in 16 rounds.
Yeah, it's pretty insane.
Yeah. What's his AC? 516 ACS.
What the fuck?
Paper
That
X
was the
fans,
record, right?
Paper X
500?
fans in shambles.
What the
in
fuck?
shambles, bro.
Yeah,
Go
I
on
still-
then. Go on then. We can give it to Patman.
Patman?
I think
No,
he's
you-
extremely deserving as
Okay,
well.
sure.
No, he's been playing great. Like it's not just that map. His overall, like his games prior to this as well, were super good as well. So
Yeah.
I'm very happy to give it to Patman.
Okay.
Patman, the winner of this week's Wyatt's Weekly Award, crushing Paper X's hopes and turning all of the fans into Envy haters somehow, which is like the weirdest fucking timeline that we've ever been on. But there you go.
Yeah.
Next week, should we do like a 7-hour episode?
I think
Yeah,
so.
I'm
That'd
down.
be good. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we should chain Kurt to his desk, not let him sleep the night before, and simply prod him with sharp sticks and force him to produce.
I'll have
Kurt, could you pull up Split Round 34?
Sure.
Is it next week the 3-match day
Oh.
too?
Yeah, but we
Yes.
have a day off after, so if we still go on Monday, we should be fine. Maybe.
Oh, so we should go
Match day.
PogChamp.
not on Monday.
Oh my god.
PogChamp.
You want
Oh yeah, there's less
have a
matches though, aren't there,
Sunday
or something?
episode during the Super Bowl?
During the Super Bowl, our numbers would never be better.
Oh my god.
we could pay for a Plat Chat commercial during the Super Bowl.
Yeah, we
You
have
know?
that kind of cash lying around.
Wait,
Good
you have
point.
that kind
Yeah.
of money? That's
Yeah.
very
Yeah,
Like-
yeah.
Couple $100 million.
Yeah.
Mm.
We fund it from the gender pay gap because we don't pay you as much as we do Bren. So that's the way that we operate. That's
The crazy sentence out of this guy's mouth. That is not. I don't.
I'm sorry,
Not
it's
true.
not me. It's not me. It's Kurt. Kurt decides all of the pay for everybody.
It's also for the record, not true. We pay
Yeah.
everybody equally, including the people who are owners of Plat Chat. We pay everybody equally.
Sorry, just thought like throwing. I don't know.
First
I think
Mini,
it was.
now Bren. That's
I know. I
It's
know.
insane.
Just seeing
He
if I
was
could
he
throw
was
more.
actually in some sort of like political prison.
Can you name 100 women? Bren?
I can try, but not now. Do not put me on the spot right now.
Did you think of
All
that
right.
independently, or is that something that you brought from the previous?
No, I
segment?
yoinked it. I yoinked it.
I was gonna say
I'm
that.
not
I
that
can't believe that
funny.
happened twice today.
It's so outdated as well. People were doing that like months ago, like genuinely months ago. All right, well that does it for this
Fuck
week's
outta
episode.
here.
That is us done with Valorant episode, Plat Chat Valorant episode 251. We'll be back next week with more insanity, I'm sure, in a 7-hour episode.
Bye-bye.